I am married to Jesus. Satan, leave me alone. I am married to Jesus. Satan, leave me alone. My husband is coming to take me away to everlasting. What a devotion. My mother, who did not study English language, who had part of the song, said, I would like to talk to you. So I went to Mama. He said, have you seen sacrifices made and put in public space? Have you seen any devil going there to eat except dogs? He said, because the devil does not live outside. I said, Mama, he said, they put his food outside, but he doesn't live there. It is dogs that will eat those sacrifices that the demon worshippers and idol worshippers put outside. You only find dogs eating it. I said, so where is the devil? I said, I will tell you. It's in your bedroom. The wife sleeps this way and turns to the east. The husband sleeps this way and turns to the west. The gap they created is one night Airbnb for Satan. When you make up, it will go to another house. From that day, I understood what was meant by give no place to the devil. Most of the time, you are where you are because you don't understand the power of agreement. That if two of you shall agree as touching anything in this earth, my Father in heaven. Look at the standard of milk. Shall we go to the standard of strong meat? For many years, I taught here day and night on Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12 to 14. Hebrews 5, 12 to 14. We call it Hebrews 5, 12 to 14 fiesta in those days. Hebrews 5, 12 to 14. For though by this time you ought to be teachers, you need someone to teach you again the first principles of the oracles of God, and you have come to need milk and not solid food. Do you understand that we need to take you back to milk to give you a proper orientation of what it means to be able to take milk and to grow thereby. You're still a babe. Give it to me in KJV. It will tell you strong meat. How many of you have handled strong meat? Some people handle strong meat pram. They are due to fall out. For the time you ought to be teachers, you have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and have become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For everyone that uses milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. Now listen to me. Does it mean that adults don't take milk? Adults take milk, but you take little milk in your coffee. You take little milk in your tea. Or if you're rich, you can put little milk in your gari too. And little milk in your ogi. You understand me? And they say, "Olo mi muti mo muka, omi bona ni bubu ajo mu." You soon find out that one omi bona is different from the other. Are you with me? So adults still use milk, but little quantity. I remember one of my daughters in the faith. Our daughter was permanently on milk. I attended a wedding in California with Mrs. B a few months back. Every time, she was about 4, 5, or 3, 4, all she would eat was milk. They will put it in the feeding bottle. You know who I'm talking about. I went to the camp in those days. I said, bring your daughter and the feeding bottle. Fill out the feeding bottle. So the mother drove up, left her with us at the camp. I gave her the first feeding bottle. I washed it and turned it upside down so that she saw that the bottle has finished. I gave the second bottle. By the time the 6th bottle was over, I put all the empty bottles. And then he came, I'm hungry. I said, hey, rice, Ray. Here is dodo. Here is rice. He has been. I said, well, I killed her cool. She cried for hours. She slept. She woke up. She was hungry. I want to eat. I said, do. Rice, amala, a wool of egg. Then started with Dodo. The mother is watching me now. Then they could take one piece of Dodo. Then a little rice. Then little meat. By the time she was over, ultimately, Jamala. That was the last time she had me. May God wean you of milk. What is strong meat? Accurate discernment to know what is good from what is evil. That you will not touch it because you know this is wrong. Give me Hebrews 4. Let's read it again. Hebrews 5, 12 to 14. For when the time you ought to be teachers, you have need that one teach you again would be the first principles of the oracles of God. And have become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For everyone that uses milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. Isn't that what you call your wife? Babe. Babe, how are you? I'm fine. Babe. Huh? Amabado. Ele is strong. Oh, babe. And the rest of you still lie like Abraham. Don't tell them you are my wife. Tell everybody you are my sister so that they don't kill me. I want sister in Kobruku. Your wife is your wife. Be mature. Call things by their names. I want sister thanking you. Is this your sister? No. She's your wife. Thank you. Is this your sister? You can't say otherwise. I joined both of you. And I know you are late on your wedding day. He was there on time. You came late. That's why I gave you family life to go and walk there so they will not be late again. All right, let me finish reading. But strong meat belongs to them that are of full age. The New King James Version says, who are mature. Even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised. The word exercise there is the word discipline, to discern both good and evil. There are three categories of people: moral, immoral, and amoral. Amoral does not even know what's wrong. They tell lies with relish. Is their second nature. Give me in New King James Version. Let's read that last verse. In New King James Version, thank you. But solid food belongs to those who are full age, that is, those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. Give it to me in the New Living Translation. Thank you. Quickly. New Living Translation. Solid food is for those who are mature, who through training have the skill to recognize the difference between right and wrong. Give it to me in the Message translation. The Message translation. I have a lot more to say about this, but it is hard to get it across to you since you have picked up this bad habit of not listening. By this time, you ought to be teachers yourselves. Yet here I find you need someone to sit down with you and go over the basics on God again, starting from square one, baby's milk, when you should have been on solid food long ago. Milk is for beginners, inexperienced in God's ways. Solid food is for the mature who have some practice in telling right from wrong. The Passion Translation. The Passion Translation. Am I wasting your time? You're going to get it from all angles. The Passion Translation. But solid food is for the mature whose spiritual senses perceive heavenly matters. And they have been adequately trained by what they have experienced to emerge with understanding of the difference between what is truly excellent and what is evil and harmful. Now let's amplify it. The Amplified Version. Pay attention. Amplified Version. Hebrews 5, 12 to 14. But solid food is for full-grown men For those whose senses and mental faculties are trained by practice to discriminate and distinguish between what is morally good and noble and what is evil and contrary either to divine or human law. Do you understand this? So if it says you are mere men, you are carnal, I'm still feeding you with milk, you do not qualify for strong meat, you need to rise up and say, Lord, I'm tired. I'm tired of baby food. Walk in me. Do your work, stand to your feet. Do your work sovereignly in me. That I will mature in things of God. I will not be dabbling into things I have no business dabbling with. Lord, I stand before you today that you will do your work sovereignly in me, for both to will and to do of your good pleasure are in you. This day, Father, in the name of Jesus, we call upon you to grant us grace to be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might, to put on the whole armor of God that we are able to stand against the wiles of the enemy. Thank you, Father, for raising mature men, mature women, mature boys, mature girls who are wiser than our age in this house. Give us children like Daniel who will be wiser to the power of 10, more than all the magicians and astrologers of Egypt, of Babylon. We thank you for answers coming from your presence. In Jesus' mighty name. And the people said, amen. You may be seated. I'll repeat again, what does it mean to be carnal? There's always a carnal believer. There's nothing like that. You don't want to be a carnal believer, because carnality is enmity against God. Romans chapter 8, verse 6 to 8. For to be carnally minded is death, separation from the life of God. But to be spiritually minded is life and peace. Because the carnal mind is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, nor indeed can be. So then, those who are in the flesh cannot please God. You know what that means? They cannot exercise faith, because without faith, it's impossible to please God. Okay? What is the cure for carnality? If you sit before a doctor of medicine, he knows what to give you for pain. They call it painkillers. If you cough, he knows what to write for you, and so on and so forth. What exactly is the cure for carnality? 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 1 to 5. 1 Corinthians 2, 1 to 5. And I, brethren, when I came to you, did not come with excellence of speech or of wisdom, declaring to you the testimony of God. For I determined to know anything among you except what? Jesus Christ and him crucified. The cross is a cure for carnality. That's why I keep on saying, take your cross and follow me. Anytime you get to the crossroad in life, take what up? The cross. I was with you in weakness and fear and in much trembling. And my speech and my preaching were not with persuasive words of human wisdom, but in demonstration of the Spirit and of power. Why? That your faith should not be in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. Friends, the Corinthian church was not behind in any of the gifts of the Holy Spirit. They were sound in knowledge and were blessed with profound utterance, but they were at the same time carnal, and because of their spiritual immaturity, Paul described their conduct as that of men. He pointed out their malice, such as envy, strife, and divisions, and that warranted his prescription of the cross of Christ for their healing and recovery. Who then are real men, and by extension, real women? Are you ready? Who are real men? Who are real women? Point number one, real men are violent dead men. You remember me mentioning that the first time I taught on this? But you will see the areas I didn't touch. I just glossed over them. Real men and real women are violent, dead men. Let me define for you and for your benefit the deadness of real men and their violence in 8 very unique Bible-based ways. I want to bring out 8 qualities that you can relate with that are the qualities of dead, violent, real people. 8 is the number of new beginning. I trust that as you embrace, imbibe, and apply these truths, may they bring for you a new you and herald a new beginning for you in Jesus' name. Point number A, out of the 8 things I want to say about violent, dead men. Only dead men can do ministry. Only dead men can do ministry. This is the summary of what Moses was told when he said to God, please show me your glory. And God looked at him and said, you want to see my glory? Only dead men can do that. Exodus 33, 12 to 13. Exodus 33, 12 to 23, 12 to 23. Then Moses said to the Lord, see, you say to me, bring up these people, but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now, therefore, I pray, if I have found grace in your sight, show me now your way. That's a prayer he prayed. And that was why God showed his ways to Moses and his acts to the children of Israel. They were just saying the acts, they do not know the process. And if there's no process, there cannot be progress. Now, therefore, I pray, if I found grace in your sight, show me now your way, that I may know you and that I may find grace in your sight, and consider that this nation is your people. And he said, my presence will go with you. That's the first P of the 7 pillars of wisdom. My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest. Then he said to him, if your presence does not go with us, do not bring us off from here. For how then will it be known that your people and I have found grace in your sight, except you go with us? So we shall be separate, sanctified. We shall be separate, your people and I, from all the people who are upon the face of the earth. So the Lord said to Moses, I will also do this thing that you have spoken, for you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name. Does God know you by name? And he said, this is Moses, please show me your glory. Then he, God said, I will make all my goodness pass before you. Woo! I can close here. I will make all my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim the name of the Lord before you. I'll be gracious to whom I'll be gracious, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. But he said, you cannot see my face, for no man shall see me and live. And the Lord said, here is a place by me, and you shall stand on the rock. So it shall be, while my glory passes by, that I will put you in the cleft of the rock, and I will cover you with my hand while I pass by. This is the stone that was caught without a human hand, that destroyed all idols, all demons, whether of gold or silver, and filled the entire planet. When you are hidden with Christ in God, anybody that wants to take you out will face God and face Christ before they can get to you. He said, I will pass before you, you will see my behind. But no man that wants to serve me will see my face and live. You have to be dead to see him. Only dead men do ministry. How do I know that this is real? That only dead men do ministry? In those days, in the days of Christ, the Greek people were merchants, shipping merchants and magnates that owned their own ships, like later subsequently Onassis. They were rich men. And they came to Jesus, they came to Jerusalem, and they saw Philip. And they said, "Sir," to Philip, this wealthy man, "Sir, we would like to see Jesus." After they had said their "sir" to Philip, Philip knew that the main contact to Jesus, like you want to enter my office, you see some people there, they know why they're standing there. They're not harmful to you, they're not wicked. It's because they know certain protocols. But I want you to know, do you understand? He knew that he could not just walk to Christ. He knew the man who had access. Every time you see Andrew in the Bible, it's always taking people to Jesus. So Andrew and Philip now went to Jesus. Come on, the Greek had come. The rich dudes are here. These are the billionaires of their days. And they said, "We would like to see Jesus." Jesus should roll red carpet and say, this is the day that the Lord has made. Rich men are here, and we... Jesus did not leave where he was. He said, "Go and tell them, except a grain of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it abides alone." Let's start not from verse 24. I want them to read it and understand it. Okay? John 12 from verse 20. Now there were certain Greeks among those who came up to worship at the feast. Then they came to Philip, who was from Bethsaida of Galilee, and asked him, saying, "Sir, we wish to see Jesus." Do you know that your connection to Jesus makes people to say "sir" to you? You disconnect and see what happens to you. Philip came and told Andrew, and in turn Andrew and Philip told Jesus, "Listen to the master." But Jesus answered them, saying, "The hour has come that the Son of Man should be glorified. Most assuredly I say to you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the ground and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it produces much grain." Do you want your life to produce much fruit? The prescription is death. The prescription is a cross. Another good example is that of the rich young ruler who ran to Jesus and knelt before him and asked what he must do to inherit eternal life. He thought eternal life is something you do in order to gain. He went away sorrowfully because he was told to sell what he had and to take his cross and follow Jesus. Are you taking your cross on a daily basis? God has a way of packaging your cross for you. Things you don't expect will suddenly happen. It becomes your cross. And if you master how to navigate with such situation, you've learned another thing called process. Mark chapter 10, 17 to 31. Now as he was going out on the road, one came running, knelt before him and asked him, "Good teacher, what shall I do that I may inherit eternal life?" So Jesus said to him, "Why do you call me good? No one is good but one, that is God." Is Jesus saying he's not good? No. He's saying, do you recognize me as God? Because no one is good except God. You know the commandments: do not commit adultery, do not murder, do not steal, do not bear false witness, do not defraud, honor your father and your mother. And he answered and said to him, "Teacher, all these things I've kept from my youth." No wonder he was wealthy. And Jesus, looking at him, loved him and said to him, "One thing you lack." How many things? One. One thing you lack. You don't own money. Money owns you. Go your way, sell whatever you have, and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. And come, take up the cross and follow me. But he was sad at this word and went away sorrowful, for great possessions had him. That should be the literal translation of that. For he had great possessions. Then Jesus looked around and said to his disciples, "Wait for this. Please understand. how hard it is for those who have riches to enter the kingdom of God. And the disciples were astonished at his words. Why? Because they wanted to be rich also. Why are we following you? You know, it's so stupid to come to church and be looking for gold, silver, and riches. God said to Solomon, in that you did not ask me for wealth. You did not ask me for the death of your enemies. You didn't even ask me for long life. I will give you wisdom that you asked for, and I will add this unto you. Many people run after fringe benefits. And the disciples were astonished at his words. But Jesus answered again and said to them, children, how hard it is for those who trust in riches. That's the issue. The rich young ruler was trusting in his riches. How hard it is for those who trust in riches to enter the kingdom of God. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. Isn't that impossible? You know how tiny the eye of the needle is? Jesus said it would be a lot easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Trust Peter. And they were greatly astonished, saying among themselves, who then can be saved? Can I ask a simple question? Say yes. You want me? No man can serve two masters. He will either hate one and love the other, or he will be loyal to one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. How many of you are serving God? So you hate money? Huh? Edamilongu. Please answer me. How many of you are serving mammon? Majority of you. And what it means to serve mammon is the next verse after Matthew 6:24. Take no thought. What we shall eat, what we shall drink, and the clothes we shall. The moment you are worried and you have anxiety about food, about fashion, about future, you are a mammon worshiper. So this man, this rich young ruler that came, was possessed by the things he thought he possessed. Verse 26. And they were greatly astonished, saying among themselves, who then can be saved? Listen to Jesus. But Jesus looked at them and said, with men it is impossible, but not with God. For with God all things are possible. Then Peter began. It didn't say Peter said. Then Peter began to say to him, which means he laid the foundation. He progressed in his thoughts as he was presenting it and said, see, we have left all and followed you. Peter, Peter, your boat is still alive, sailing, because he went back to it on the Sea of Tiberias. He said, I go out fishing. We have left all and followed you. So Jesus answered and said, assuredly I say to you, there is no one who has left house or brothers or sisters or father or mother or wife or children or lands for my sake and the gospel's, who shall not receive 100-fold. No bank can pay you that. 100-fold now in this time. Houses and brothers and sisters and mothers and children and lands with persecutions and the age to come, eternal life. I love this. But many who are first will be last, and the last first. It is on record that the first set of missionaries that came from Europe to Africa packed their few belongings in their own coffins. Their coffins were their, what we call portmanteau in those days. You call them what now? Suitcases. They packed their few belongings in their own coffins, as in suitcases, before heading for the ship. Why? So that when they died, they would not be buried like the heathen, but instead in their own coffins. Jesus made it abundantly clear that he who lost his life will lose it, and he who loses his life for the sake of the kingdom of God and for the sake of the gospel, we find it. John 12:25-26. Only dead men can do ministry. He who lost his life will lose it, He who hates his life in this world will keep it for eternal life. If anyone serves me, let him follow me. And where I am, there my servant will be also. If anyone serves me, him my Father will honor. So only dead men do ministry. You have to die to insults. You have to die to what men will say against you, about you. You have to die to so many things to be able to survive while in ministry. At this juncture, let me explain the violence of these dead real men. The violence of these dead real men is not against their neighbors or their perceived enemies that they pray to fall and die. Their violence is against the works of the flesh in themselves. And we all have the works of the flesh. Their violence is against the flesh. Matthew 5:27-30. Listen to Jesus. You have heard that it was said to those of old, you shall not commit adultery. But I say to you that whoever looks at a woman to lust for her, it didn't say to love her, to lust for her, has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, pluck it out. That's the violence of real men. Pluck it out and cast it from you, for it is more profitable for you that one of your members perish than for your whole body to be cast into hell. And if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and cast it from you, for it is more profitable for you that one of your members perish than for your whole body to be cast into hell. What is the meaning of this? It simply means surgery is better than tragedy. Say that with me. I can't hear you. Romans chapter 8, verse 12-14. Surgery is better than tragedy. Therefore, brethren, we are debtors, not to the flesh, to live according to the flesh. For if you live according to the flesh, you will die. But if by the Spirit you put to death the deeds of the body, you will live. For as many as are led by the Spirit of God, these are sons of God. 1 Corinthians chapter 9, 24-27. 1 Corinthians 9, 24-27. Do you not know that in a race, all the runners compete, but only one receives the prize? So run your race, that you may lay hold of the prize and make it yours. Now every athlete who goes into training conducts himself temperately and restricts himself in all things. They do it to win a wreath that will soon wither, but we do it to receive a crown of eternal blessedness that cannot wither. Therefore, I do not run uncertainly without definite aim. I do not box like one beating the air and striking without an adversary. But like a boxer, I buffet my body. That is the violence. I buffet my body, handle it roughly, discipline it by hardships, and subdue it. For fear that after proclaiming to others the gospel and things pertaining to it, I myself should become unfit, not stand the test, be unapproved, and rejected as counterfeit. Colossians chapter 3, 5-11. Colossians 3, 5-11. Therefore put to death. That's the violence. Put to death your members which are on the earth: fornication, uncleanness, passion, evil desire, and covetousness, which is idolatry. Because of these things, the wrath of God is coming upon the sons of disobedience, in which you yourself once walked when you lived in them. But now you yourself are to put off all this: anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, filthy language out of your mouth. Do not lie to one another, since you have put off the old man with his deeds, and have put on the new man, who is renewed in knowledge, according to the image of him who created him, where there is neither Greek nor Jew, circumcised nor uncircumcised, barbarian Scythian, slave, not free, but Christ is all in all. C. Point C. Having gone through surgery, real men are dead to sin and alive to God. If you go through that surgery, if you partake of that violence against filthiness, against flesh, against carnality, then you are dead to sin and alive to God. Romans 6, 8-14. Romans 6, 8-14. Now if we die with Christ, we believe that we shall also live with him, knowing that Christ, having been raised from the dead, dies no more. Death no longer has dominion over him. For the death that he died to sin once for all, but the life that he lives to God. Likewise, you also reckon yourself to what? To be dead indeed to sin, but alive to God in Christ Jesus our Lord. Therefore, do not let sin reign in your mortal body, that you should obey it in its laws. And do not present your members as instruments of righteousness to sin, but present yourself to God as being alive from the dead, and your members as instruments of righteousness to God. For sin shall not have dominion over me. Why don't you say amen before I say your own? Sin shall have no dominion over me. Sin shall not have dominion over you. For you are not under law, but under grace. Can I hear amen? Tell your neighbor, sin shall have no dominion over you. D. This surgery is not the mutilation of the flesh. So don't go tomorrow and cut off your hand and say, I'm an amputee. No, it's not mutilation of the flesh. Write down Philippians 3, 1-16 in NIV and Colossians 2, 16-23. This is against false religion, false humility. Every time you put a burden upon yourself that, okay, I'm going to fast and pray till this flesh is dead. No, what you need is grace. What you need is understanding. What you need is the mastery of God to overcome those things. You can fast and pray for days and still end up on a prostitute. It's not mutilation of the flesh. Have you written down Philippians 3, 1-16? Take time to study it. Shall we read a little so that you understand what it is? Philippians 3, 1-16. Further, my brothers and sisters, rejoice in the Lord. It is no trouble for me to write the same things to you again, and it's a safeguard for you. Watch out for those dogs, these evildoers, those mutilators of the flesh. For if it is we who are the circumcision, we will serve God by Spirit, who boast in Christ Jesus, and who put no confidence in the flesh. That's what it means to die to the flesh. We have no confidence in the flesh. We do not trust willpower. New year what? Resolution. If there's no new you, there can be no new year. You can read the rest. You will see things that he counted but down, that he may win the excellence that is in Christ Jesus. This surgery is not the mutilation of the flesh. Rather, is a byproduct of the doctrine you are delivered or entrusted. If you receive accurate doctrine, way of life, you discover that in no time you overcome those things you have tendency to fall into all the time. Romans 6, 15-18. The doctrine is simple. You died, you are raised with Christ, and you are seated with Christ in heavenly places at the right hand of God, where there's no room for the devil. What then shall we sin because we are not under law, but under grace? Certainly not. Do you not know that to whom you present yourselves slaves to obey, you are that one slaves whom you obey, whether of sin leading to death, or of obedience leading to righteousness? But God be thanked that though you are slaves of sin, yet you obey from the heart that form of doctrine to which you were delivered. And having been set free from sin, you became slaves of righteousness. It's as simple as ABC. If the doctrine you listen to makes room for you to live anyhow because of grace, you will end up in lasciviousness. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. Till we meet again next week, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
On the Justice Court, the couple is back in court to establish the paternity of their 3 children.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Ijomo and Eunice versus Smart.
Thank you.
I don't want trouble because you want to disgrace me with my colleague. It's true. And that's okay. What will happen there is this. Me, I will not, because God called me, that I will not follow to tradition. Because something can kill a man, either myself or my children. Please, if you know you work with another man, just tell me so that I will send you to the village. They will do that thing for you there. But if you know that you don't go to sleep with other man, I have an ancestors. I will bring water. We will just wait. Then take the water, you drink it. Then finish. She said she cannot swear. That is how she packed her load and leave my house.
What happened is this. Actually, when I left, the cutlass, not twice, also 5 times. Even the big tiny table I bought, 120, he used cutlass to destroy it. That day, my children was crying. Before I left that day, the one that stayed with me, with my late sister daughter, he carried bottle and break it. The day I left, every time we run to the tenant house. I have not seen tenant enter my house one day for settlement.
So if at this point, what you are saying is you want us to be sure?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to
DNA test.
we
I
go
need
for
it.
DNA
It's true.
test
I need it.
of all the children.
Yes.
And when the
For
result
the 3
is
children.
out, back in court again. You want to know the result of the...
Yes.
Why did you even dispute the paternity in the first place? What made you think the children could not be yours?
It was because the way she was treating my life with death. So I'm afraid.
That what?
If truly those children are my children.
What has that got to do with that?
Because she's threatening me of death. She will send the children to me to tell me that the owner of my house. I said, yeah, even there, you are the owner of your house. But you're supposed to let me die first. Calm down. I'm still the owner of the house. So those things that she's doing to me make me too afraid. That's why I say I should go on this DNA test.
You were threatening him. You were saying...
Something like that.
I hope the two of you have thoroughly considered the effect all this could have on the children. Have you?
Yes.
And you are convinced the children are
Yeah.
100%?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw the children?
Okay. After we have come to court,
You've seen them after that?
I see them. And they always call me. And I
They
call
always
them
call.
too.
It comes out, you go there to check them.
I go there.
No,
They call me.
Nothing like that. You don't come. Maybe the senior one will call him on
Yes.
phone.
The
That's
senior one.
in school fees. And this school fees now, and the senior one have not paid.
How old
He
is
said
it? How old is the senior one?
16 years. He said that he's waiting for DNA. Even he called the school. Then I called me. That look at what the father said, that he's still waiting for they are on DNA. So they have to wait. Just for the senior one. I'm the one taking the 2. He said I should take the responsibility of the 2. The 2 kids that is with the senior. That's what he said.
Okay, smart.
Yes, ma'am.
If
Oh, no.
the DNA results reveals that the 3 children are yours, what will you do differently from what you are doing now?
I will be happy to see that they're my children. I'll be happy.
And what will you do? You pay up the fees and everything? The outstanding school fees that she just spoke about, you will pay it.
Which I'm be doing it before. So it's not the first time. I'm be doing it.
Your Honor, ma.
When did it stop?
No,
When did you allege that it stopped?
since I picked the children, I'm going to 3 years. I'm the one. It's only the first time when the senior one called in that there's no money that he pay for. He said that he will only choose the senior one. Just first time. The second time now they have not paid. The girl, not the other one. Even the other one, for now they don't pay no money with me. For the 2 small
Which
ones.
one of them have you paid for?
I just pay 90,000 for the child to write a Chino Waik. I just pay that. So I don't have enough cash with me. That's why I pleaded with them
To give you time.
to give me time.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Not because you are waiting for the
No, ma'am.
DNA
No.
result.
Just for them to give me time because I don't have money for now.
So when will you pay now? If
When I see the DNA test,
you will get the DNA.
when I see the result,
Wait. I'm saying the result is there in the courtroom.
okay,
We will all know what the result is very soon. If the result says they are all your children, when will you pay?
the moment the results come out now that they are all my children, when I get home now, I will call the secretary. Then by tomorrow, I will start to.
Tomorrow is
transfer the money.
Saturday. Tomorrow is Saturday.
Tomorrow is Saturday. Okay.
By
Till
Monday.
The Monday, ma.
So by Monday you sort out everything.
Yes, ma.
Wait.
Your Honor, ma.
What do you have to
Not
say?
for only one, because he said
We're talking about
Okay.
children. We're not talking about one. I said if the result is out and the children, I said if they, he didn't say if one.
Okay.
He said if they are my children. That means any outstanding one, he will sort it out tomorrow. I will be so happy that you will forget that tomorrow is Saturday. You will forget tomorrow is Saturday. You will be eager to go and make the payments. Do you understand? And I'll say, well, tomorrow is Saturday. That means you wait till Monday to sort everything out. And you are not living together right now.
No, ma.
So if the result of the DNA test declares all the children to be yours, is there probability of the two of you reconciling?
No, ma.
You are no longer interested.
Yes, ma.
You too?
Yes.
No problem. You see, nobody can force either of you to stay with the other. Do you understand? If that is your decision.
It is because of the threatening that this woman is treating my life. My life is at stake in her hand.
That's why you
So
stop.
that is why you see, even she now have to bring the children to herself.
How?
I
don't understand what you mean by that statement.
She brought her children to herself. She brainwashed them to her own self. That when she will come and meet me, I will be afraid.
You know what I want to tell you?
Yes, ma'am.
We have the DNA results soon. And even without the DNA results, these are children that have known you all their life as their dad. These are children you've known all their lives as your children. So, up to this point, I know that you are that fatherly figure they know, that you relate with. If she's trying to turn them against you, you must have that opportunity to relate with them as well. And it's not right for either of you to be saying negative things about each other when it relates to them. Let's have the DNA test, please. The results.
Yes, Your Honor. Here's it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
DNA Diagnostic Center from Leeds DNA Laboratories did this test result certificate of analysis. This is to certify that the result of DNA test conducted for SMART-O Oshonofo and the child, Prince Oshonofo, has been perfectly analyzed and concisely summarized below. The child is female. That's Prince Oshonofo. Alleged father, SMART-O Oshonofo. The above result summary shows that SMART-O Oshonofo is the biological father of the tested female child. As plainly expressed on the DCC test result sheet overleaf. Now, this is your baby. Probability of paternity, 99.9999997%. That's for the first child. And I can take you for as a fact, because they are all conducted from the same place. The child female, testimony Oshonofo. Alleged father, SMART-O Oshonofo. SMART-O Oshonofo is the biological father of the tested female child. The DNA analysis is positive. Then, paternity probability. This is even stronger than the first one. 99.9999999%. And the third child, Godwill Oshonofo. Alleged father, SMART-O Oshonofo. Summary shows that SMART-O Oshonofo is the biological father of the tested male child, Godwill Oshonofo. Probability of paternity, 99.9999998%. I think she deserved an apology from you. For the emotional torture. Please apologize to her.
I'm very sorry.
The plaintiff, Ijemuan Eunice, is deeply concerned that her husband is disputing the paternity of the children from their marriage. She affirms without a doubt that the defendant is the biological father of the 3 children. The defendant claims that the ease with which the plaintiff makes threats to his life makes him feel the children may not be his. He has put some bills payment on hold pending the outcome of the DNA test. But now that the DNA result has exonerated his wife, Judge Fumi wades into other matters pending resolution about the welfare of the children.
I want the two of you to have a forgiving spirit. You see, for a woman, it means a lot and goes a long way when your husband doubts the paternity of your children, despite everything. So, but in this instance, they are your biological children. So, do the needful on them pertaining to the school fees, as you said earlier on. Now, apart from school fees, what else?
We don't have an apartment yet. We stay with my elder sister.
With apartments?
Yes.
You see, regarding, what do you have to say to the
And
apartment?
we have,
Pardon?
we built a house together, which is 3-bedroom flat. 3-bedroom flat in both first house. All my sweats, they are all there.
What do you have to say to that?
That one, I deny it. Nothing like that.
The bottom line is they need accommodation. What do you have to say to that? That's my own.
The accommodation. After all, I didn't drive my children before. She left them with me. Right?
She left them with you?
Yeah, with me, right from time. Before
Are they still with them?
That was
No,
just for, it's not up to 5 months. And
So the children are with you now?
yes,
Look,
just going
no.
to 3 years now.
Smart. The bottom line is where we are right now. Okay. Accommodation. Let me tell you, you take care of accommodation by yourself.
Okay.
Do you understand? Accommodation, and I'll give you reason why.
Okay.
When there's hostility between couples, there's always that chance that you might reconcile and you might never reconcile. I've asked the two of you now. When we have this kind of situation, you take care of your rent. If they have an accommodation, just maintenance, hospital for the children, I've told you, provide somewhere they can go. For when they have medical challenges, they go there, you pick the bill. Take care of the school fees. Give her upkeep. Maintenance rather. Give her maintenance over the children. That's all that is left. So for the maintenance for the children, what's the age of the children again?
The senior one is 16 years. Why the second one is 9 years. Why the small one is 7 years?
These ones are very young. So they have the custody with her. So you have to provide something for them so that for her to be taking care of them. So how much are you proposing?
My problem now is that I don't work, and because I have a medical problem.
You have what?
Medical problem. And BP is so high because of this very woman. Cause damage one of my hand, my leg. So, and plus the accident that happened to me. So, nothing I'm doing. I'm just staying at home.
So if I can interpret what you are saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Because of all the reasons you just gave me now.
Yes, ma'am.
Your children should starve to death.
No. What we'll be doing there is for the both of us to be trying to take care of the issue. That's how I'm doing it.
She's going to take care of rent for food and other welfare. Clothing, everything. She takes care of that. They need clothes, they need shoes, that is your responsibility.
Let's put it monthly.
Okay. Monthly.
Yes.
So how much?
15,000. I've raised 15,000.
Everybody's laughing.
And because
You know what I want you to do?
yes, ma'am.
There's no problem. She's right here. There are 3 children.
Yes, ma'am.
That's 5,000 per child per month. So 5,000 naira for 30 days and 3 meals. 3 times 30, 90 meals per child. So I want you to draw up a timetable of what you think she should buy with 5,000 naira 90 times. I don't want to. I don't want things
I
to
don't
get
want to
worse.
promise what I don't have.
No,
I'm
no.
not working.
No. You
All my documents is at home, have expired. She's the cause of all those problems. So there's no that place I can see money now. You get me? No, just like feel from me. I'm a working class man that I don't like sit down in one place. But since how many years now I'm in one place?
because of what?
After the accident that happened to me.
Because of what?
The accident.
Which accident?
I sent it on the email, Abi, to the they brought to me. I sent everything. I had no copy with me. So since then I've been suffering in one place. My document expired in abroad. I can't go abroad again, and I can't even work again.
Those people living in Nigeria, they are not any income.
But I'm not working here.
So how have you been surviving?
I'm not working. It's the
Wait,
house
I
I
know
built.
dear. You talk about a house,
know
the
how to
rent,
eat.
I know everything.
It's from the house. I'm
I didn't
still
forget
sending
that.
money to them.
Huh?
Any amount that enter
From where?
me,
From
from
where?
my house. When they pay me my
They
rent.
pay you rent. So you want to also go into how much you are being paid?
Let's go inside the
How much are you being paid?
6,000 naira.
6,000 naira.
Yes, by a self-contained.
Per self.
Self-contained, yes,
It's a
ma'am.
lie.
Where?
Room at the palace.
Where is the place?
At Badagry.
It's not up to Badagry. I don't pay 6,000. That is pure lie. It's 250.
Eh?
250 for a year. Can't see anything.
Smart.
Ma,
Smartly, forget that.
let's call one of
No,
my tenants.
don't call anybody.
Let's call my
Five.
tenant.
Did you hear what I said?
Let's
Don't
ask
make any
them.
call.
How
I'm not
much?
interested in how much you
Oh my
earn.
God.
I'm not. Look,
This woman is just lying.
Look
That's
at
why
me.
I say I'm running from her.
are you listening to me or you want to listen to
Listen
yourself?
to me.
15,000 naira cannot work with me.
How can somebody pay 200,000 in Badagry? Badagry is someone bougie. Is it possible? You know, what the fuck we know what we are saying. Is it possible?
Forget that. How much are you ready to pay? Now you have to push it up. 15. 15 can fly with me. Definitely.
Ma, you tell me how much you want me to be paying.
You
Let
see,
me look
you
at
know,
this.
you know why I don't want to mention. If I mention, right, I have to balance it. If I say, okay, go and pay 300,000 naira per month, will you not scream?
I can't do it. I can't.
Exactly.
Money.
So that's why I said, you can't leave it to me. You know that, as you said, even though you are not earning so much now, but these are your children. That's my own. So you should look at what you think is what deems fit to give them. Because you mentioned, I just look at it, 5,000 per month. You too, you know. We're talking about 5,000 naira per child per month, not per week. So what do you do about that?
In me, I know the money is not enough. I know how I take care of my children. But now I'm not working. That is the problem. I have a problem from everywhere on my body. So there's no work with me now. What I'm doing?
The two of you brought them into the world. Though.
Okay, let's make it 30,000 naira. Let me try 30.
You know what I'll do?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make that 30,000 naira per child because that's 10,000 naira per child. That's average of 100 naira per meal. It's nothing. But I'll give you pay 30 this month. Do you understand?
We should remember that they are school fish. The school, you go and put those children.
It's basic.
They are too
It's not
expensive.
just you. Go and watch it.
The school is too expensive.
It's the way it is for the men. The school, which school is expensive?
The school, you put them.
You put them in another
My
school.
God.
Yes.
Where do you stay? Where was the school before? Which area?
Badagry.
Badagry. Which area are they now?
Yanera.
Hmm?
Yanera.
Where's Yanora?
It's far from Badagry. Before you get to Okoko or Yanoma there.
That's coming to Lagos,
Yes.
not moving towards Cotonou.
No.
The more you come in,
Demand.
you know, the more expensive it becomes. I'm sure you know our capacity.
She has money more than me.
You are richer than him.
It's social.
Thank God for that.
Really?
Yes,
sir,
it's true.
thank God.
Hmm?
You say so, thank God.
You do what?
I say if you say so, thank God.
No,
I
it's
claim
true.
it in
ma.
Jesus' name.
It's true, ma.
I claim it.
Then she's claiming it. She's claiming it in Jesus' name.
Because
If you are in the courtroom and you say yes, that is the position before the law. If you know not that you are claiming it. If it's yes, then that means you are to your front and you say yes.
Yes.
That means it's richer than you.
that is why I discussed with her. I said, okay, let us cooperate. Because let me have the senior one. I want to try out on university level. I discussed with her before.
The DNA test confirms that Smart is the biological father of the 3 children. Judge Fumi helped both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
Okay, let me tell you what I'm going to do. And that's the way it's going to be. This month, you pay the 30,000 naira
For their feeding.
for their feeding.
Yes.
Because that means from July, you start giving her 50,000 naira henceforth for the feeding of the children. You have 3 months to gather yourself together and pull out how you'll be doing from July. That's from the 4th month. So the first 3 months, the court will assist the family. We give you 20, you give her 30. We give her 20 for the first 3 months. Then from July, you start paying the 50,000 naira. Do you understand? So comply with everything we have agreed on today. That's my rule. I rise.
All right.
I didn't hear thank you from the 2 of you.
Say thank you, ma.
Thank you, ma'am.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections. And I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like, when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
So when you serve a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he is too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I would write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book.
Yes.
And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura.
Yes.
What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay,
there.
so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. So when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just sometime when we finished, decided that, okay, I'll write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang. And he said, this is Muhammadu Buhari. I said, which Buhari? He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, General! And then we started talking. He said, I read the article. He said, you must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them? That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
retained.
Recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist,
yes,
which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, you asked me to release him unconditionally. He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him. And the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the allegations.
What he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides or former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
from
with
Spain.
the president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He will read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now
be wondering what is the truth.
Yes.
That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
You know, he's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that, later when he got to Asiwaju met him, and I think...
the iron things
yes,
out.
the iron things out.
Because, you know, I'm thinking to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance, you know. Of course, some of the current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Kong, it is my turn, you know, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times. And it's President
It was not in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was the spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. Is also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
he wanted a level playing field,
which he ensured
with all the candidates. Okay, yes. So till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but you know, there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The 4 parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of Buhari in the last 8 years, which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that even candidate Tinubu could not speak. He was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, When I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him. If you see how people still respond, oh, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we will see if Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did?
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, oh, if you speak additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back. And I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that, do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections?
The
retirement home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call, nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. Bad market. Because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in and had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated.
Yes.
The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go.
Yes.
If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, the shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if he had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of a president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped
that person from emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody. Okay.
He didn't endorse his vice president either?
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was the father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were endorse them.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. Yeah. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Ita Ekpeyong from South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South. Why not replace him with another person from the South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
With number 1 being the best. Number 2, second best. Number 3, also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and I bypass him, appoint another person, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only would look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him.
Yes.
Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yeah. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and
will latch on.
Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and. Because
it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know. So I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos here, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Son MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Jafet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, and said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in a government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians,
yes.
I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you have come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril Al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sifia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Osinbajo when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him. And the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling color. Color will not move. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
By
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril Al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August. August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4. And I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adeshino, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. Our brother will come to Mark and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adeshino? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked out the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife would not know? He says that saw him every day.
How did that story start and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the Reed Warri is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, "Oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family." He said, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Social media." He said, "Don't mind those nuisance."
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers.
Yes.
And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and he was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, "Adeshino, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers." He said, "I see everything you do. I watch." He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes,
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. with the benefit of hindsight, you may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way or this way or this way, but regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we, our friends of Ruben Abati, used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements on bombing. He just would change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day. Yes. He would just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, yes, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody but you were to go in there to say you want to take that money. Because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for MYs that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2020, 2 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020? Yes. No, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy?
Since 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics. Yes. He said he left Oshogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigerians should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly mono-product, oil. All governments before Buhari had, and cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement.
Move right
Exactly.
from
From Thailand, how will you move it? If he hadn't placed the emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food. Because, do for me, 1, Second Niger Bridge, 2, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway, and 4, Abuja-Zaria-Kaduna Kano Road. He said, do me those 4 projects, and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you've left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
No, going
to Malta with President Buhari. You talk about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
Okay, this is how that plane is structured. There were 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also would sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day on the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When it now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. The president said, what kind of landing is this? And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes. And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yes. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, what kind of landing is this?
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of.
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece. We finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the EFCC is not coming
No, not even. You said just yet. It will not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will EFCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adeshina,
Thank
for
you.
speaking with me today.
Thank
and
you.
thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Did you know that Akin Lewis graduated with a first-class degree in acting and directing?
People don't know that I read drama. Actually, I have a master's degree, first class, in acting and directing.
Did you know that Akin Lewis has been in the acting profession for 49 years?
When we started acting, drama as it were, there was no money in it. Now, this is my 49th year. There was no money in it.
Did you know that Akin Lewis has been married twice?
What, you remarried? Oh, yes, I remarried. Okay. Yes, you know, I told you I'm stable now. Calm waters, sailing. Yeah, I remarried. And I have a beautiful daughter, your father. Now, what's her name? Oba.
Did you know that Akin Lewis was almost killed during the inter-ethnic massacre preceding the Civil War?
When the pogrom started, you know that thing that led to the Civil War? Yes. I was almost killed. Matter of fact, I was killed. I was almost killed. But in the mind of the fellow who did it, he killed me already. Yeah, because what they did was, you know, as it is, I was a lot lighter, and then I have this mark. And then, so I passed easily for an Igbo boy. Wow. And that's what they didn't bother to find out. This mark, which I got from a broken bottle.
Yeah, I was going to say, how did that
I fell into the gutter in years before. And so that I healed. My father said you shouldn't stitch it. So that my eye hair. So, but when they saw it now, they thought I was evil.
Did you know that Akin Lewis is a polyglot, speaking 7 languages fluently?
You speak so many languages. Which and which?
Well, I speak Hausa. I speak French. Of course, English. Bulgarian. Yoruba, that's my mother tongue. And Creole. And Pidgin. It's a different form of Pidgin.
Okay, Creole, that's...
Yeah, from Sierra Leone.
I am Justin Akadonye, and this is the news now on Plus TV Africa. The Socio-Economic Right and Accountability Project, SERP, has filed a lawsuit against the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, for failing to account for and explain the whereabouts of over 100 billion naira in dirty and banned notes kept in various CBN branches. The suit also includes other large sums of cash awaiting examination, according to SERP. In a statement issued on Sunday, SERP's Deputy Director Kolawole Oluwadare urged the Federal High Court in Lagos to direct the CBN to explain the whereabouts of the 100 billion naira in tattered currency, as well as 7.2 billion naira meant for Dutse branch construction in 2010 and 4.8 billion naira for the Abeokuta branch renovation in 2009. SERP also wants the court to compel the CBN to publish the names of the contractors who received these funds. According to SERP, explaining the missing public funds, naming the suspected perpetrators, and recovering any lost monies would serve the public interest and help end the impunity of those responsible. Now, ahead of the planned nationwide protest, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has ordered commanders of technical school to take charge of their areas of operations by preventing violence and anarchy across the country. Now, the order comes following determination by the organizers of the protest to proceed, despite appeals by the government, individuals, and groups. Addressing the commanders from the Police Mobile Forces Counter-Terrorism Unit and Special Protection Unit in Abuja on Saturday, Egbetokun said citizens have a right to peaceful protest. However, such right must not be allowed to infringe on the rights of others.
For the teachers, I pray God continues to give them the strength to teach us well. Try to improve education.
Now, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, says he has not yet received an application for the use of Abuja's Eagle Square as a protest ground. Wike's comments came during a town hall meeting in the FCT, where he discouraged residents from participating in the nationwide protest scheduled for August 1st to the 10th. This demonstration, dubbed the 10 Days of Rage, is intended to protest the ongoing economic hardship. Stakeholders, including the presidency, federal and state government, as well as traditional and religious leaders, have appealed to citizens to reconsider their plans to join the protest. Now, Wike warns that the peace and order in the FCT cannot be guaranteed if residents choose to participate in the protest.
I'm just looking on social media. They have applied to me to grant the Eagle Square. They applied to me through social media. You write a letter to the minister. I will see you. Who are you? What do you want to do? How many days do you want to spend? How much will you pay? When you dialogue, people will take correction. And that is Mr. President for you. He has never told you that he will not make a mistake. He's human. But what's important, when you call his attention that is a mistake made, he has that penchant to correcting such mistakes. So please let nobody bother to go and carry placard or whatever to go on the streets.
We don't want any protest in our city. We are peaceful. We have been doing well. So I think we need the support of all the stakeholders that are here for us to continue enjoying the peace in FCT and the nation at large.
We are saying no to protest. Dialogue is the answer of everything.
Yes.
Our youth, they need something doing. You cannot just keep them like that and say they should calm down. If they don't have something doing, we are just beating around the bush.
The bottleneck of all these issues is our youth. Let us guide them, find a way on how we can engage them.
We say no to the national protest that is about to happen. Nevertheless, sir, the youth need empowerment.
The traditional rulers in the FCT, the 17 of us, we have interacted amongst ourselves. So we have sensitized our people of the need for our youth not to come out at all these days that are being earmarked for this unrest.
Now, Oba Alade Toyinbo Ogunlade, the Deji of Akure Kingdom in Ondo State, has advised Nigerians to exercise patience and have faith in the Tinubu's government. The first-class traditional ruler explained that President Bola Tinubu, who has been in office for just 1 year, needs more time to address and alleviate the nation's economic hardships. Oba Ogunlade made this comment shortly after meeting with former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo and the Alake and paramount ruler of Egbaland, Oba Adedotun Gbadebo, in Abeokuta. The Akure ruler was in town for the funeral ceremony of Titus Odedino, the father of former Ogun State Commissioner for Agriculture, Samson Odedino, and described the deceased as the man who lived a good life. Now, despite the current challenges, Oba Ogunlade expressed confidence in the present administration and maintained that Nigerians will call for a second term for President Tinubu at the end of his tenure.
You know, when this president took over the governorship of Lagos State, the economy was like this. He said they should wait, and he turned everything around. And he's appealing to the whole nation that they should wait. This is just for 1 year. The economy was a mess before he took over. Let them wait. Before you know, before he finished the first time, they will be calling Lekonsi.
Now, as the nation prepares for what is touted as the mother of all protests in the country, youth groups in the country have converged on Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, in preparation for the nationwide action. The youth groups also unequivocally stated reasons and demands for the planned protest at the press conference. Now, their demands include a call for the increase of the recently proposed minimum wage from 70,000 to 250,000 naira, as well as a parallel wage package for appointed and elective officers. They also demanded a taxation system that will take in consideration the wealth gap between the rich and the poor, and a loan system that is designed to make students debtors.
New 70,000 naira is grossly insufficient to live above the extreme poverty line. In September 2022, the World Bank pegged the global poverty line to $2.15 per day. Based on the present exchange, that means about 3,000 naira per day for the extreme poverty line. So consequently, 70,000 naira minimum wage is far below, and also is below the poverty line. We demand a living wage for the Nigerian workers. On the basis of the present inflation crisis, the minimum wage should not be below 250,000 naira.
The first step should be that all political office holders, both elected and appointed, must be placed on the same salary structure, salary scheme with Nigerian workers. We are demanding that fuel price and electricity tariff should be returned back to the price it was before May 29, 2023. A taxation system that will take into account the inequality and wealth gap between the rich and the poor. The Tinubu government announced the student loan scheme, which we have expressed that this scheme itself is nothing but an attempt to turn Nigerian students into debtors. And we state clearly that the Nigerian state has enough resources to ensure that Nigerians get education that is quality, affordable, and free. We are demanding for immediate reversal of all school fees that have been increased within the last 1 year.
The aim of this protest is to address the hardship and hunger in Nigeria presently. But adding to that hunger and hardship is also an housing crisis in Abuja, where people have to, with 6 times of your salary, you will still be living far away at the outskirts of the town. The security threats that the government has been giving us, we hear it very loud and clear. We are not leaders of the protest. We are mobilizers of the protest. Just like NSAS, our protest is the protest of the masses. No leaders are going to be picked up. No leaders are going to be coerced and manipulated to relinquish our struggle until our demands are met.
A pro-democracy group, Conscience of Democracy in Nigeria, has called for the arrest of Ambassador Ilya Omar Damagum, the acting national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The group accused Damagum of supporting the planned nationwide protest against President Bola Tinubu's government. At the news conference in Abuja, the convener of the group, Adamu Kabir Matazu, described Damagum's endorsement of the protest as shocking and inciting. Now, Matazu also accused Damagum of working to destabilize Nigeria, claiming his actions were not surprising given his alleged loyalty to the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, who they alleged was his paymaster. He argued that the PDP under Damagum's leadership was responsible for the current economic crisis facing Nigeria, having laid the foundation during their 16-year rule.
We are further concerned by the revelation that Damagum and his associates, as sponsors of the planned protest, have engaged the services of Western media organizations and international NGOs to demonize the federal government, with a focus on claiming that it has lost legitimacy if the protests are allowed to go ahead. The PDP has reportedly lined up people to grant interviews to this media organization to deepen the warped narrative that the protests should automatically be taken as citizen referendum to sack the government. Again, this is playing with fire. These matters are ordinarily things we should leave for the intelligence and law enforcement agencies to deal with. But Damagum alliance with Nyesom Wike makes his support of the planned protest exceptionally dangerous for the country. We see it as Damagum having a vantage position to sabotage the government from the inside as Wike's ally, and this is a risk Nigeria must not take.
Like Kenneth Okonkwo, a prominent Nollywood actor and lawyer who previously served as a spokesman for the Labour Party's 2023 presidential campaign, has announced his decision to end his political ties with the party and its candidate, Peter Obi. In a statement released on his social media account, Okonkwo cited persistent internal crises within the Labour Party and Obi's failure to resolve them as the main reasons for his decision. He expressed a loss of confidence in Obi's ability to restore unity and lead the party to victory in the upcoming general elections. Okonkwo further criticized Obi for not leveraging his influence to address the party's ongoing challenges since the 2023 elections. He concluded that Obi has demonstrated an inability to build a strong platform capable of challenging the ruling All Progressives Congress APC in the 2027 elections. While still talking party politics, the Edo State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has accused the State Police Command of selective justice. They allege that about 22 members and leaders of the party have been targeted for arrest in connection with the attack on July 18th. Has been deployed from Abuja to arrest and harass members of the PDP following the Benin airport incident.
I, as the chairman of the PDP in Edo State, wrote a petition over comments made by the chairman of the state chapter of the All Progressives Congress, the APC, where he threatened to mobilize and lead youths to stone the Edo State governor, Mr. Godwin Obaseki. That is clearly a recipe for violence and chaos in the state, given the sensitivity of the office of the governor. A video evidence of this threat and an accompanying petition was submitted to the Commissioner of Police in Edo State. Surprisingly, as we speak, no action has been taken on this matter. Unlike the strict manner in which the police responded to the petition against the Deputy Director General, Media and Publicity for the PDP Campaign Council, Reverend Olu Martins, we hereby call on the Inspector General of Police to use his good offices and formations to ensure that actual criminals are brought to book as against the innocent members of the society being accused unjustly. The actual criminals are parading the streets freely and bragging that nothing can happen to them as long as they belong to the ruling APC. You will recall that the leader of the APC had told Nigerians that once you commit any crime, once you do anything wrong, just come, join the APC, and all your sins will be forgiven.
As part of efforts to strengthen the electoral process in Nigeria, The Parent Advocacy and Advancement Center in Africa has organized a citizens' town hall meeting on electoral reform. The organization also earlier trained journalists on capacity building on the Electoral Act.
What PACA is doing now is to say, for you to be able to make informed commentary on elections, there is a need for you to understand the legal regime with which elections are conducted, which is the Electoral Act, INEC guidelines, and the Constitution. We should be able to know what is the rights, duties, responsibilities of the different stakeholders in the electoral firmament. So, and once we are able to close that gap, a more informed citizen will be a more, enlightened citizenship that is able to take right decisions that we hope will impact on the well-being of the country generally.
This training is adding value to journalists because most of the time we don't really take time to look at the areas, the things that we are covering. But this is an eye-opener in the sense that it has taken us through step by step into the Electoral Acts for us to be able to know what we as journalists could do and not do while covering elections.
It has opened my eyes to the Electoral Acts that I have not taken time to digest, to understand, and to know that I as a reporter have some certain understanding when I'm reporting elections.
The stakeholders, the CSOs, the religious leaders, the political parties, the actors, the main actors should join hands with us to educate the electorate on how to go out and get it right.
The Benue State government has launched the distribution of federal government palliatives across all the 276 council wards in the state, 23 local government areas. Speaking at the flag-off event in Makurdi, the Executive Secretary of the State Emergency Management Agency, James Ayopu, said the items, which include fertilizers, gari and corn, are intended for the vulnerable populations, particularly the elderly, widows, the poorest of the poor, orphans, government school students, and the physically challenged. Ayopu expressed gratitude to the governor for his unwavering commitment to humanitarian efforts, as well as the federal government for its support.
The palliatives we are distributing today came from the federal government through National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. The total number of items to be distributed includes 17,940 bags of maize, 50 kg, and 4,132 bags of gari, 25 kg. Each council ward will be taking 55 bags of maize and 15 bags of gari. Total 80 bags per each council ward. We will commence with Zone A today. The 25th July, Zone B will receive its palliatives on the 26th of July, and finally Zone C on the 27th of July also.
The chairman of West Local Government, Honorable Henry Agbar, has distributed fertilizers to the council wards, warning the local residents not to sell these products, as the government will punish anyone caught doing so.
600 bags of this assorted fertilizer and taking delivery of 1,200 bags of maize and gari put together. And we hope to continue lifting them from SEMA as from Tuesday this week. And by the time we take delivery of all the food items, we will still call the people across the 15 council wards and as well as no indigents, and then do the distribution in the local government secretariat here, so that the fertilizer will be given to them. And we want to warn that nobody should divert this fertilizer and sell it. If we get any news of diversion, we will arrest such a person and the person will be prosecuted. I want to say that the Nigerian youth should exercise some patience, that the federal government is working around the clock to ensure that youths are being carried along. The President of the Federal Republic is working around the clock to ensure that jobs are created. So it's a matter of time. I know the hardship is much, but they should exercise some patience and see what the President and the various state governors will do to reduce the rates of unemployment.
The Accountability Lab under the Anti-Corruption Innovation Project has held an open contract and stakeholders meeting in Jos, the Plateau State capital. The meeting was aimed at ensuring openness to citizens in governance or given contracts.
It is really very necessary for the public to have an awareness of what the Bureau for Public Procurement is. If they don't have that awareness, then certainly I don't think there's anything that can be done about it. Like one of the participants said, he said that when he went to a particular location, the people just thought that a politician just decided to do something good for them. Meanwhile, they didn't know that it is their right for them to have that thing being done to them in the community. So it is very, very important for the citizens to know about it.
And we will say that the engagement had started like about 3 years ago, basically under Accountability Lab Nigeria, under the UNDP program. And we will say that at some level, we've gotten to an extent of progress.
From what we've discussed so far, I think if implemented to the latter, Plateau State will be great in terms of open contracting.
Because we had meaningful feedbacks from stakeholders, we had meaningful feedbacks from non-stakeholders, and this will be drafted together to put forth to the government so that there can be like policy reformation, there can be a push for gender responsive procurement that's actually having ladies on the table, and I'm sure that definitely we'll get a good feedback from them or commitment from the government.
The federal government has set a deadline of May 29, 2025 for the completion of the 375.9 kilometer Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano Highway project. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, spoke at the site handover of the 38-kilometer dual carriageway or section of the roads to the Dangote Group in Zuba, Abuja. The project will be undertaken by Dangote, Julius Berger, and Boa Construction Companies. Umahi stated that the event also involved handing over the 38-kilometer dual carriage to the Dangote Group and the launch of the Operation Free Our Roads project. He revealed that the project cost has been revised to 888 billion naira, which is 640 billion naira less than Julius Berger's initial estimate of the 3-lane road. Now, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, says that under his administration, the Nigerian Army is committed to enhancing the capacity of its project officers by equipping them with cutting-edge technological skills aligned with global standards, ensuring project success for the Army. Now, the Chief of Army Staff, represented by Major General Hilary Nzan, stated that the workshop serves as a chance for the Army to evaluate and learn from current experiences to improve future outcomes.
The Nigerian Army executes most of its projects through direct labor. Therefore, project officers responsible for the planning, execution, managing, and supervision of Nigerian Army projects. There is on this note that the theme of this workshop, which is promoting innovation and adaptability in project management in the Nigerian Army, is most appropriate. I therefore enjoin you to take maximum advantage of this workshop to build your capacity and develop competencies.
It is therefore my strong belief that at the end of this workshop, all resolutions and recommendations will be fully implemented to improve on the capacity of Nigerian Army engineers officers in line with the Chief of Army Staff's command philosophy, which is to transform the Nigerian Army into a well-trained, equipped, and highly motivated force towards achieving our constitutional responsibilities within a joint environment.
And straight now to Borno State, where we hear that the governor, Professor Babagana Zulum, has promised to ensure peace is restored around Chad and Borno borders for bilateral trade to begin within the region. He disclosed this when the governor of Hajar Lamis province paid him an official visit in Borno ahead of the Regional Governors Forum, which is expected to hold in October to discuss restoration of peace in the Lake Chad Basin, among others. The call comes ahead of a Regional Governors Forum, which is expected to hold in October to strengthen security cooperation, peace resolution, and address concerns of displaced persons within the region.
will work together in order to promote cross-border trade between Nigeria and Chad, and most importantly, ensure that there is relative peace and stability within the shores of Lake Chad, particularly to promote three main objectives. One of them is to ensure that there is knowledge sharing between the three countries of the LCPC. Two, ensure that there is peace within the shores of the Lake Chad. And three, is to enhance the means of livelihood of the LCPC countries.
And to establish
le plan d'action territoriale
for the action plan in the territory.
Beaucoup d'investissements ont été faits dans le domaine des infrastructures socio-sanitaires.
A lot of socio-economic and sanitation has been resolved.
Socio-sanitaires, scolaires et des centres de formation pour l'insertion des jeunes dans les zones affectées par la menace du Boko Haram.
In a bid to provide trauma care and psychological support to survivors of sexual and gender-based violence in the Kaduna community, International Alert, in collaboration with the Ministry of Human Services and Social Development, has trained community first responders, security agencies, safe space facilitators, the State Human Rights Commission, and community leaders. The training focused on psychosocial first aid PFA skills to support survivors in the Juji and Maraban Rido communities of Chikun local government area. Esther Olu Midara, the training facilitator, stresses the importance of more agencies, organizations, and individuals receiving PFA training. Now, participants say the training was highly relevant and expanded their ability to offer professional PFA support to SGBV survivors without causing undue distress.
Not equipped with the right skill to provide the care needs of the survivors. This training aims to bring the network of first responders together so that when there's an event of SGBV, collectively and within the referral pathways, survivors get the required services that they need within the referral pathways, ensuring that survivors are not exposed to further harm. Because when a case is reported and it goes to the wrong person, for instance, it jeopardizes justice, it jeopardizes the mental health also of the survivors. So this training is bringing all stakeholders together to ensure that we have a uniform referral pathways, collecting data, ensuring that even while we collect information from survivors, we respect their right to privacy, we enhance their dignity as well as their safety.
More people should hear and know how to administer psychological first aid, especially for sexual and gender-based violence survivors. These survivors go through a lot of trauma, and if their first meeting point, wherever it is, they render or administer psychological first aid to them, then the beginning of their healing has started. So I feel like more agencies, more organizations, more people should be equipped with the skills for psychological first aid. And it is important to also put them stable to be able to access other helps. And from that point, know what other helps that will be important for them.
Now, the Chief Emeka Agba Foundation, a non-governmental organization, has called on the Nigerian government to urgently implement lasting solutions to alleviate the suffering of the masses. The foundation's founder, speaking to reporters in Lagos over the weekend, expressed concern about the worsening economic challenges that have increased the number of less privileged and vulnerable people across the country. Agba cautioned against an impending hunger strike, arguing that the precarious state of the nation and the myriad of issues it is currently facing could lead to anarchy, wanton destruction of government, private and individual properties, looting and loss of lives, all at the expense of taxpayers. He cited the recent NSAS protests as an example of the potential consequences.
Recent statistics have shown that Nigeria is expected to see about 26.5 million people grappling with high level of food insecurity. with over 8 million children at risk of suffering from acute malnutrition, and 2.6 million could face severe acute malnutrition and requiring critical nutrition treatment. The list of challenges facing the Nigerian populace is endless. As Chief Emeka Agba Foundation is sad to note that several factors driving this trend include escalating inflation and rising cost of living and discontinuation of the fuel subsidy.
The convener addressed several issues of national importance, urging the federal government to collaborate with Dangote Refinery, a major domestic player in the petroleum sector. He called on the NNPCL to recognize the Dangote Refinery's potential to benefit the economy and provide the necessary support.
Regards the Dangote Refinery, petrol supply and all other indices to ameliorate the suffering of the people. Chief Emeka Agba Foundation wants it known that the interest is Nigeria first, because if Nigeria doesn't grow, we have limited capacity for growth. As a foundation, I want to say that we face serious challenges in Nigeria, not just because our leaders often fail to act in the best interest of the masses, but also due to other factors that keep us underdeveloped and further impoverished Nigerians. Allegations against Dangote regarding subsidized forex from the CBN are hypocritical, given the massive amount the NNPCL has taken for its non-functional refineries. The NNPCL should recognize the potential impact of the Dangote refinery on our economy and provide the necessary support. The argument that relying on one refinery is bad for energy security is flawed.
The government at all levels have been urged to invest in the educational sector to support the younger generation. This call was made during the graduation ceremony of the students at various levels in Kaduna. Now, the proprietress of Triple K International School, Ruth Godwin, emphasized that any nation that fails to invest in the education of its youth will face a lack of innovation, productivity, and other challenges. She appealed to the government and security agencies to provide maximum security in schools to protect students. Additionally, she urged parents and children to remain vigilant and security conscious at all times. The graduating students expressed delight at moving to the next phase of their educational journey.
Our parents for giving these wonderful leaders of tomorrow the opportunity to be able to get modern education, and we'll also tell you that you should not be tired, because these children, they are moving from one step of their education to another, so it is not over yet. This is just another hurdle. They are moving forward. Believe in Nigeria and believe that tomorrow your rewards will be there and your effort will not go in vain, so that these children will further their education and have modern education, so that tomorrow they will make the society a better place. So some of the parents are always afraid of sending their children to school because they are saying insecurity. Personnel with good information concerning the security of the nation, because our security agencies cannot do it alone. It should be with the help of the other citizens. So they should help the government in giving them good information, and also they should also advise their children and also teach them on how they will be security conscious.
The parents want to say they should put more effort, even though we appreciate their support. They have been very supportive, but we pray for them that even as the children will be coming back for the new term, that they should put more effort in paying their fees and supporting their children.
For the teachers, I pray that God will continue to give them the strength to teach us well. Try to improve our education sector.
The government should help, first of all, by increasing the minimum wage so that teachers and parents will be able to pay their children's school fees, and the teachers will be paid well.
To improve the quality of education and technological knowledge, including coding and artificial intelligence for its students, the Navy Officers' Wives Association, NOAA, recently unveiled newly refurbished and equipped computer laboratories at the secondary school in Navy Town, Ojo, Lagos. This initiative was led by NOAA President Ijeoma Ogala, represented by Vice President Mrs. Zainab Akpan. The project was spearheaded by Commander Bonny Island Captain Maxim Mohammed as a way of giving back to the Nigerian Navy schools from which he greatly benefited during his developmental stage. Destiny Momo has more.
In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and in the name of the Holy Ghost. In Jesus' name. Wow. We unveiled the computer lab. Mrs. Commanding Officer Forward Operating Base, Bonny, commissioned by Mrs. Blessed Ijeoma Ogala, President Naval Officers' Wives Association, on 26th July.
NOAA has made it a priority to renovate and refurbish these school facilities, and the recent philanthropic efforts of Captain Maxim Mohammed have been particularly impactful and welcomed. During the inauguration of the renovated Ijeoma Ogala Computer Lab, Mrs. Zainab Akpan commended the work done and advised the students and teachers to properly maintain the new facilities and make the best use of the benefits they provide. The school commandant and Captain Maxim Mohammed also expressed their appreciation for this necessary improvement.
When we came on board, we saw what was on ground on the school, on the schools, and especially the school that we're not too happy because most of our facilities have really dilapidated, and the teachers had so many requests, and we know there were things that were so obvious that we needed to put in place, not to talk of the computer lab and all of that. So, but we took it back to the Navy, to the Chief of Naval Staff, the CNS, our daddy, which he responded well to us, and we're all looking forward, and he also mobilized his men to take up this project and help us as their wives. And today we are seeing one of the works being done, and I want to really thank God for our brother, Captain Maxim Mohammed, whom the Lord used. God used so much to put him out to bring his best into the school.
By nature, I'm a very tech-savvy person. And whether we like it or not, we are in an IT world right now, IT rules. So anybody, you have no choice. You have to key into IT if you want to live well in this digital age. So my advice to the students is to utilize this to the best of their ability. I would like to see students bringing out coding results from here, artificial intelligence results from here, and we wouldn't mind going a little bit more, to intervene a little bit more if it is necessary to achieve that result. We want to see some students from NOAA Secondary School, Navy Town, build robots.
Achievements to be celebrated today in the school include procurement of new seats for both staff and students, changing of all classroom whiteboards to tile boards, painting of all the buildings in the school, and provision of laboratory equipment and stools, and others. Today marks a significant milestone in our school journey. The transformation of our laboratory is not just about renovation of physical space. It symbolizes our dedication to providing students with the best possible learning environment.
Chairperson NOAA Group of Schools, alongside the Vice Principal and the beneficiaries, speak on the need for the project at this time. They said for the learning environment to be effective, it needs some forms of captivation and upgrade.
There have always been computer labs in NOAA schools, but like we all know, the world has changed. Technology and the digital world is what is in vogue, visual learning. So we're trying to upgrade.
I would tell you that 1 million words will not be enough for me to express my excitement, my euphoria. You see, when you make a learning environment captivating, because children come from different environment to a learning environment, so when you make the learning environment captivating for learners, it makes the teaching exercise very interesting. So I'm impressed that she has taken her time with her team of work, to put this magnificent thing in place. And I pray that may she continue, in this dimension, so that generation just to come, when she leaves that post, every other person that will take that position too, we emulate this kind of thing. It's quite impressive.
Happy with this. This is a very big contribution to our school, and with this great facility that the NOAA president has given to us, Abia State is really going to contribute to our education. It's going to ease our learning. And
I'm very happy because this is very, very good for our education. It helps the students and the teachers very, very, very well, because the students, especially those offering computer data processing, it will help their learning. It will help them in so many ways. Even those who want to further their education in the computer department, it will help them very much.
The Naval Officers' Wives Association Secondary School, Navy Town, Ojo, was established in the year 2003. Destiny Mama, Plus TV News.
You're watching the news now on Plus TV Africa. We'll take a quick commercial break and return with more stories. Do join us again.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
Welcome back to other parts of Africa now. The Makala Central Prison in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the country's largest jail located in Kinshasa, is set to grant conditional release to at least 7,000 inmates in the bid to ease severe overcrowding. Built in 1957 to house 105 inmates, the facility now holds over 15,000 people, including children and women, leading to notoriously poor conditions. Prisoners are crammed into cells, receive inadequate food, and suffer from water and respiratory diseases. In response, Justice Minister Constant Mutamba has approved the release of the force 421 inmates with plans to free 40 prisoners per week. Mutamba also ordered the release of the sick and minors while prohibiting the admission of new inmates in an effort to halve the prison's population. Additionally, a commission has been established to review the cases of prisoners eligible for conditional release as part of a broader initiative to reduce overcrowding in all Congolese prisons. Now, 11 months after seizing power in a coup, Gabon's transitional president Brice Oligui Nguema faces growing calls to run for office. Nguema was sworn in as president last September, less than a month after ousting Ali Bongo, whose family had ruled the country for over 5 decades. On Saturday, Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Barrow Chambre announced that he would not be a candidate, stating that his rally for the Homeland and Modernity RPM party would support Nguema if he runs in the 2025 presidential election. Now, the transition charter governing Gabon allows Oligui Nguema to stand as a candidate, but not the other coup leaders. While the president's action suggests he intends to run, he has not yet officially declared his candidacy. Now, Turkish parliament has approved a motion to deploy its armed forces to Somalia, including the country's territorial waters. The 2-year operation aims to support Mogadishu's counter-terrorism efforts, coming months after the two nations signed a defense and economic cooperation agreement. Al-Shabaab, an Al-Qaeda-linked group, has waged an insurgency against the Somali government since 2006, seeking to establish a fundamentalist Islamic state for over a decade. Turkey has provided training, assistance, and advisory support to help restructure Somalia's defense and security forces. However, Turkish officials say economic challenges have prevented Somali armed forces from being fully effective. We'll take yet another break and return with more stories. Stay with us.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Welcome back to News Now. Moving outside Africa, Israel has vowed to strike hard against Hezbollah after accusing the Iran-backed group of killing 12 children and teenagers in a rocket attack on a football field in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Hezbollah denied any responsibility for the attack on Majdal Shams, which was the deadliest incident in Israel or Israeli-annexed territory since Hamas's October 7 assault that sparked the current conflict in Gaza, now spread across multiple fronts. In response, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu cut short a visit to the United States and was expected to return to Israel later that day, where he would convene his security cabinet to discuss the country's retaliation.
I was shocked. I was shocked to see the terrible pictures following the murderous attack by Hezbollah on Majdal Shams. Among the murdered, small children who were playing football, and also others murdered. Our hearts are all broken by these sights. We embrace the families, embrace the entire Druze community in its difficult moment, which is also our difficult moment. Since I was informed of the disaster, I have been holding continuous security consultations, and I have decided to bring forward our return to Israel. I will immediately enter the security cabinet upon my arrival. I can say that the state of Israel will not go over this in silence.
Terrible tragedy. Innocent boys and girls. The heart breaks. And I told you, Hezbollah is responsible for this, and they will pay the price.
We know exactly where the rocket was launched from today. We examined the remains of the rocket here on the wall of the soccer field. We know to say that it is a phallic rocket with a 53 kilograms warhead. This is a Hezbollah rocket. And whoever launches such a rocket into a built-up area wants to kill civilians, wants to kill children. We are greatly increasing our readiness for the next stage of fighting in the north. We are simultaneously operating in the Gaza Strip. We know how to strike even very far from the state of Israel. There will be more challenges, and we will raise our readiness. When required, we will act strongly. Our duty is to return the residents of the north safely to their homes, in the entire north, the Galilee and the Golan Heights, a full commitment. It is a difficult day.
Amid the turmoil, families in the Druze village of Majdal Shams in the Golan Heights held funeral services. Now, the Golan Heights had been captured from Syria by Israel during the 1967 Middle East War and later annexed, a move that most countries did not recognize. Now, the United States have pledged to commit the full might of its military to defend its allies Japan and South Korea. This pledge came as the three nations signed an agreement to bolster their security cooperation, solidifying recent advances ahead of the upcoming U.S. presidential election in November.
Under the increasingly severe security environment, our trilateral collaboration is important for the nation's peace and stability.
President Biden has asked me to convey his best wishes to you both. Because today we are making history together. The defense ministers from our three countries have never met in the same room in either of your countries, but that changes today, thanks to your leadership. By doing so today, we're sending a powerful message about our common values.
Today's trilateral defense meeting is more significant than ever in light of the recent signing of the Treaty on the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership between Russia and North Korea and the North's ongoing missile provocations, which threaten peace and security on the Korean Peninsula and in the region. The Trilateral Security Cooperation Framework among South Korea, the U.S., and Japan that we signed today will institutionalize trilateral security cooperation among defense authorities and ensure its continuity amid the fluid international security environment. Given that today's dialogue is taking place at a crucial time, I hope we can share insights and engage in candid discussion during the meeting.
Now, Kamala Harris, the presumptive Democratic nominee for president, has pledged to earn the votes of young people as she seeks to harness the energy and enthusiasm of the younger generation. In a virtual address to the voters of tomorrow's summit in Atlanta, a liberal Gen Z-led organization, she assured attendees that their votes will be heard. For months, youth-led organizations had warned that President Joe Biden was struggling to connect with young voters, urging him to refocus on the issues most important to them or risk losing their support. Now, since Biden dropped out of the race and endorsed Harris, young people have flooded social media in a show of support for the vice presidential candidate.
2020, it was young voters who turned out in record numbers and elected Joe Biden president. Your generation is leading on the most important issues of our time. In this moment, we then each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion, and the rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? Here's the thing. We each have the power to answer this question.
And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV African Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonyi.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello, welcome to this edition of our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a broadcast producer, broadcaster. He is also a pastor now. And then he's an avid sports lover, avid football fan. He is one of the backbones of the Superstores Fans Club. That's Fans of Stationery Stores Football Club. Ime James is a producer, broadcaster, journalist, writer, and sports lover. He is one of the backbones of the Superstores Fans Club. He was formerly with the Nigerian Television Authority. He studied drama at the University of Ife. After leaving NTA, Ime started his independent production company. He produced the first fashion and beauty show on Nigerian television called New Trends. It was an overnight hit. Ime James credits Eddie Iro and Soji Oyinsan for his grounding in television production. This background was pivotal in his decision to go solo and found his independent production company. Please welcome with me Eliashib Ime James. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
I didn't put the title pastor.
It's okay.
Because normally now it's Ime, Lekon between us. So putting titles kind of distances you.
That's right.
Right. Now, I recall that in those days, you were a producer on NTA, ex-NTA. So what was that like for you?
Well, it was a beautiful life. I had always wanted to become a journalist when I was in primary school because I started writing for the then Crystalib.
Okay.
As a child journalist for the
What primary school was that?
I went to Tinu Primary School, Surulere.
Okay.
Very close to the old Kalakuta Republic.
Okay.
So you see my affinity with the shrine.
Okay.
So I had always wanted to become a journalist. So from my childhood, I'll go to the newspaper stand and I'll read Punch, read newspaper. As a child, even before the war, I was reading Drum magazine.
Okay.
That's to tell you how far and that shaped my opinion and my mindset. I was able to follow what was happening around. So when I grew up, I did a few courses in Ife. We were doing training in dramatic arts. And, okay. So we had this drama group at the National Museum that was called Gongon Cultural Artists.
Okay, that's where you and Tunde Election Lawyer connected.
Yes. I was Tunde's director.
Yes.
You know, we used to call him Spin Round.
Yes.
You know, so Soji Oyinsan and Eddie Iro came to the museum to look for, I think, to ease themselves out. And this was 1979. And they met me directing my people. And it was so professional the way I was doing it.
Yeah.
I had read about the director's cigar. You know, the director's cigar was on film. Okay, but I brought it down to the stage. So
the stage, yes.
I will look for cigar, not cigarette. I look for cigar, light it, and as I'm puffing, I tell them, no, move it this way, move it. So they came and they saw me and they were so impressed about this young man that is doing. So they invited me to NTA. I got employed. And it was a beautiful thing because I got involved in so many training. It was at NTA that I went to Times Institute of Journalism.
Okay.
You know, so this was a beautiful time with me.
But you know, in those days, production was a lot more hands-on.
Yeah.
Equipment were minimal.
Yes.
Right. A great deal of
a great deal of your intellect.
Yes, intellect, intuition, and all of that.
Yes.
These days, do you still get involved with production?
Not so much these days because my hands are really, really full.
Yeah.
However, as the media communication head of Christ Embassy some years back,
yes,
I had the honor of establishing the newsroom, the news agency. So I was involved in production. But even at that time, between that time and now, production facilities has also evolved.
Yes.
Tremendously. Again, when it comes to the technicalities, directing and all that, of course, I'm hands-on. I know what to tell you. I know what to do. But in terms of technically handling the cameras, in those days I could handle any camera.
Yeah.
I could edit on any platform. But today many platforms are there, and because of my pastoral responsibilities, I do not have time to do all that now.
Okay, pastoral responsibility. Was that why you left NTA?
No, I was actually retrenched.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
Okay.
I was in 1985. I got caught up in the power tussle between my bosses. So when my boss went to the Guardians, he went to the Guardian to start the Guardian with them. Retrenchment came, and those who didn't like my boss, I am a loyalist. And they saw that this man has been loyal to Ediro. No. I was loyal to Ediro. I was loyal to Soji Onyison.
Okay.
Those are my bosses.
Soji Onyison is in Canada.
Yes, he's in Canada.
Yes.
Yes, he's in Canada.
Yeah.
Great man.
Yes,
when I was retrenched and I left NTA, it was Soji Onyison who made it possible for me to start my independent production company.
Good.
I used his cameras. I used his editing facilities, free of charge. Free of charge. And he nurtured me, and I will never forget.
Yes.
He nurtured me, and I will never. So I started my independent production. I invented the first television fashion and beauty program on television.
What do you mean by invent?
Well, before then, there was no program there was no program on fashion and beauty on a weekly basis.
Locally produced.
Yes, locally produced.
Okay.
Now, yes, in Nigeria.
Yeah.
On Nigeria television, yes.
Okay.
And so I had watched a few programs abroad, and I told myself, no, I can do this. So I began the program. It was called New Trends.
Yeah, New
and
Trends.
It became an overnight hit. Okay. And you know the Nigerian culture. The moment some people saw it, everybody began to do the same thing. You know? Everybody but it's on record that I was the first to start that.
Okay.
And I was airing on what I call staggered network.
Yes.
Okay. I was showing on Destiny TV in Kano. I was showing on NTA Abuja. I was showing on Clapperboard Television. I was showing on DBN, and I was showing on NTA2.
NTA2.
Yes.
That's quite an array.
Yes.
Yeah. And you were making money. Well, it's normal.
No. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say that I made money. I wouldn't say that I made money because those who came after me made a lot of money. Now, while they were using VHS for their own production, I refused to use VHS because those who taught me production
taught you U-matic.
Taught me U-matic and taught me quality, taught me film production.
Yeah.
And so when I look at the qualities of what the film will give to you and what the U-matic will give to you, I even refused to use a low band. You know, there was low band and high band.
High band, yeah, sure.
I refused to use low band. And those who had high band camera were very expensive. So every money I made went into trying to make, and then I began to edit with Solar.
Yeah.
You know, Solar was the
was the high end.
It was the high end production outfit. I just wanted to be at the right place.
Yes.
You know, so I would say I made money. Yes, I made money. I was able to keep my family together and all that.
Yeah, but that's making money.
Yes.
Once your family is okay.
I also tried to apply for a TV license when it was deregulated, but I never got the license.
Yeah, that's the story of all of us. I mean, we did this. We tried this, we tried that, but it didn't happen. Now, let's look at the production terrain, even TV broadcasts generally now, technology has really stepped up and demystified a lot of stuff.
A lot of things.
Yes.
A lot of stress that we used to have before. These children do not have that anymore.
Yeah, but you mean the younger generation?
Yes.
Because they will fight you if you call them
But
children.
they are children now.
Yeah, well, there's
They are my
younger
children.
generation. They are our children,
Yes.
but then they are also our colleagues.
You know, they are our colleagues. Yes,
Uh-huh,
I agree.
so,
I agree.
Yeah, so they don't have such. Again, what do you think that has done for creativity within the industry?
In terms of thinking through, I watch some television programs and I'm asking, do they have somebody vetting their programs before it goes on air? I listen to a broadcaster. I mean, you were on television. You were broadcasting.
Yes.
Even with your diction there, some of us will still quarrel and say, yeah, you didn't say it. Because you before you go on air, you are trying to cross your T and dot your I's and say the right words, and the right way.
Yes.
I see people these days, they are not interested in that. They just say what they want to say and move on. And then hype it with all kinds of mannerisms, slangs, as we were growing up. We learned English.
Yes.
And pronouncement of
pronunciation
of words.
Yes.
Listening to radio and listening to them on television.
Yes.
I'm not sure that children learn from TV or radio these days. Because they are not. Most of them are not thinking through. But there are stations where you find a lot of people, a lot of the staff doing well, and that station where you have people who had gone through the meals. I'm constantly on your channel.
Yeah.
Once there's a problem, you see, I call you.
Yeah, you do.
I want. My wife said, "Why are you always calling?" I hope he doesn't get angry. I said, "No, he's a professional. He's not going to get angry."
Sure.
He knows
That's
that,
like a carryover of what we grew up on.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but I can't say that to younger managing directors of other stations. They will get offended.
They may.
Yes.
They may. Get offended.
Okay. They may get offended. Yes. So, so the new technology, I would say, has made a few of them lazy. A few of them, not all of them, because there are still a lot of creative people on there.
Yes.
A lot of creative.
So it's like technology has made it easier to produce.
Yes.
Technically high quality.
Yes.
Yes. Materials, maybe not necessarily so much depth, but there's also been a lot of depth.
In our time, you do not, if you want your pictures to come out well, you work on your camera. Today, whether your camera is working very well or not, you can enhance your picture quality.
Oh yes.
When you are editing.
Even your phones these days,
your phone
will shoot high def.
High definition. So the technology has upped the ante, and it's a good thing. My children are into production.
Yeah.
My daughter does a lot of production with her phone and little laptop.
Yes. A lot of them. Yes. One of my daughters too.
Yes.
Is heavily into production.
Yes. So she produced. I think about a few days ago, she had a client abroad who wanted. I said, why are they not doing that? She said, that is very expensive for her to do it there. So she's doing it with me.
We do it locally.
So, production, the new invention in technology here has made it easy for a lot of them to work better.
Now let's look at the impact of new technology on new media, social media, and all the platforms through which they gain expression. In those days, there was nothing like that.
So you work
But now there's so much freedom and access. Do you think social media needs to be curtailed? or regulated?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
So why? How then does society deal with it?
Let me say this to you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even abroad, they used to regulate the media a lot.
Mm-hmm.
After a while, they couldn't do that anymore because as things evolved, it became difficult for them to even monitor it. How many millions are you going to monitor online? So, what we could do is to put restrictions to the kind of language that you use on public media.
Yeah.
The kind of pictures that you show on public media.
Share.
That you can share. You can put a rule and say, if you must do nude or whatever, then it must be a closed circuit.
Yeah, but then, sorry to butt in, but then there are laws, defamation laws, there are other laws that guide the sharing of information and all that. Why should there be new regulations? Shouldn't just there be enforcement of that? Of the existing laws?
Who is going to enforce the law?
Whoever is aggrieved should go to court.
This word again.
It's happened.
This word again.
Yeah,
go to court.
You go to court. We would come to that because I know you are politically involved, right? Yes, you go to court.
Yes.
You don't have to. How do you put it now? You don't have to say people can't say whatever they feel like saying. They must be ready to bear the consequences.
No. My point is this: if people go beyond the limits,
yes,
there are consequences. There are laws that you have said. But those who are supposed to implement those laws are lawbreakers themselves. And I'm asking, he who must come to equity must come with clean hands.
Yes.
And then you cannot choose and pick who you prosecute and how you prosecute them.
Yeah, there's a point in that.
And again, I think that there's undue interference with the visual media and the audio media. Because the newspapers are writing, social media is awash with all kinds of stories. Okay? All kinds of stories. And some true, some not true. And thank God that there are platforms that helps you to know which story is true or which story is not true. Because once you subject it to those platforms, it just tells you it's fake. So, but not everybody knows that now.
That's it.
Yes, but once government start pushing, let me tell you, one of the ways to curtail the offensive things that happen on social media especially is for government to begin to promote such platforms that helps you to know if a story is a lie or the truth. A fact-checking.
A fact-checking.
A fact-checking platform. And I think I have 3 or 4 of them. Once I see a story, I just click. And I know it's a lie. Okay. So government can push that while they are also trying to prosecute those who are not, But my problem is they are choosing who to do that with and when to do it.
Okay, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with my guest, Ime James, who will share more ideas about using the media, social media, mainstream media, effectively in the course of developing the nation. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is Ime James. he introduced Eliashib to us when he became a pastor. I will ask him about that later. But Ime will continue with his ideas on how to use or engage social media, the media generally, in developing our nation, in managing the excesses, especially of social media. It seems mainstream media is already streamlined and controlled, but social media, everybody's everywhere. The development of citizen journalism makes it possible for Leko to be going on the road. He sees something that just quickly snaps photographs or records the video, and then he posts, right? And within hours, the same thing is repeated, saying, happening right now in Lagos. And that's like about 6 hours after.
Yes.
So how do you curb that?
Let me start first by saying that many of the people that began to set the agenda for the regulation of television came from the traditional, not even mainstream, but traditional media, the NTA block, where you must, they didn't allow you to,
it was rigid.
Very rigid. I remember when LTVA started, LTVA became very creative, started doing creative things, and we would go to meetings and NTA and say, look, are you not seeing this thing? We can't be doing this. They said, no, they can't. I said, we can't be. We had to quarrel at production meeting all the time because we wanted to do something more creative, not hemmed in. And so these people from NTA now peopled the NBC. And that created a lot of problems. If you look at the NBC regulation, there's a need for regulation. But what you see there is an overkill. And that has given vent to social media. So while you're trying to regulate one bit, it breaks away into another bit. And you can't stop that. The social media is a global
It's a global phenomenon.
Yes. Yeah. And so it's going to be difficult for you to I hear they want to ban Twitter, they want to do this. But when you abandon Twitter, people, we were on Twitter doing what they were doing. Because there's always a way to break it.
Sure.
Okay? So what should we do? Let's go back to brass tacks. Say, look, allow the traditional media some more space. Okay, I'm going to talk about a station that was recently fined, and I think that was overdone. Okay, because the gentleman in question kept trying to caution the person. That was enough for you not to put that. Now, imagine that young man gets angry and his boss fires him. He goes on social media. He has a followership already.
Sure.
You can't stop him. You can't stop him. So what should we do?
Yes.
Let's be a little bit more careful in wielding the stick.
Yeah.
Okay? And then for the social media, put up rules and say, no, you can't go beyond this. You can't go you must not produce if you put things that engender national unity and cohesion. Beautiful. Okay? And then you reward people who do that. So there should be a reward system where you reward such people and they are able to, once others see that they are getting rewards.
Yes.
For promoting national unity, for promoting responsible act on their media.
Yeah.
They will start gravitating towards that because everybody, yes, we want to make name, but we also want to make money.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
And you want to also have some measure of recognition. So can we introduce a reward system? Okay.
For compliance.
For compliance. So this punitive measure, it has not worked. I always tell people that I am Okonogba Jesu. Now, what that means in English, simply a tout that accepted Christ. Aha. So, you know, what happened? My mother was tough. Tough.
Yes.
I leave that for later. But, you know, and the tougher she was with me, the tougher I became. So, I think, seriously, that if you put the reward system, it will help the people. It will help. If I get certification and all that for what I did, government gives me certification, Lagos State government gives me certification, you know, whatever state government gives me, where I am giving certification for doing this, for doing that. And I am posting all my certificates everywhere. First, my buyers online want to come to me because they see that I have a name.
Yes.
Because your buyers are not buying you, they are buying your name.
It's the name.
They are buying your reach.
Yeah.
So if they are giving me certification every time, my reach will increase.
Certainly.
So can we try?
Okay.
Can we try a reward system?
Okay.
Rather than this punitive, you know,
just
slam them.
Punitive. Let's also have
yes.
some manner of engagement.
I'm not saying throw away punitive measure because some people can go overboard sometimes.
There's a need for discipline.
There's a need for discipline. But then, can we play it down and play up the reward system?
Okay. Fair enough. Now, when you look at the situation in the country, someone like you, I know you grew up in Lagos.
Yes. I was born in Ibadan. I grew up in Mushin.
Okay.
I'm a guru.
So you grew up, in fact, let's put it straight. You were born in Yoruba land, you grew up in Yoruba land.
Yes.
And part of your past activities included you running for councillorship.
Yes, under the Unity Party of Nigeria.
And then you were a member.
I formed the youth wing of the Unity Party of Nigeria in Bariga. You know, in the whole of Bariga Shomolu area. Okay, and I didn't make myself the head. I was the founder, but I made myself secretary of the youth wing.
Yes. Well, you were smart now.
Yes.
The secretary that controls the.
And so every last Friday of the month, we went to Park Lane, Baba Awolowo's place, where he was talking to us and teaching us how Nigeria can be re-engineered. You know, every time I talk about Awolowo, you know, we have messed up this country. How Nigerians can allow Awolowo die without ruling Nigeria? It hurts so much because I know I have met him as a young man. I've listened to him. If Awolowo were to rule Nigeria for 1 year, 1 year, it would have been, Nigeria would not be where we are.
Probably that was why even Emeka Ojukwu called him the best president Nigeria
because
never
he knew what we were. See, with all the shenanigans of the old political order, Awolowo going to jail, it was all because they were scared of him. They knew he was going to change the status quo. They knew he would not allow many of them. I'm not afraid to say it. The northern oligarchy, the status quo in the south, just didn't want to leave their feasting on the cake. And so they deprived the light that God sent to Nigeria. That's why I keep telling people. They say anybody who becomes government, president, is the making of God. I say, no, that's not true. That is not true.
But that's a contradiction of what your faith teaches.
No. The Bible said that all powers are of God. Yes, God can know about the power.
Okay.
But God may not approve the power.
But if he
Man
doesn't approve,
no.
if he doesn't approve, where is the person in power?
Listen, let me give you an example.
I'd like to.
Samuel was supposed to rule Israel under a theocratic government. Israel rejected him.
Yeah.
Because they leave him. Was that good? It gave them what they wanted.
Without playing on semantics, from your answer, it was God. Because you said
it's not semantics.
No, you said God said
because God
leave
is
them.
Let me tell you, God is an impartial God. After what happened with Lucifer, God allowed man to start thinking and reasoning for himself. And it was in his process of not wanting to gag. You know, we were talking about gag before.
Gag, yes.
Angels were gagged.
Yeah.
Angels were like soldiers, zombies. Worship, war, worship. But it didn't work. So God decided not to be over protective. Man still failed.
Yeah.
Are you getting what I'm trying to say?
I'm following you.
So man, and I always tell people that man is the architect of his trouble.
True.
So when people say, God, Ọlọ́run gbà wá, I say, Ọlọ́run ti gbà yín, ẹ̀yin kẹ́ gbára yín. You know, God has saved you. You are the one that must save yourself.
Yeah.
Okay? So God allowed Saul to take over. Not because that was God's desire.
Yeah.
Okay? So Saul was a permissible will. Not the perfect will of God. Are you following what I'm trying to say?
Fully.
Good.
Fully.
So I say this, that all powers that come are not necessarily of God.
Okay.
Yeah. See, let me give you an example. If somebody were to kill everybody, shoot down everybody, create problem everywhere, and became the president of Nigeria, you know he did all that.
Yeah.
You know the person rigged the election. You know the person displaced things. And he won.
Yeah.
Is God involved in deceit?
Well,
Is God involved in deceit?
I think we will have to set another time to go fully in this, because there is some level of contradiction. Would anything happen without God's knowledge?
No, nothing.
So
He
then
knows
how
knows-
can we now say he doesn't know of it?
God knows the beginning from the end,
Yeah.
and the end from the beginning.
Yes.
But God has also given man the power and the authority
Yes.
to choose.
So at what point then
Deuteronomy chapter 30.
do we absolve God of that knowledge and permission?
No. Adam blamed God. God decided, okay, you make what I do as I want. Listen, Adam blamed God and said, God, the wife that you gave to me, okay?
Said the woman.
Yes, the woman that you gave to me, okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, God can be absolved from this because we wanted our own choices. And so God allowed us to have our choices.
In other words, whatever choices we made, we must be ready to
Bear the
own up to
consequences.
it and bear the consequences.
That's right.
Okay, so now, politically, aren't we bearing the consequences of our choices? For instance, you talked of the Unity Party of Nigeria.
Yes.
I recall that in those days, all members of the party contributed
We were contributing money.
to the running of the party.
Yes.
Or for the running of the party.
Yes.
These days, all the political parties don't have a verifiable source of funding.
You don't draw me back to, you know.
I have to.
I went into a mood when we started talking about Awolowo.
We'll get out of it again.
Yes. Now, the point is,
yes,
I say that a man came before his time. There was no party that was doing that. Even the Talakawa party led by Aminu Kano, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay? A few people were putting money together to give to Aminu Kano to run the party. Awolowo said, you are one of the founders of this party. Okay? We were paying weekly, our ward meetings were weekly.
Yes.
We were paying weekly meetings. And my money.
Money, yes, contributing money.
I remember in those days, I had to go convert all the prostitutes in all those areas because I saw that policemen were always harassing them. So I told them, oh yeah, come to party, you are a member of UPN. My strategy to bring in members into the... And they got their cards and all that. So anytime police come to harass them, to take them away, you are prostitute. I go to the federal police station and say, you must release them. This is political harassment. And they released them. And because of that, those people were paying money. So the party had money to run. And during the councillorship primaries, for instance, the winner was not... I won. But the winner was not because he had money. And at the time I was talking to you, I was still in NTA. You know, not because I had money, but because my strategy brought in a lot of people. Okay? So the point I'm making is that this man made it easy for us to run a political party devoid of money bags who capture the soul of the party. And decides what becomes of the party.
So today, how do we apply such a strategy towards freeing the party from the overarching influence of money bags?
We are almost too far gone.
Does that mean we will leave it like that?
No. I said we are almost. I used the word almost.
Yes.
We are almost too far gone. You know, poverty is a weapon to deal with. Listen, poverty is a weapon to deal with the poor.
I also read that it is a state of mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a state of mind. Yes. But those who weaponize poverty know that poverty is a state of mind. One man of God said that the poor is wicked. Okay? Why is he wicked? Because he wants to get. So he does anything to get what he wants. Once you make it difficult for people to have, you can't tell them to come contribute to party purse. Because there are people who will tell them, don't worry, I will pay for you. And we have become used to people giving us. That's why I said we're almost too far gone.
Okay.
So, but it can be changed. The rules can change it.
Yeah.
Just like the beavers was expected to be a game changer. Indeed, a game changer. It did. We will improve on it. Okay? Litigations and all that will make us improve on it.
Yes.
Because let's not throw away the baby and the bathwater.
The bathwater, yeah.
It was a great initiative.
Okay.
But man, in his wicked craftiness, will always, especially politicians. You know, when I see people commenting about beavers and the political thing on TV, and I will be laughing. My wife says, why are we always laughing? I say, because these people are they don't know politicians. They don't know the way they think. They don't know the way they reason. The moment you are putting something in place, under 1 week, they know what to do to circumvent it.
They're always looking for the point of least resistance.
Yeah, but you see, let me tell you why.
Sometimes unseen.
Let me tell you why that happens. Because those who fashion those things are not politicians. They are academicians.
Yeah.
They are technical people. They are academic members of the academia. Listen, You need a crooked mind to stop a crooked.
You mean a cunning mind?
Well, a
crooked.
cunning mind, yes.
Yes.
Let me explain to you. Somebody said something one day, and I don't want to mention the name of the state.
No, there's no name.
Yes. But the person, that governor came to that state and changed the way the IGR comes in. Because he himself, he knows what to do.
Yeah.
So he came in there and changed it. And so the IGR of that state improved. It improved. And it's still improving.
Yeah.
Okay? So, going forward, get straight-minded politicians who know the crooked ways and to tell you what to do with the beavers. I know what to do with these beavers and it will work.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll take another break on the program. When we're back, Ime James continues sharing his ideas with us, and we'll be going to his childhood in Lagos and the situation we're facing now in the country. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still our program, Timeless Conversations. Ime James is still my guest, and let's return to our discussion. You grew up in Lagos. You went to school, primary, secondary, and all that here in Lagos. You were born in Ibadan. What was that like?
Beautiful life. Beautiful life. I would all have vision. And so it was easy for us to start primary school. I was not yet 6 when I started. They had taught me how to do the thing at home.
To loop your head, your hand over your head.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, and you know, in those days, we went to school. In the morning, we drank cocoa, hot, steamy cocoa. And then with there was this biscuit then, not Oxford, but they would just give two with butter. You know, then in Ibadan.
Yeah.
And then they will now, in the afternoon when we go for the main break.
Midday break.
Yes. We either eat asaro with those meats, 2 lumps of meat.
Yes.
Very well dried.
Yes.
And then when you eat it, it fills your mouth.
Tinko.
You know, every time I remember, and that was an economy that did not have oil.
Yes.
And this man ran the Western region better than any of the other regions. This man paid better salary
than even the federal government.
Yeah. This man gave us free education, free books for those in primary school. In some school, free uniform.
Yeah.
Then the war happened.
Yeah.
And we went home.
Home being where?
We went for Akwa Ibom, my state.
That was the old East Central State.
No.
Yes.
It was East Central. No,
it wasn't state then.
No, it was not state.
It was not state.
It was not state. You know, it was part of the Eastern region.
It was part of the Eastern region.
Yes. But we came back in 1970 to Lagos. And before the war, we had relocated to Lagos. Okay. Because my stepfather was the provost marshal of the Federation.
Okay.
And who was the one trying the coup plotters. He was the one trying the coup plotters in Zogo and all that. Major Ibangai Kanem.
Okay.
And he was going to give the report to go on at the Dome Barrack, and he was shot at the old Qatar Bridge. Okay, that was why we had to go home.
Okay.
Not because of the war.
Yeah.
We had to take him home for burial.
For burial.
And then the war cut us off. But before then, I started sneaking away to Jabako Cinema.
Welcome home.
Rainbow. Rainbow Cinema. Idera.
Yes.
You know. And I started getting involved in all kinds of funny lifestyle, And my mom was tough. The tougher she was,
the harder you became.
The harder I became. So I knew all the things, played all the things. The war hardened us also. And then by the time we came back to Lagos, I went back. Because before the war, I had gotten to primary, I was going to go to primary 5. But after the war, I came back to primary 3.
Okay.
And I went to Tinu Primary School that was close to Fela's house at Moshalashi.
Yeah, Moshalashi, yes.
Okay. And it was a beautiful thing. I would go to those days, I would go sell bread to people at Domalong and close to Fela's place.
You sold bread too?
Oh, yeah, I sold bread.
I did too.
Okay.
I sold old newspapers as well.
Okay. I will finish that because I used to leave home at about 5. Before you know what's happening, I'm through at Domalong. My bread is finished. I'll put the money in my pocket and I'll go to Idioro and jump on it. I was a conductor. And then I'll be...
Oh, you did that too?
Oh, yes.
I did as well.
Okay, wonderful. From Idioro, those days, at that time, there was no bridge. The bridge was just being built.
Yeah.
And, you hear in Idioro, Jegunle, Lusobo. We would go straight to Jegunle, until one day my mother caught me. I will quickly come back. Once it is 7, I've run home, put on my uniform, and I'm in school. And I have extra money.
Yes.
So one day my mom was going out very early. She was going to see her junior sister who lived in Ajegunle. And here was the song.
Jegunle.
When I saw my mom, I quickly ran the driver because the driver knew my mom also.
Yeah.
My mom didn't say anything. She didn't say a word. She just entered. The driver greeted my mom. My mom didn't answer her. I couldn't ask my mom for money. I froze. I couldn't ask my mom. I didn't know what to do. I stuttered until we got to Ajegunle. When my mom got down, when she wanted to go down, I ran down. And then she just went to the window and threw the money at the driver and left.
As they will say in those days,
Sonoba. My mom waited for me. I went to school. She first dealt with me at home when I came back from school. But she now went to my primary school. There was one teacher we used to call S.O. Ojo. Hey, Ojoso. Hey. The man flogs like this. They dealt with me. Did he stop me? He didn't.
So what changed you?
Life. I became very toughened. But at a point, I just told myself, I didn't like the life of police pursuing you up and down. Anyway, things I did that I can't say. I can't talk about on phone. I didn't like the life of police pushing me. So my mom took me to the Old Bende State. Instead of me going for secondary school here. My mom took me to Bende State and I got there. I had been a boxer here in Lagos.
Okay.
At Idioro. There was one guy who, I don't want to mention it, okay, he was called Mighty Joe.
I know Mighty Joe now.
Yeah.
I lived in Mushin.
Yeah, so we have started boxing there, you know. How much Jagba, you know.
Yeah, we know them.
You know, when we take it, you run.
Yes.
So when I got to secondary school, I continued, and that's how I became a boxer. I started boxing seriously until my mom saw me again. You know, we used to have the Ghana, Nigerian friendly at Roe Park.
Yes.
My mom came to Roe Park to watch me, saw me beat up the man's blue-black. Said, when you get old, that's the way they will start beating you. And she stopped me from boxing. Yeah. That's how I stopped boxing. Wow. So, but I had told myself I didn't want to live a rough life.
Okay, so was that what now pushed you to become a football fan? Or
No. Since my days in Mushin, I've been a Stars supporter.
What's wrong with all of you Stars supporters? And I asked that intentionally.
Yes.
Because at least I know about 4 very close friends, yourself inclusive,
yes,
right, who go like that.
Yes.
About Stars. What's about Stars?
Stars is a religion.
How?
Emma Forte bound to Darajeo. Emma Forte bound to Darajeo. Gbogbo wa lọ̀rẹ́ Adébájò.
Yes.
Gbogbo wa lọ̀rẹ́ Adébájò.
Yes.
Emma Forte. You know why?
Yes.
Because we didn't have money.
Okay.
And they were dealing with us. And we didn't have money and the supporters will contribute money. And I can't forget, I think it was Muda Lawal that came to play for us one day from shooting. And they collected the car to give to him.
They collected the car?
Yeah, the shooting give to him.
Yes.
And we told him, don't bother yourself. Mr. Anonymous came the next with a brand new vehicle. We buy fans for them, buy TV for them, but people will just buy things for the players. That was Stars. And that's still the way we think. It has affected me.
How?
If I become close to you now, and I come to your house regularly, and I do not see certain things in your house, I'll just buy it as a gift and give to you.
Okay.
So
it's like a culture that has grown.
I don't want to use the word cult. Okay.
Well, there's cult in culture.
Yeah. Okay. So, but I don't know how. I can't support any other Nigerian football team. It is not possible.
Talking about that, the Nigerian football scene seems to be gathering some
what?
Some growth. Now.
Until government, especially Lagos State government, helps us to come back to, you won't see the
presence of
fans. You won't see the fire that you are seeking.
Really?
Yes. Our global president, Adebayo Oluwaki.
Yes, he's one of them.
Yes. Help to re-engineer us, and we came back in 2013.
Yeah.
Stars came back in 2013 on the first day of our match after we have been off the radar for about 13 years. First day of the match at Onikon, 7,000 supporters. 7,000.
Yes.
They have never seen that.
I always wonder, I'll say, kilo shower people.
Yes.
What's wrong with these people?
Yes. 7,000. Because we played beautiful football. We beat Flamingos.
Yes.
In Lagos.
Yeah.
It's stationary stores. Popular wear.
But I get plenty more.
I would do. Especially that goal we won.
Yes. When it's about
ending, we must score.
That's just a tradition.
We must score. I don't know how it happens. When you start hearing go roll, you see our players, they'll be playing as if they were injected with something. Before you know what's happening, the goal is in there.
So now, having established this
Sorry, I was getting a bit.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
A bit animated.
We'll be going soon. So having established that level of followership,
yes,
how do you think football, sports development, but football especially, can be brought back to be a sport that people locally look forward to watching?
The first thing is to change our strategy.
Okay.
In Lagos, for instance, we have 37 CDAs, isn't it?
37, yes. Yeah, 37 and 20 local governments, yes.
A new law domesticates football clubs in the local governments. So the local government has a club and is funded by the local government.
Okay.
Allow the local government.
Sorry, but you talk about the need for government to be outside of sports administration.
You need to first help the situation before it becomes a culture. By the time it's established, no businessman wants to go into a venture that he cannot make money from. So government must initiate that first.
Okay.
At least for the first 10 years, and then ease out.
Okay.
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 Now, once that happens, so Ikeja United or
Island Boys,
Campus United,
yes,
you know, okay, Agege United.
Yes.
Before you know what's happening, the TV rights is there, advertising is there. They will not be competing. People will not be competing. That does not say that people in Agege may not support somebody, a club in Lagos Island.
Across
yes.
across the local government.
Well, but if that happens, there are also going to be other clubs who are not local government based, like stationery stores. Let me tell you, if I have £1 billion, I will sink 500 million naira in stores.
Okay. Well, you just met him. Eliashib Ime James, die-hard stores supporter. I think we'll need to set up another recording for us to explore the possibilities of footballing, following, of being a fan, and then talk about other areas. It's been nice having you on this program.
Thank you so very much.
Yes, it's
Thank you.
Been nice.
Sorry, I became a bit animated when we were talking about stores.
No, that was why I kept it towards the end, because I knew you'd be too animated.
Thank you.
Well, it's been Ime James as our guest today on Timeless Conversation. Very soon we'll bring you yet another guest. Thanks for watching. I'm Likon Ogunbanwo. Take care.
Hello there from Berlin, Germany. What are the indices around gender and sexual-based violence in Nigeria? There's an entire generation of young people, millennials and Generation Z, now having the conversations about their sexuality. You do not want to miss this debate. Join us.
Hello, welcome to today's episode of Matasada Imani. I will be talking to young Nigerians about sexuality, body shaming, and ownership. From Berlin, Germany, my name is Mercy Abang. Welcome. I will start with an issue that is central for a generation of young people, from millennials to Generation Z. The conversation about body shaming, sexuality, and body agency seems to have taken the center stage. Why has it become so important for young people? I came in close proximity with someone who tested positive for COVID. Even though I tested negative, it's important for the safety of everyone who is in the studio for me to do this from the comfort of my living room. I'd like to start by introducing my first guest. His name is Daniel Adakole. He's a Nigerian student in Germany. Hello, Daniel.
Hello,
welcome.
Mercy.
Pleased to have you join us today.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And Abdul Rashid Hassan is also a Nigerian student in Dresden. Hello, Abdul Rashid.
Hi, Mercy. Good to see you.
Guten Tag.
Yeah, guten Tag.
And I have Mohammed Awal Abubakar.
Hello, nice to meet all of you here.
If you listen to my earlier introduction about sexuality, body shaming, I wonder, perhaps I should start with Abdul Rashid. Why do you think there's a generation of young people that now place this issue at the front burner of conversations across the world? Why has it become so important for young people? Perhaps let's talk about body shaming and sexuality.
Okay, thank you for having me. First of all, like we have to say, you know, body ownership has to do with rights, and the conversation has to do with individuals from the beginning. So, like universally, or like general agreement about body is like the body is a physical entity that belongs to an individual. So most campaigns about health, like and people that talk about like sexuality or owning your body, sexual education, sexual orientation, all these campaigns, they normally do it based on that definition that the body is a physical entity that belongs to the individual. So right now, people are like beginning to see that I am this way or I am that way, it doesn't really matter. People are just learning to embrace their self.
I'd like Daniel to intervene here. Daniel, do you believe that a woman is supposed to have rights to the number of children she wants to have? Or, you know, I might decide to get married to you now and say I don't want to have kids. Is that a conversation you're comfortable with?
Yes, it's a conversation I'm comfortable with, and it's something that is open to partners to decide. So if I am to get married to someone, I think before we get married, there are certain agreements we need to reach, like the number of kids we have, where we want to live, and how we want to live. So I think before we get married, if we discuss these and I am okay with not having a kid, and the woman is equally okay with not having a kid, it's about the two of us in the relationship, then we are good to go. But if, however, I want, for instance, 3 kids and a woman doesn't want a kid, so for me, what I simply think is that the both of them should go their separate ways, because the man can get someone, a lady that wants 3 kids, just like the woman can equally get a man that wants no kid. So it's just a question of choice for me.
If you're in love with me and I say I do not want kids, you don't think it's a conversation you should respect?
It's a difficult situation. It's a difficult agreement for me to reach, because I love the woman and I equally love kid. So it has to be a trade-off. And since I'm not in that kind of a relationship with that right now, that I feel the love I have for the woman outweighs the love I will have for my kids, then I wouldn't know what to say now. But if I am to give you an answer right now, I will say I will move forward to get someone that will want, that like shares the same belief as I am.
Thank you for that honest feedback. Mohammed, do you think the productive rights of women in Nigeria is respected?
Actually, the right for a woman is respected anymore, if I can say it. But to my own belief, in the perspective of religion, human rights are protected. So I don't think women need anything like to be so open in terms of their rights, because the religion as a whole has given the woman the right. So I don't think there's any right women have to come and shoot it.
No, please.
Can you just tell me the right the woman has in a religion that protects her reproductive rights, please? I'd like to know that.
Yeah. For example, let me take in the perspective of Islamic religion. In Islamic religion, women are being like the religion has protected the interest of all women. Let's say, let me make it from the inception. In the Holy Quran, there is this verse that is saying, Ya ayyuhan nabi, qul li azwajika wa banatika wa nisa'il mu'minina yudnina alayhi min jalabibihin. So zalika an yu'rafna fala yu'dhain wa kana Allahu ghafurur rahima. So the Almighty is instructing the Prophet that he should tell the believers that the women should cover their body, because of that covering the body will protect them from sexual harassment and all sort of things. Because if you do not cover your body, such will be a trigger for the challenging factor in terms of the harassment and in the society. So I think there is nothing the religion has not done for a woman, rather than should be like coming out in the society, claiming rights.
Please, can I say something?
I don't think there's anything like.
Can I say something?
Yes, please, you can.
Islamically, body are meant to be respected, and in the Islamic jurisprudence, there is right to protect women, but in Nigeria, I don't think it's being respected to some certain extent. See, because in Nigeria, we are still not able to separate between religion and the state. It's still intertwined together. So we need to separate Nigeria and the religion, because the most vulnerable set of people in Nigeria are women, and religion plays a big factor, Nigeria being a secular state. In the up north, women don't have reproductive rights. Let's be honest. It's glaring even for the blind to see. In the south, maybe a bit. But as a Muslim in the north, if your husband say, dress this way, that is how you dress. You have to obey it whether you like it or not. And Islam, I'm a Muslim too, and Islam doesn't necessarily say that if we look at some of the pros and cons of all these things. And if you want to give birth to 2 children and your husband wants 6 children, your body belongs to the community. The community will support the woman, the man, that your husband wants 6 children, you have to produce 6 children for him. There is no way she will take that argument to that she will win. Even though her body does not conform to that, she's not comfortable health-wise or anything. Like, she doesn't want to. The stress of a baby, I cannot do that anymore. This is too much for me. I just want 2. It's 2 I can take. Nobody will support her. Like, her body belongs to the husband and the community.
I'm sorry, I want to intervene.
Mohammed, I probably want to take you up on something you said. Abdurrashid, thank you for that. You said something earlier on about the way a woman dresses and not, she should not be allowed to. Can you come back? Can we come back to that? Abdurrashid, do you think a woman has a right to what she wants to wear at any time? Sorry, not Abdurrashid, Mohammed. That's a question for Mohammed.
No, I don't think, I do not agree with that. It should be with accordance to the religion she's practicing. She should not do anything that should just suit her because she's in a certain community. She have to abide by the rules and regulations of that settings. So she cannot do anything beyond what is in that particular environment, her religion and her people. So I do not back the idea that a lady should be doing anything she likes rather than being abiding by the rules and regulations of the religion and the society.
Are you talking about Islam or? Not
necessarily Islam. The society you are. You have to abide by the conduct.
No. She said Nigeria. Nigeria is a state. Religion is another thing. And Nigeria has its own laws. We have Sharia law, we have customary law, we have this. So which one are you really talking about? Because I don't kind of get
the settings. I mean the settings. Let's say, for example, now if you are living in Kano State, you don't expect a woman to be dressing with jeans without a hijab in
Nigeria is a secular state. What if I'm not a Muslim? I'm from the West, and I come to Kano and live. I can wear whatever I like. There is no law in the constitution of Nigeria that said that there is a dressing pattern, you have to dress this way. But respect the people. If you are going to an Islamic conservative house, you can cover your body because they don't like it there.
Rashid, I think we need to allow Azina in now because she's been itching to react to some of the comments you guys have made so far.
For me, I feel like Abdurrashid was already answering or tackling some of the issues that came up. As a Nigerian woman, I am slightly offended. In fact, I am massively offended that we have to justify our existence or that we have to debate the rights that we should have. He makes general comments about the religion. Whose religion? What happens to people who do not practice a religion, right? The Constitution of Nigeria allows people the freedom of religion and from religion. That is the most important part that we don't discuss. Freedom from religion. So your religion should start and end with yourself as the individual and the person, right? And culture is not law. Culture is what it is. The rules of Nigeria are the ones that are enshrined in the Constitution, and they're very clear about the equality that belongs to men and women. Men do not control women. And I find it very amusing that the speaker earlier on thinks that the way women dress actually justifies sexual abuse. It's conversations like this that permits, basically allows men to go ahead with sexual assault, where the blame is never with them, but with the women. It's now the victim's fault for being sexually assaulted. Women have the right to be in public the way that they feel like they ought to be, just as the same with men. We've never seen women tell men how to appear or jump their bones because they look attractive, right? This excuse that we keep giving that women should cover themselves so that men will not be attracted to them, it's in the 1980s, should be dumped back there and do not belong in the laws of Nigeria. In fact, the laws of Nigeria are very clear that when you assault somebody, it's a crime punishable by time in prison.
Yeah, and dressing.
Thank you, Azina. But now that you jumped into the call, it's an opportunity for us to get into your segment, right? Perhaps I need to introduce Azina properly. Azina Mohammed is an activist in Nigeria. She's done a great job with the LGBTQ community and as the executive director at TS. I am happy she's here on the show. Now let's talk about LGBTQ community in Nigeria, because from the conversations we've had so far, it feels like it's a women conversation. But let's talk about the plight of LGBTQ community in Nigeria. Can you give us a sense of what's going on?
I don't understand what you mean by the plight of LGBT in Nigeria. Nigeria, again, remains a secular state, but we have laws that target certain minorities. We have laws that make the country improbable and unlivable for people who belong to sexual minorities, for example. That's not new. We've known that the Same-Sex Marriage Prohibition Act, which is a law that simply criminalizes marriage, has been used to target people for the way they appear, for the way they look, the way they sound, and for various other things that lead to blackmail and extortion. So Nigeria in 2020 for people who identify as LGBT is not necessarily easy. But I say that with the caveat that it also depends on class. If you belong to a higher sociological or economic class, you don't have problems in Nigeria. If you belong to a lower class where you're most likely to follow public transport, where you're most likely to need certain helps that is provided by the government, then you suffer as an LGBT Nigerian. But if you're an LGBT Nigerian of means, of course, you have the freedom and to explore whatever it is that Nigeria affords you as an individual. So I'm very wary of when people use things like religion to justify violence or to justify what their own beliefs are. There's a very popular legal maxim that says, your right stops where my nose starts, right? So if you believe that LGBT people should not have a relationship, do not have same-sex relationships. That's for you. For those who believe that same-sex relationship is acceptable, those people should then be in same-sex relationship. And I'm very clear, I have to say this because a lot of people don't know the law. The law in Nigeria simply criminalizes same-sex marriage, right? Same-sex relationships, same-sex identity is not criminalized. That's why someone like me, who is a lesbian, can exist publicly in Nigeria without being criminalized.
But we've seen members of the LGBT community come out boldly from social media to say, you know what, I can no longer hide, right? What do you think influences that, that brazen show, of display to say, I need to live, even in a place where there are laws that criminalizes the activities that my desire to have sex the way I want to have sex, or with who I want to have sex with?
I already find it problematic that you think that people are influenced, right? Or that it is bold for people to come out and own their sexuality, right?
In a society where you can be detained for 12 years.
Mercy, please, can I say something?
Is that not 14 years? Actually, is that not being brazen?
That's clear. For marrying, that's when it is a crime. Being a lesbian or a gay man is not a crime. Again, I am a lesbian. I live in Nigeria. I walk on the streets of Nigeria. I walk into the National Assembly. My identity as a lesbian is not criminalized.
Are you concerned that you cannot get married in Nigeria?
For me, it has never been an issue, right? It is an issue for
the majority of other people who want to get married.
With a caveat. So same-sex marriage, right, for example, is acceptable in many cultures in Nigeria. There are women who are married to women under many and different circumstances because their culture accepts it. You have the Kalabari people in Port Harcourt. You have the Igbo people from Anambra, from Abia, from Imo State. You have the Tiv people from Benue. So same-sex marriage is already something that is culturally acceptable, right? The law as it is has now criminalized same-sex unions and says that marriage is only between one man, one woman, to the exclusion of all others. But again, we have to look at this in context of the laws that exist as a whole. So there are different types of marriages in Nigeria. The most common one that everybody knows is marriage under the Act, right? You can also have cultural marriages. You can have Islamic marriages. So marriage under the Act criminalizes marriage of more than one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others. But Islamic marriage, for example, does not fall under marriage under the Act. So it's not criminalized. So that's where you have, for example, Igbo women who are able to marry because it's culturally acceptable. As long as you don't go to the marriage registry and say, I am trying to marry this other person who is the same sex as me, it isn't a crime. But again, Nigeria is used to going to borrow laws that don't fit exactly into our history or our culture. For everybody who is screaming culture, 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 we're a very diverse country, right? We have over 300 tribes, and some of those 300 tribes have rules and practices that are different from those of others. Does that mean we then enforce ours, whether it's religion or culture? It doesn't make sense. The richness of Nigeria is in our diversity and accepting and understanding that we all can't be the same straight-jacketed way that our next door neighbor is.
Thank you, Azina. Thank you so much. Let's go back to the studio. Can you guys react to what Azina has said? Anyone?
Yes,
especially when it comes to...
I want to briefly react to how we look at this from religious perspective and try to place it in either the Islamic religion or Christianity. I think for us as African, even before the coming of these two religions, we had our own religion. And some of the things that this religion condemn are the things that our religion, like, customarily equally condemns. So, like, the traditional African society condemns this same-sex marriage we're talking about here. And it's not just about saying that Nigeria is a secular country. Like, a country derives its law from the society, and it's not just a paper that's imposed on the people. And it's not every part of how the society agrees to live that is written in the constitution. So for Nigeria as a society, because it started from body shaming, it's not the state that does the body shaming or a Nigerian court that issues a verdict that shames people, but it's the society. So it does not necessarily have to be in the law. And the last week I equally talk about, like, same-sex marriage not being an offense in Nigeria. Same-sex relationship not being an offense in Nigeria, but the marriage. But I think according to Nigerian, like, civil law, any form of sexual relationship that goes out of the norm of what the people know, which is between a man and a woman, is an offense even before the Same-Sex Marriage Act of 2013 and which eventually got signed by the president in 2014. So I think in Nigeria it's criminalized. But to my knowledge, up till now, I don't think any court in Nigeria has been able to convict anyone for this act, because I believe when like same-sex couple in a way get taken to a court, we have a law, like a constitution, that supersedes every other form of law that is created by an act of the parliament. I don't see how this will necessarily go through the parliament, because the fundamental right of individuals is enshrined in our constitution. So we take this away from what the law say and take it to what the society thinks, because in my village, for instance, today, if a girl and a girl is caught in a relationship, it's not the police who is coming to harass them, it's the people. And I think for the LGBT community, if they really have to want to push this agenda, it's about reaching out to these people and educate them that yes, you have your way, a way that is defined by society, that this is how sexual relationships should be. But these people too are into this class, and their right as well should be accepted and recognized by the majority. So like trying to say they are on the wrong side, I don't think we'll win this argument. I think it's like educating them, telling them to be open-minded, that if you can live this way, these people can as well live in that way. So it's not just about the law, because if Nigerian government make a law today and legalizes same-sex marriage, it will still be shamed where I come from. So it's not just about what the law say, it's in the mind of the people.
I don't agree with something. There is no Nigerian law that was derived from the society. All the law we practice were imported and borrowed. If you want to solve a problem, you have to start from the beginning. Where did this problem start from? Nigeria was bequeathed to us by some people. Even the name Nigeria, we don't even know the meaning. So growing up as a kid, I used to visit my dad's place far in the north, close to like Niger Republic. I see men dressed as women far back in the early 90s. Men dressed as women, cutting like they are doing a festival, they are openly holding their self-kissing.
That was the fall down Odo in Kano.
Exactly. So if our laws were derived from the society, why didn't those people are part of us? So the law wasn't derived. Those people were not consulted. They didn't derive any law from any society. As I told you from the beginning, Nigeria as a country and religion, we've not still learned to separate it since the British used administrative convenience to just call some people together, merge them and call them the name Nigeria. Maybe the person's wife even gave us a name. There is no identity. We don't have, there is no, if our laws are derived from the society, people from the south, people from the north, they have to regionalize everything. We can't have one Supreme Court. People from the south and people from the north are supposed to have two Supreme Courts. Own your body, this is who I am. Anybody now, you willingly come. This thing you people are saying is wrong. But if when I came into the studio, I saw Facts, Miss Hashim. I know she talks about some of these things on social media, and we know about the attack she gets. So people are just using this conservative Islamic norm that is, to me, is wrong, to just suppress people and not make them know their rights. When I was young, I was growing up, going to the Islamic school. What those scholars were telling me when I grew up now and could read the Quran and understand it for my own, what I'm understanding is not the same. It's not the same the way they, because all this, Zina maybe now, she can walk in the street of Abuja because maybe she has some class, she has some backings. But an ordinary person from my street, from Iya-Ibeji shop in one street, she cannot try that, come out from my house. I'm a lesbian, walk around the street of Nigeria. I don't say support same-sex marriage, but I have nothing against people that do it. It does not concern me. It does not affect the food they put on my table. I can work with them and do anything with them. But anything you want to be, since we've agreed that that country is a secular state, let's keep it as a secular state. If we don't agree anymore that is not a secular state, let them do. Let these people law be different, these people law. You can't, because one section of the country say we don't want to do this thing anymore, you just impose it on everybody where there are those traditions. Even those sexualism or say started from the way north. I see those people growing up, they hold sticks, they are dressed beautiful. Why were nobody criminalizing them those period? Everybody plays with them. They are part of society. They come there every day. So I don't see now why some people went to make that law, how they, like maybe some people were just uncomfortable, because Nigeria, a group of 50 people that are in the elite class can just be uncomfortable with something. They will just go make one law. No one can do anything about it for 200 million people. Like, the power that those people possess are too much. That is where we need to start from. The beginning, the root cause of all these things, and begin to break it down from the beginning for people to be happy.
I want to get back to Mohammed.
To me, Nigeria is a religious nation, to my belief. Nigeria is so there is no way Nigerian can be like separated with religion. Okay? I don't think there's any place in the world like that religion is being practiced more like Nigeria, to my own knowing. So to this extent, all laws that should be taking place should be in accordance to the practices of those people in the country. That's my belief. So Nigeria as a nation, a religious nation, so we should abide by what our religion is saying. And those people, our representative in, let's say, in the House of Assembly and the rest, they are representative of us, of course. They represent us as individuals in the society, so they should go in accordance to the teaching of the culture and the religion.
Which culture? I don't understand religion.
Religion, you like what?
Religion. Which, you see, there are three religions recognized by the constitution in Nigeria. Are you talking about Islamic religion? Are you talking about Christian religion? Or are you talking about Muslim religion?
In the two major religions we have, I don't think in Islam is penalized.
Okay,
you can't be married same-sex. So what about in Christianity religion? Daniel,
what about people that you are talking about culture? I mentioned some people to you that they've been culturally living like that. What about those people that are in that culture? Where do you factor them in now that are not Muslim or Christian? Because I told you I knew some people that have been living that life before. When I was growing up, we never cast aspersion on them. They mix with us. We like them. Like, nobody, when I was growing up, tell me, oh, those people are bad people. They are not good. Nobody said that to me. We are all living together. So where do you put those people now?
Mohammed,
so now they have to go and live in hiding.
I know you're itching to talk. Mohammed, just last question for Mohammed. I'll come back. I need to go to Fakria. Mohammed, are you against a woman liking a woman and sleeping with a woman and marrying a woman?
I am totally. To me, I am totally I'm not in support of a woman marrying a woman or a man marrying. For what reason? Because I'm a religious person, so I can't go beyond what my religion is telling me.
What of people that are not in your religion?
In my own case.
But it's a country. Your religion does not own the country.
The two major religions we have in Nigeria are...
Allah said we should consider everybody. So you cannot say that because your own religion... Okay, let me give you. During the Arab tribe, during the period of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they were like body mutilation even against the enemies of Islam. But now in Islamic religion, it is not, body mutilation is forbidden in Islamic religion.
Rashid, I need to introduce Fakria now. Let's go to Fakria. Hello, Fakria Hashim.
Hi.
Fakria is also a Nigerian activist. She's a frontline member of Feminist Coalition, and she has been itching to speak for a while. Perhaps you want to react to some of the comments you've heard from Azina and the guest in the studio.
I mean, so many things have been said today, and a lot of what has been said, the language has been very exclusionary when discussing women's rights and even the rights of LGBTQ people. And I think that particularly is the problem, right? We refer to people like they're some sort of outsiders, right? Like they're not sovereign entities like you and I. And I think it's very critical that we're able to change our tone when we're referring to other people like they're not people like us, right? Mohammed said many things that I deeply disagree with. For one, he talks about Islam has given women their rights and you do not need anything else, right? He even, recited a verse here. And I find that perspective very deeply problematic, right? I mean, I will give an example of just how deeply flawed Muhammad's thinking is. Um, when women go to the pilgrimage in Mecca and Medina, they're entirely covered, right? You would think that would be the last place for a woman to get sexually harassed and abused. But that is one of the places that so many women have had their first ever experience of sexual assault while going around the Kaaba, right? The thing with saying that Islam has given you your rights is that, for one, you're dismissing the fact that you live in a country that is guided by laws, right? You're dismissing the importance of having those laws in place. You're dismissing the fact that laws have to be enforced. When you say Islam has given women rights, you're saying you're giving leeway to whoever in society decides to not fall in line. Yes, uh, less than 50% of Nigerians are Muslims. And the fact that we do not see that is problematic. Or less than 50% of Nigerians are Christians. Nigeria is not a religious country. Nigeria is a secular country. Nigeria is not Saudi Arabia. And it's deeply problematic that we see it as what it's not, because that is what gives way for undermining the rights of people, of women, people like you and I. When we talk about Nigeria in a certain way, then we're being exclusionary by the way we say the things that we do.
Fakria, thank you for that intervention. But I'll just go a bit, as in I know you're itching to react. I'll just go back to the issue of feminism. You're a member of the feminist coalition in Nigeria. And I have heard a lot of men say, I have a problem with feminism. I mean, a lot of men have said that to me. I don't know about you, but they say, oh, if you want to talk to me, don't talk about feminists. Don't say you are a feminist. Don't say, why is it that feminism, the term alone, has become very problematic for some men in Nigeria? Or some people in Nigeria, because some women have also said, the term feminism is problematic.
It may or may not be perceived to be problematic, but I don't believe it's a man's place to accept or reject it, because for one, feminism is not there for a man to accept or reject it. The structures that feminism is trying to bring down are fortified by men. So whether or not they like it is not really up to them, right? And I think I do believe we need to move past, waiting for men to accept feminism. No, it's like saying, it's like waiting for someone that has capitalized their entire lives on slavery to all of a sudden believe that slavery is a bad thing when it's served them in the best way possible, when they've been advantaged by it. So it's the same thing. It's not a man's, and this is what men really need to understand. You can support it or you can reject it. That's your personal problem, but it's not really your place to decide, okay, this is what we should give women, or because you haven't given women anything. Women have fought for these things. So why do you think that they absolutely need your acceptance before they forge and they demand or they take what they feel is rightfully theirs, right? I feel like the conversation has gone far beyond men's approval, because you won't get it, right? You won't get approval from the same people that reinforce these structures that undermine the rights of women.
A man listening to you who doesn't understand feminism, in summary, what is feminism?
It's the right to be treated as an equal. It's the right to be seen as a full human being with all of the rights that you enjoy as a person. That's just it.
Azina, you wanted to speak earlier.
At this point, I don't even know where to start from, but I'm gonna just pitch in from where Fakria left off about feminism. So for me, feminism is the social, political, financial equality of everyone, regardless of their gender, right? And this is important because the people who insist on giving a different definition of feminism are people who aren't feminists. There's a very simple two-line definition of what feminism is, but you will hear a lot of people who oppose feminism come up with 200 other definitions of everything except what we are. We are very clear as to what we are, that we demand equality for everyone, regardless of their sex. But the people who oppose feminism will tell you that feminism is misandry, that feminists hate men, that feminists are trying to destroy culture or the fabric of society. But we're very clear that what we demand and ask for is equality, regardless of whether you were born with whatever sexual parts in your body. That's the one. I think then I'd follow up with what Mohammed was saying about Nigeria being a religious state. I think that's more of a hope, but hope cannot be fact. The fact remains that Nigeria is a secular state guided by a constitution that says we the people, right? With a whole chapter 4 that gives everybody the same rights that are given to other people, which you can't take away from others, right? These things are very clear. And if there is any agenda in Nigeria, I think the agenda would be of those who believe in religion, i.e. Christians and Muslims. There are millions of Nigerians who say every single day that they do not practice Islam or Christianity, but we simply insist that everybody must tick into one of these two boxes, right? There have been very recent polls that have shown that at least 30% of Nigerians neither practice Islam or Christianity. But then you hear people who hold religion to their chest insist that Nigerians must practice a religion or it is largely Islamic or largely Christian. That's not the truth. And your belief in your religion has to end with you, not with others, right? It's one of the reasons why we're fighting Boko Haram, who insists that because they see their religion a certain way, everybody else must. If you see your religion and what it says, and you insist that everybody else must abide by it, there's nothing that separates you from terrorists, because what you're doing is terrorizing people with your beliefs. So for someone like me, who was raised Muslim, has a Muslim name, who goes to Kano and decide to not wear a hijab, it doesn't give people the rights to step outside of the laws that guide Nigeria. And the laws of Nigeria are very clear. There was earlier on a flippant line that was said that even though the laws exist, that culture should be prioritized and people should go outside laws. That's literally calling for mob violence, which is a crime. Nigeria has rules. If you are within this place called Nigeria, you have to abide by those rules. And those rules are not just the ones that you like. It's the one that guides culture that you don't believe in, which allows women to marry other women. It's the law that allows women to earn property or to buy property or to show up in a way that they feel that they should show up without you insisting that your religion has said otherwise and therefore everybody needs to practice that.
Thank you, Azina. Ada Kole, I haven't heard you speak a lot on this. Just to ask you one question,
okay.
Follow up from what Azina has said. Do you believe in the equality of a man and a woman?
Yes, 100%. I believe in an equality of men and women, just like the rights of the LGBTQ. But what I do not agree is the way we try to paint the narrative that the resistance of Nigerians to LGBT or equality of men and men is because of Christianity or Islam, forgetting that we have our values and norms and culture that guided us even before this religion came into place.
What are the values, please?
Like in a traditional African society, even before the coming of Christianity or Islam, we know how large our families used to be, which is to say, like, a man is in charge of a family and he has as many wives as he wants to. And this wife gives birth to a lot of children for him that goes to the farm. So I don't think Christianity or Islam has any role here to play. So, but when Islam came, although Islam allowed men to marry 4 wives, it's just, for me, it's a reinforcement of this thing that the people already subscribe to. For me, I am a Christian, and I know Christians that has even more than 1 wife. And when we condemn this thing and we look at it...
Will you marry 4 wives?
No. Like, so like when we look at this thing and we just say, okay, it's because of Christianity and Islam, I don't think it will take us to anywhere. What we need to tell the people is to teach them how wrong this thing is and how they progressively need to shift from how our grandparents live and live up to this time where we are. It's not by saying it's because you're Christianity. If you go to my village where they are not Christian, I believe my grandfather, he's dead, but I believe he will be opposed to same-sex marriage. But the only way to get people at this grassroots to accept this form of relationship is by educating them that, yes, you can be what you are, and let these people be what they are, as long as their right to live, their right to get married, does not temper with your own right to get married to a woman or as a woman get married to a man. So, and this is something that needs to be achieved with education. And with
can I just take you back on what you said earlier on? You said back in the days, men marry women just to have them birth children for the farm.
Yes.
So you also, by what you have said, do you think that women, the function of a woman is just to birth children?
This is the belief of our people. This is the culture of our people. Let's not unmarry these two things.
People?
Yes, it's not just in Nigeria. It's by extension, even, I don't want to speak for Europe, but like the world has moved from what it used to be 200 years. Even when we're talking about the rights of men and women, we are in Germany. The right of women used to be trampled upon here in Germany too. The changes we have here in Germany did not happen overnight. It happened with the education of their men, the education of their boys, and these women whose rights are violated are the mom of these men that are violating their rights. So as a woman, when you have a child, it's your duty to as well educate your boy child that don't say, okay, because you are a girl, you wash plates at home and let the guy wash cars or the guy wash the father's car in the morning. I grew up in a family where when my mom apportioned responsibility, he does not apportion responsibility based on the gender of the kids. But when we do this at home, we put this idea into our boy child or girl child that this is supposed to be.
Your wife tell you, I don't want to have children, no, I want to have just 2 children. Do you think she can say that?
When we started this argument, we started from a point. We are human beings too, and we have our own belief and we have what we want to be in the society. And I told you earlier that if my plan is to have 3 children, for instance, I don't want to marry 4 wives or have 20 children or have 2 boys. And I I said boys, like have 2 children. And I need a woman who conforms with me. And in a relationship, it's not just the number of kids we have. The relationship breaks up not because a woman fails to give a man the number of children the man wants. There are other factors too, and there are other factors that may lead to disagreement in the relationship, and this could be one of them. So I think before getting married to someone, that's why there is a need for courtship, and you need to understand yourself.
There's something I need you to clear up.
Okay.
If I get married to you and we agree that we're going to have 4 children,
okay,
and we started with 2, and at some point I felt like I am tired, my body is tired to have more than 2, and I called you and said, you know what, I'm done.
I will understand because we are all together in this journey. When you gave birth to the first child, I was there to see what you went through. When the second child came, I saw what you went through. So if you're going to come up with this,
I just needed to clear that.
Okay. Yes, of course. I will. Even if we don't have it, if we agree to have a child and we don't have a child, it's not just from the beginning, but we're already there, and I can understand what is happening. Then so be it.
Thank you, Abdul Rashid.
One thing that is lacking in Nigeria, I think, is education and the elite class trying to suppress people psychologically to always impose on them what they want. They come to Europe enjoying these things, they go back home and keep our people brain drained. If not, this feminism or this conversation in Nigeria, we are not even supposed to be having them. Because back then, we have people like Queen Amina of Zauzau, Funmilayo Ransom Kuti, Margaret Ekpo, and them. They were all leaders in their thoughts. And is the name feminism they don't like? I don't really understand. Let me tell you something. Anyone that try to squeal or you talk about feminism, they bring one definition or the other. They know the truth, the main fact of what people are talking about. But just because to score some point or they try to bring, I grew up with a single mom, and I know like how society are trying to bring her down. She's educated. She has a BSc, has a master's degree. Then she wants to go for another promotion to another stage. They'll say, oh, because she's a single woman, we can't trust her with that kind of situation. They bring another person there that is incompetent and screw the whole process. Society is derailing. Any conversation I'm having, I always bring my country out of it because I'm passionate about Nigeria and I want Nigeria to work during my lifetime. So all this feminism thing, to me, is not even a conversation. We have people, when Nigeria started, before the white people came and colonized us, we don't used to have boys class, girls class. It's the white people that say boys will be having one class different, girls will be having one class different. Everyone, we are the same. If you commit an offense in the society, both boy, we don't want you again. We say, oh, yeah, pack your load, go to the evil forest, go and form your own society there together. So all these things they are trying to do, to me, to be honest, is not even a conversation. We are not even supposed to be having.
Let's have a final thought from everyone so we can wrap this. Thank you so much, Abdulrasheed.
Thank you.
Because, so for example, now there are things that okay. Women can go to universities. There are some people in the north, or let me say in some places, that they don't even believe that a woman should further her education up to university level. There are people with those norms that maybe they have the asset that maybe if a woman go to university, she will be this virgin. She will not be like all those kind of thoughts in the north. There are many people I know that if a lady
hold on. Did you say if a woman goes to the university, she'll be this virgin?
I said that most of our people in the north believe that when a lady goes to the university, she's no longer a virgin. That's why many people in the north, like my place, if a woman goes to university, she finds it difficult to be married.
Is this an opinion or is this a peer-reviewed research?
But I'm a Muslim and I believe in the sanctity of Islam. What I'm against, what you believe in religion that is from one part of the country, don't try to impose it on another people.
Abdulrasheed, hold on. I need to get Awal's take on this. Awal, do these same people that you say, feel like women who go to the university shouldn't get married and all that, are they also concerned about men going to the university?
Again, I'm very, very worried that you keep taking opinions as facts, right? This is Abdulrasheed's opinions that are not supported by anything but his belief. So these are things that are coming from nothing but his belief and nothing to support it.
Awal, can you just respond to this? Are they of the same? Why is it tilted towards women and not men? Why is it that men are excluded from this conversation? Why should a man go to the university and not get this virgin there, or not be seen as someone that I shouldn't get married to because he's gone to the university?
For right to education, they should have right to many things, but there are some things that they should be denied the right. Okay?
Thank you. Fakria, please, final thoughts.
I think it's very audacious to use words like can or allow or deny, because it's not any man's place to give or take away any woman's rights. It really isn't. And the sooner men understand that, the better for all of us in this society. These rights are not given by you, so they can't be taken away by you. You can't allow women, because women are sovereign entities. It's very interesting that Mohammed is in Berlin and he's going to university, but he still believes that, when it comes to a woman, there is a bit of a zigzag to, where women should or should not end up. But it really isn't up to you or any man. Like we are guided by constitutions in the countries that we live in. And those are the only laws that matter at the end of the day. And even those laws are not, it's not a full stop that you have those laws, because if laws undermine the human rights of a segment of a people within any society, then they need to be repealed, right? And that's really progress. But
Azina
not the
Mohammed,
notion of
thank
being
you,
able
Fakria.
to deny people rights, no.
Thank you so much, Fakria. Final thoughts, please.
So I know that a lot of comments were made today about values, norms, and cultures. I want to remind everybody here that these values and cultures are not universal. What is acceptable in the North is not acceptable in the South, or in what is acceptable in the East is not acceptable everywhere. So there is diversity, which is why I keep giving you examples of things that are different, like women being allowed to marry each other in various tribes. They're not universal and they're not static. They change and they evolve. People are telling you that they've evolved, but you refuse to listen to it and you fall back on my religion, my culture. I'm telling you, women, LGBT people, minorities are standing up daily and telling you that we've evolved. You haven't, and you're trying to keep us back, and that needs to change. And unlike Fakria, I actually do believe that to a large extent, women need to start behaving like men. If men want to allow or deny us things, it's time we too deny men certain things. I don't think we should allow men out at night. They are the ones who bring the most violence to Nigerians generally. We shouldn't allow men to be outside. We shouldn't allow men positions of power because frankly, they've had it for too long and all they've done is destroy the country. We shouldn't allow men access to rights of others, right? They've proven that they can't be trusted with it. How dare we give men rights over their own bodies? I think that we need to also start being audacious and take up space and take away rights from men. Let them see how it feels for a while.
Thank you so much, Azina, for the final thought. Let's take away rights from men and see how it feels for a while. That's a powerful one. Daniel Adakole, thank you so much. Abdul Rashid Hassan, thank you for making our time to join us. Mohammed Awal Abubakar, thank you so much. But especially, I will not forget Fakria Hashim joining us from London and Azina Mohammed from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone for sharing their thoughts with us on this issue, gender, sexuality, family planning. From all of us in Berlin, thank you for joining us. My name is Mercy Abang. Join us again next time. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed. Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are trade for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, The visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Polly Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than, you know.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
This is TW Conversations. Today's woman just having fun, sharing her ideas and all those things that bother her. a no holds barred, no sides, just any of these ladies that you think is being crazy, that you think is being lovely, great. You just identify with them. And today, my friends and I are going to be talking about finding purpose and the journey it takes to get there. Aren't we ready for the show today?
Yes, we are.
Oh, everybody seems like, aren't we ready for the show today?
Yes, we are.
So if you stay tuned, we're back with our conversations, and I will sit down right this time. I had to find a comfortable position. Yeah, but we're back shortly. Okay, before we start, I think I would like to switch.
Woke up on Sunday morning.
You come this way.
Told my daddy I'm leaving home.
Yeah. You guys,
going off to
you know the song by Daria Kalari?
Tomorrow, even though I don't know where to go. Daddy says, son, don't be a fool.
Don't be a fool.
This life in the city.
You need to bring the song down. I mean, I had to start with that song. Ladies, you guys know Daria Talade's Pray For Me. Yes. You know, it's like when you're setting on a journey to purpose, really, you need prayers as much as possible. What do you think? As I say, welcome back. We're getting into the groove immediately. And I'm going to start with Rosie, because she's right next to me. Getting on the journey to purpose. You can understand what Daria Talade did in that song, asking Daddy, I'm going to the city, you need to pray for me, because I don't know where I'm going. Is that kind of like what happens to us in life?
I think in life we're often challenged at different times, and we keep asking ourselves, why are we here on earth?
Mm-hmm.
Why have we been put on here? What is your impact? What are you going to leave behind? And we question ourselves, but our purpose changes, I believe, as we travel through life on this journey. So based on experiences, based on things that impact us, we start questioning and reaffirming.
We do that early? Do you think people do that really from like Chisom's age? Do they start to question, or they just get on with it? They just live?
I think that almost happened to me, because I remember after NYSC. Well, at some point, when I finished, there was a phase that I had to go through that. Maybe I should put it that way. Because I know when I finished NYSC, it was my sister's wedding, so we all went back to Calabar. After older sister's wedding. Mm-hmm. And then I realized that, okay, everybody had gone after the wedding. What's next? I was trying to get a job, and I'm like, you know what? This Calabar is not working for me. I just carried my bags and I went to Lagos. And my dad was like, you're just going to Lagos. What's going to happen there? Because I just left and I just went. And somehow, in a few months, I got a job, and here I am. But that exact thing happened to me.
I wonder it was purpose that was driving you, though.
I just know that I shouldn't have been there. I don't know. I just felt like
that's how... I should have been in the Efuk land.
Any longer than that. I was like, you know what, maybe just try. And I guess that as I've grown older, I've also realized that, you know what, just be doing something. Somehow it will fall into place.
I don't know about purpose. One thing I know for sure is that first how that we talk in this place, she will first listen to all of us before she comes in. You're the gentle one in the house.
Well, I don't know. The thing for me about purpose is I've never seen myself like, okay, this is what I want to do, this is why I'm here. Because I just feel as if I'm questioning God. Because there's no way God is going to talk to me and say, oh, Sauda, this is my vision for you. So sometimes, even in my business and in my life, in my marriage, I always try to be a bit flexible. I don't want to be the one saying, God, this is what I want, and this is exactly what you're going to give me.
Does it have anything to do with religion? I don't know. Does it have anything to do with your faith?
I won't be able to answer that question, because I think about it in the religion. I'm biased in one way, because everything is about religion. So me praying to God and say, God, I'm like coming here, I'm like, I have to do this, this thing must work. I'm like, what's wrong with you? God is the best of planners. He sees everything.
So submit to his will.
So you cannot actually say, this is my purpose. He never told you that. You assumed it, you took it, and you're telling God to bless you.
Do you agree, though? But you're young. I keep saying this, but don't worry. You know, ignore me. Because you are at the point where we assume that the young ones have no purpose.
But haven't realized it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, some of us haven't identified what our purpose is. On the other hand, some of us have. I think I'm one of those people that I'm on my right journey to purpose. I think it's it's majorly from the experiences that I've had before that is enlightening me more on the path to go.
What are those experiences that made you so wise? So wise and so sure.
Till 90, I know. And you turn. You know, I found out that in phases, life
like Rosie already said.
Rosie said, purpose differs, they change at a point. I think the assignments under the purpose actually changes, not the purpose itself. So I think your purpose, I think my purpose in life has to do with humanity, and it could differ at some point in time. I could do humanity.
No, I think humanity is broad. If you ask me,
yes.
There's so many.
Yes. So, like she said, yes, like Rosie said, purpose actually differs. No, the assignment under the purpose differs, but not the purpose itself.
Is that what you're saying? I think ultimately you must be at a place of balance, of peace.
But what's purpose then?
So when you are achieving your purpose, that is when all is aligned. Because you're at peace with yourself, you're able to impact, you're able to drive change. But your soul is at one, literally, with the universe. So if it is around, and I know, Chisom, you do stuff
backwards.
Okay.
Okay, purpose, yes. Instead of searching for purpose, there's a saying that goes that when the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable.
Absolutely.
So if you say to yourself, okay, if I don't know what my purpose is, I may stumble on it accidentally and abuse it, even myself. So that should drive you to try to discover what it is so that you don't misuse the opportunities.
Well, I think purpose could come from identity. Identity is very important. A lot of us have misplaced priorities because we haven't identified who we are as a person.
I keep hearing this.
If we have
this little rat telling me that a lot of us have. How does a 20-year-old know what their identity is? Very early, you know, at her age, I was going to disco and Tizo. You know, and just it was just nice fun.
Yes, I have really fun in my own way. Like I like to chill in my own way. I don't.
What is the thing that gives you peace, like Rosie said? What's the thing that gives you peace and makes you feel is not paying the bills? Because a lot of people have said that my purpose is to do humanity.
Are you sure you're Efak? And you're not
Ebro. My husband has rubbed off on me.
No, but I wonder if purpose is necessarily where we drive our financial
revenue from,
independence from.
Okay.
You'd have someone who is aligned and the purpose and that drive is generating an income. But there are others who may use their income to drive that purpose.
Yes.
So I think we could look at it in different ways. But ultimately, are you doing something that fulfills you and causes you to feel that I am having an impact in this world? I am giving something to this world and I'm leaving my presence in the sands of time.
Okay, ladies, let me just say this. We're talking abstract now. So maybe we should define purpose as we understand it. Okay. And I'll start with Saudat because I don't know how easy it is for your purpose to be disconnected from your faith. Because I, as a Christian, I believe, when I ask myself, what drives me is love of God and love of man. So everything else I do is centered around that. And it's only with age I got to that point. At 17, I was telling God I want to be able to wear jeans at 40. You know what I mean? You know?
Yes, I can relate. I can relate because I have to ask. When I pray, I will just pray for clarity. Why am I here? Sometimes I go like, use me. This, what I'm doing, I want to use it to serve you. So I define my life, my marriage, my business and everything. It's always as if I'm serving God. So my purpose as a Muslim, I tell myself that I'm a Muslim. I'm now a Muslim by choice. I'm a Muslim by birth, but it got to a point where I became a Muslim by choice because I could understand it. I had read the Quran. I knew what was, what it said. And I could relate it to what I'm going to do. So when people say, "Oh, this is why God put me here," I'm like, I never am able to relate because you get people that have done something for so many years, and maybe because someone had an accident. Because of what happened at that point, it changes them and they start focusing on something else.
Absolutely. Like people who end up having children with disability, for example.
Yes.
And they start a new life path.
They start an NGO, they start something that is totally different,
That sometimes in the middle of your pain, you actually find your purpose.
Or your experience, not necessarily pain.
But joy. A lot of,
but
does it come out of pain most times? I think it's pain that actually keeps you in the butt. Yes, because I can't relate with a woman who is believing God for a child. Because I had babies easily. But a woman who has spent 10 years waiting on God for a child can sit with somebody who has spent 5 years and is, discouraged, and she understands the path.
If you look at it differently, some of us stumble upon it.
Okay.
Sometimes it gets pointed out to you.
Yeah.
You don't even know that's what you're about. Then someone says, you know what? I went through an experience when I lived in South Africa. And because they're very akin to why Why did we go through this? What? And I found out at a point, a friend said, you know what? We all wouldn't be here if it wasn't you as always connecting people.
What was the experience?
My experience was one of being almost like the fulcrum.
And it was
so
too much for
different
you.
types of... At the end of my stay in South Africa, one of the things that motivated me leaving South Africa was I felt spent. Emotionally, I had been drained. That's how I felt.
You were
because
everybody's
I was always
ear.
in the middle of it, but in for positive things. But ultimately, I was done. And I wanted
As a
to come
Christian,
home.
there's something that has been, a lot of people have preached about it, and it's always like, don't waste your pain.
For you, your father, your parents were pastors, and so have you become a Christian by choice?
My mother's pastor. I grew up in. I didn't have a choice. As in,
so but now
just where your clothes be going.
Is it a
Now
choice?
it is a choice. I've come to realize that I understand the religion better, like she was saying, and I believe that I now know why I'm a Christian.
And
you know, and I feel like
thing
my
we have in
purpose.
common. Because my father was a bishop in the Methodist.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow. So I grew up
initially
in a
you're
man's.
compelled to go to church. Well,
Initially.
I'm going to church.
Initially.
Yeah. So yeah, but I feel like don't waste your pain is one message that has really touched me, because I feel that everything you go through, that's the way we're everything you go through is for a reason. So when you go through some sort of pain or when you go through some sort of experience, how can I pass it on? How can I pay forward?
I wonder though what kind of pain you could have experienced that made you so wise. Because I mean, you're here worried about humanity, worried about this. Something must have happened to you that made you worried.
Yes, growing up, I think the society painted a picture of how...
You are still growing up.
I'm still growing up. I'm still growing up.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah. So anyways, growing up... So growing up, the society painted a picture of how a woman should be, how a woman should grow up and become. And there was a lot of issues about self-esteem, bullying, self-confidence.
Were you bullied?
Yes, I was.
But you went to an all-girls school, if I know.
Well, yes, I did.
That was high school or...
That was high school. But then bullying doesn't only have to be physical. It could be very emotional.
Wow.
Yes, especially when people just look at you and think that everything is all right. Nobody knows what's going on in your mind. Nobody knows the words people say to you actually means a lot.
Okay, I guess that's why your purpose became talking to the younger ones to help them build up a self-esteem.
Yes, one of the major reasons.
Okay, so it's on a phase. I must take a break. I'll take a break and... okay, no. Let me let her land, right?
Sure.
So, so because this bullying, you didn't tell me quite if the bullying was from your fellow classmates or the bullying was from society. Just being in the world. You keep saying society.
Yes, school was one. I mean, they did not have to, like I said earlier, it wasn't physical, but through their words and through their actions.
Let me just make it easy for you. This girl had to drop one class.
Yes, I had to repeat.
Absolutely, she had to, and that changed her.
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
I had to
secondary
repeat.
school must have been.
And that period where I had to repeat, a lot happened. It was a moment for me to decide if I wanted to keep seeing myself as a failure or if I was going to move ahead. And I think the point where I had to repeat was not just it. It was things that came with it. You know, the fact that your juniors became your mates and your mates became your seniors.
Yes.
You know, and people who used to be your friends just sort of looked at you like, hello, dumb, you know.
So how did you get out of that? I mean,
that's a lot to deal with.
You know, she said something. She said, everything happened for a good reason. That's how most of the...
I don't know which one. Okay.
And, you know, because I believe that strongly. So when I'm in pain or when stuff happens, I try not to go too deep into that pain. I go like, okay, cry as much as you want to cry and now ask yourself. I believe strongly that when something happens, you need to have clarity and go like, what is this for?
Did you ever feel that kind of pain that made you change?
Every pain is change.
Pain of childbirth.
But
you still went back to the labor room.
You don't want me to tell you the story of that. I did because I knew I didn't want one. But my mom was with me in the first one, and I looked at her. My mom had 5 kids, and I'm like, why did you do this 5 times?
So she was asking why I did it 6 times.
You all know that story, I think. But, you know, I was so upset. I could only do twice, honestly. But every pain, you know, so that you made a statement, I can't quote you, but, you know, it's like, Don't waste your pain. There is something. There's always something.
lesson
You
in
fall
it,
down,
yes.
you have an accident, your child dies. Yes, we all have to, but you have to find out, sometimes there's a hole there. If you do not acknowledge the hole there, you fall every day. So you must know whether you have to fill it up or whether you have to go around.
Perfect point to take a break. Anybody who's wise will know they have to put an advert in this magazine, in this show, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take a break so that we can put those commercials in it. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our lounge. We've been having a lot of fun during this break, but then we want to bring another angle to it. What's the place of your skills when we talk about purpose? Is it very important? How important is it?
Well, whether there's difference between skills and passion is what I should be asking, really. Because, I mean, you, for example, clearly you had computing or web design skills, and you decided to use that to do the business that you're doing. But is your business related to purpose?
I don't want to talk about purpose. I just want to talk about the passion I have.
So
because this purpose thing, it can change tomorrow. So today is the passion I have for women. I just don't like hearing that, women can do this or men can do that. And the only thing disturbing women is because they have to take care of the home. It's something you can outsource. So for me, my passion is making sure that the woman can go to work.
Can be who she is.
Can be who she wants to be without the excuse of, I had to go to the market to shop. So the skills I had when I started was to design a website. But by the time I found out in the business, I found out it was way beyond just putting a website up. You are managing women, and you know how we are. You have to manage.
Are we?
Everybody has their own life. We might eat eba, and we might make eba in our own. Everybody has one special something. They want to talk to you. They want to, you just have. So many skills have to come in apart from
along the way. You develop more skills to make it easy.
Your passion, you have to train. If you want to follow your passion to maybe start a business, there are some skills you need to have to run that business. So it's not passion you're going to use to run business.
Is passion and purpose the same?
For me, not necessarily. I think I'm more passionate than purpose. I'm passionate about people, especially women. So things that pertain to us, when we had a confectionery company, people will come to pick their wedding cakes. So a couple will come. So we'd end up spending 2 hours to counsel. Because even picking the color of the cake, my family wants red, his family wants blue. Then she'll look at him, what do you mean they want blue? Okay, so I'll say, calm down. Couples always left finding out something that they didn't know about each other. So we helped to even them out. We told them what it was going to be like when they tried to merge both their lives together.
As for you, it was
so I found out that
women.
I could talk to people easily, and so I still do now. I counsel sometimes from my experiences and from other things that I've learned and read about over time. People find it easy to talk with me about them, and I can do that.
I can see how to.
Yeah, for me, I think they're interrelated. Passion, purpose, and skills. I mean, what's the essence of you doing what you're doing? What's the essence of you trying to counsel someone? That's because you're passionate about what you do, about your cake business and all. But the reason why you're counseling and the reason why you're going an extra mile, it's because of your uniqueness. And that uniqueness comes with your purpose. You don't want to have bad cakes. You don't want to give people bad
service.
Or even if it's what you do now, which is script
so you don't want to. Yes, you don't want to give people bad service, and that's the purpose of why you're passionate about it. And the only way you can do it better is when you improve on your skills. So you're probably doing more things to get better.
At being skill or natural ability.
Yes. No, but you see,
sometimes your skills are natural ability.
Sometimes. No, but you hone it.
Yes, you hone it. You have to train it. Yes, you have to train it. Yes.
True. I admire people who are doing things that are their purpose. When I, read up stuff on Chisom and I find that she engages with these younger women and brings them up to, questions them, challenges them, guides them, then I think, why can't I do stuff like that? But to each one, their own.
Yes.
So how do you... Passion and purpose, I think, are related. Now, what is it driving me to do? I look at my skills, and I think I'm fortunate that I have an opportunity to engage with people as employees, and I have a role to play.
As an HR.
But as an HR head. But then the fortunate thing is that I am all about unlocking people's potential. And that's what drives me. And so my purpose is opening the door
So you're
helping that person open that door and walk through it.
Even if
and
it
become
becomes
themselves.
spent in the process.
even if
The price you're ready to
I can't
pay.
hold myself back. So I'd be the one who'd be overworked. But I'll be like, yeah, but we can do this. But I get the energy from it as well.
Let me try and come in there. You mentioned something. You said you like what she does, and you think, why can't I do that? You see, that's what happens when we copy. A lot of people copy. You know, you see someone doing something, and you go like, I can do that. But you see, what sustains her is something I learned in Vital Voices. I'm an alumni of Vital Voices. It's called driving force, which you mentioned. You know, you're running a business, and someone wants to copy your business. There's a driving force that comes to play when challenges come. And that is the only thing, and your driving force, your purpose, your passion, is going to sustain you through all the crises.
Yeah.
So if someone copies your business, the person cannot run it the way you're running it, because what drives you, the driving force about that business is what's going to sustain you when everything, when
I will come
there's a
in
problem.
here. That's if there are conversations, there are no conversations like the ones you find here. So, I mean, it's true. I mean, if you are sure of what you want to give, even if the money is not there, you must agree with me. You do it anyway for the fun, for the value it brings to others. But are we women? Do we understand this, and how early? She understands it. Is she lucky to understand this?
She's lucky. She is. She's lucky at her age. She's lucky. My daughter has found her purpose. She's 21.
What's her purpose?
She's a fine art student, and then she did some work with an NGO in the summer, helping young children in a remand home express their emotions through art. So she said to Mommy, snap, art therapy. I want to start a social enterprise. I want to teach people how to express their emotions through drawing.
So how do we recognize
But
this?
it takes courage.
It takes courage,
I honestly
yes.
give it to anybody that has left. I see people that have left paid employment and the structure that comes with it. You know that at the end of the month, you have a structure, you have a family to feed, you have all
And
that.
25th of
I'm
salary
telling
is
you. But to leave and go and start something takes a lot of courage, and I give it to every woman that's doing it.
Can we just round up with saying, on the journey to purpose, right, there are certain things that you just have to suffer or enjoy.
Endure.
Okay, on the journey to,
Better.
okay, for you, on the journey to purpose, you must learn to
be patient. It works itself out. For me, it's courage. Do the things that you actually think you should be doing. It's
Okay.
hard to, but try.
And then for you?
For me, it's just know yourself. Know who you are.
Okay.
It's not what you don't have that limits you, it's what you have but don't know how to use.
That's not yourself. It's not what you have that limits you, it's what you have that you don't know how to use. What do you think?
I think listen to your inner self.
Okay, so, I mean, we're all coming to the same conclusions here. I mean, are we all thinking alike? Have I done this thing wrong or something? I'm happy to find out that even at 20, you understand that that's what you're at 20, at 30, at 40, at 50, or even 60, getting close to 60, you find that if you find the purpose, if you're courageous, if you're patient, if you know who you are, if you don't limit yourself, and if, what did you say?
Listen to your inner self.
Okay, listen to your inner self, then it's a no-go. So, have we made any sense today, guys?
Yes, I think we have. We
Okay.
hope so.
Okay, if we have made sense, I think you should just
We've learned from each other, which is amazing. I think for me, that's walking away knowing that, oh my God, another part of my brain has opened up. And I want to sit and reflect. I want to sit and reflect purpose, passion, skill, self-limiting beliefs.
Yeah.
Looking at know yourself.
And being courageous.
Being courageous.
And something about admiring, you can admire, but like she said, it comes two ways. Admire because you are actually getting motivation and inspiration from whatever it is. It's more or less like a block for you a path for you to go through, not for you to bring down or just to want to be like someone else is.
So are you saying that when we tell our children have a role model, is that positive now, or is it limiting them? If they pick someone that doesn't exactly fit where their purpose is
It starts with the mind.
Yeah.
Why you're doing it, you know, yes, I think it's important for you to have a role model, but you should have it for positive reasons, for the right reasons.
Who decides what's
not
positive?
Because
Who decides what's positive? So I think at the end of the day, it's a function of maybe not one role model, maybe two, maybe three.
Yes,
But
no
find
heroes.
yourself.
No heroes.
Whatever the case is, don't hero worship.
Yes.
And we find that we're doing that a lot around here these days,
Yes.
right? And we do a lot of copy.
Yes.
But the truth, whether you copy or you hero worship, what it is that you are only limited by the limit you set on yourself.
Exactly.
Once you're courageous enough and you're patient and you know who you are and you pursue the purpose, you shall endure. So like Dari telling Daddy, pray for me. Pray for yourself. And at the end of the day, know that this journey may be tough, but the journey to purpose, when it's merged with passion, takes us there. You may not give us cash. We'll see you next week.
Hey, yes.
You love a song, yeah?
I'm going to find it.
Oh my God, that was a very
It's
Are you content?
Yay, okay,
So you can get up and before we're finished now.
I want to do.
Look, Mr. Dick, mind you.
Want to play? Okay, do
I must take a double portion of her anointing. Sam. I always say it's an minute. What's his name? It's 10 years time that you say, Alan said it. Yes, so I was my mentor, mentee.
I bless you.
Thank you.
I mean, it's so much more fun. Just enjoy this. Can you imagine this game? What's his name? Come down.
She's always had that
Don't mind that.
always like this. Look at everybody use your small camera. You can't see us well, Jerry. What are you recording in this small camera?
How can you really bully somebody?
I'm not going to fear that. You know they're woes you like.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Bunganyi. This week on the Red Carpet, we chat with Ethiopian rapper Jemberu Demeke about his new album, Esatu Say. We meet a winemaker that is introducing Ethiopian honey wine, commonly known as Tej, to the American consumer. South African fashion entrepreneur Rich Nisi wins the Best Designer Africa Award. Those stories, plus we go to Mozambique to check out the Madala Vaku-Nyasa, a life-size elephant made of wool and iron that is on display in Maputo. Let's get on with the show. South African fashion entrepreneur Rich Nisi won the Best Designer Africa Award at this year's Africa Fashion App competition held in Paris. The Fashion App competition is a creation of Share Africa, a platform that brings together top designers from countries around the continent. British Standard Type, a London-based organization that creates, publishes, and distributes custom typefaces, has collaborated with the British-Nigerian artist and designer Yinka Ilori to create a new font called Yinka Saz. The new font features Ilori's traditional bold, provocative, and playful visuals with rounded new letter forms. Ilori is one of Britain's most celebrated artists who often features his Nigerian heritage in his designs. Ethiopian singer and producer Jemberu Demeke is known for his innovative musical style, which he dubs tonic fusion. This unique genre is a blend of Amharic raps, trap music, and samples from various contemporary styles. Red Carpet caught up with him at his studios in Addis Ababa as he was preparing to release his second album, Esatu Say. Let's check it out. Jemberu was busy in studio putting final touches on his album before its release. He says that Esatu Say is a reflection of the diverse influences that have shaped his sound and the creative vision for Ethiopia's evolving music industry.
My music, I make it, I like to make fusion. I call it tonic fusion. So I kind of, find different aspects of modern music that I like, and then I try to combine those. For example, I'm currently working on a track called Lela, and it's like this Jersey club beat mixed with some Ethiopian Amharic rapping with a little bit of trap, and also a little bit of I would say sampling going on. I'm in the zone what? Album that I've created around that has its own meaning, its own voice, and its own, outlook, visuals, and it's part of this greater journey I call Salion, which is a bunch of characters that I have that I interchangeably I'm going to define and show to the audience, and I'm going to also use this to say that we are not all people think we are. We could redefine things, and we can push those limits and boundaries in music and in expression.
Jemberu's journey into music began behind the scenes as a producer. The self-described computer geek was fascinated by the technical aspects of music production. This background has heavily influenced his approach to creating music, where meticulous attention to detail and the deep understanding of sound engineering play crucial roles.
Hadn't I been a producer, I wouldn't actually start singing or rapping. So, when I started producing, it was because, I'm a computer geek, kind of guy. So every time I'm on a computer, I want to check out the next new app or what's popping. And, I come across these applications. I come across this app called Fruity Loops or FL Studio. And, I'm dabbling with some beats now, and I have a few beats on my computer, and I don't know any musicians. And I'm like, oh, what am I gonna do with these beats? And that's when I was like, okay, you know what? Let me just try. Let's try some bars. Let's try some rapping.
Jemberu's new sonic experimentation represents the evolving landscape of Ethiopian music. By incorporating Amharic raps with the rhythmic and melodic elements of trap music, plus other contemporary genres, he creates a sound that is both familiar and refreshingly new. His work is influenced by both local and international artists, which is evident in his ability to merge traditional sounds with cutting-edge musical trends. Giza Negusi, CEO of Negus Winery, is on a mission to introduce Americans to Ethiopian culture through the experience of drinking tej, also known as honey wine. With the recipe dating back to over 3,000 years, Negus Winery brings a unique and delicious taste of Ethiopia to the United States. VOA's Phil Alexiou has more.
Which one is your guys' favorite? The honey wine. Yes, that's my mom's recipe. Yeah, so that's the reason why I call it Mama's honey wine. When I lived in San Francisco, I got a chance to visit a lot of top wineries, including Robert Mondavi and some other big ones. And this is semi-sweet, filtered. Okay. And then I couldn't find any wineries carry our product or honey wine or tej. So I was like, you know, it's better if I start something completely different for the people who never tried it before, something completely different, which is honey wine or tej. Tej is over 3,000 years recipe. It dates back over 3,000 years, the time of Queen of Sheba. International አይደለም. Those guys are from Ethiopia, and in Ethiopia we drink tej in the different kind of vessel. We call it brele, B-E-R-E-L-E. So they cheers each other because that's how they celebrate drinking tej. We call it tej honey wine.
Yeah, so my friend Molly found it online, and she recommended it as like the first Ethiopian winery in the area. I had never had honey wine before, and I thought I really wanted to see what it was like. And it's truly been a delicious, delightful afternoon.
I love that it's also bringing Ethiopian culture and drink here in Alexandria.
My dream is to introduce our culture into the United States. To me, it's a big opportunity to introduce something completely different than grape wines.
Madela Vakunyasa, the life-size elephant made of wool and iron, is the result of artistic talent combined with a passion for nature, a mission to protect and preserve wildlife, and the promotion of peaceful coexistence between man and wild animals. The sculpture, made in collaboration between international artists and the community in the Niassa Reserve, is now on display at the Franco-Mocambican Culture Center in Mozambique's capital, Maputo. Sergio Nyambi has this story, narrated by Mayra de la Salette.
This life-size elephant made of wool and iron on display at the Franco-Mozambican Cultural Center is more than art. It represents dreams, culture, and efforts to preserve wildlife. The sculpture, named Madala Vakunyasa, was created in the Mozambican Niassa Reserve. Biologist Paula Ferro and director of the Lugenda Foundation, Derek Littleton, had the idea as they witnessed the difficult moments of elephant poaching.
We were about 8 years ago struggling with illegal hunting, illegal poaching of elephants. And we were close to lose all of the elephants of Niassa Reserve. That was a huge crisis that we thought that we were losing our fight to save the elephants.
The idea was to create a sculpture with traps and material confiscated from poaching and to mount the bones of dead elephants inside. Years later, the project took on a new dimension.
Instead of putting these bones, these dead elephant bones, to knit a crochet skin with a colorful wool. And this colorful wool was like to represent the hope in the communities, the hope in the conservation work that we are doing, and bring life to this elephant. All of these activities that were very hard and sad for the reserve, that is represents a very sad time. We transformed it into a beautiful sculpture.
Madala Vacuniasa is now at the Franco-Mozambican Cultural Center until October 2024. The sculpture will be sold afterwards, and its proceeds will be used to build the School of Arts and Crafts, Paula Ferro said.
Tembelani Zondo, a young inventor in the town of Woodford, South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province, uses recycled materials to build a car and other robotics. Zondo has big dreams and says he hopes to one day get the opportunity to make a difference with his talents. Reporter Iasan Hafeje has this story from the town of Woodford in South Africa.
22-year-old Tembelani Zondo has made a name for himself in his community for creating all sorts of interesting inventions with limited resources. The young inventor is not letting his circumstances hold him back. He says he believes he has been given a talent that he can use to change people's lives.
I can create everything, anything at any time. Since I was young, I was creating things. It's a God-given talent.
Tembelani made local headlines when he unveiled a car he built from scratch. Bugatti, a European luxury brand which can cost millions of dollars, is Tembelani's favorite car maker. He would never be able to afford a real one, so he decided to build his own model using repurposed materials.
What inspires me is, first of all, I love cars too much. So it is the reason that I decided to create one of them. I created the Bugatti Shark because that car is my best car. It is the brand that I like.
Tembelani lives in a modest house with his mother and 7 other siblings, with the family surviving on government assistance. Tembelani dropped out of school in the 11th grade, saying he struggled to concentrate in class. He has been unemployed since. Materials for his inventions are hard to access, and he often uses recycled materials in his community. With no formal training in mechanics, Tembelani has now shifted his focus to robotics. He is working on a few new inventions, including a robotic arm which he hopes can one day assist people with disabilities.
All my robotic stuff, I wish to help people with disabilities, as I created the hand robot for people who lost their hands, because there are so many accidents in our daily basis. So I'm willing to help them.
Lack of opportunities continues to be a source of frustration for young people. But Tembelani says he is determined to overcome his circumstances and achieve his dreams. Ehsan Hafeji, VOA Africa, Woodford, South Africa.
Thank you for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye everyone.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I am Sunday Shumari. This week on the Red Carpet, we chat with guitarist John Collins, who left England, his home country, to move permanently in Ghana. The South Proteas, South Africa's men's national cricket team, are relaxing their quota system, much to the delight of their supporters. Those stories, plus it is fair to say that popular Mexican actor Eugenio Derbez has made it in Hollywood. MMA fighting is expanding its reach in Africa. The Professional Fighters League officially launched its Mixed Martial Arts African competition in Lagos in July, offering fighters the chance to win as much as $1 million. Ethiopian cyclist Binyam Girmay made history as the first black African rider to win Tour de France Stage 12, making it his third stage victory in this year's race. John Collins visited Ghana as a child with his father, but life brought him back years later, and the musician never left. VOA's Isaac Kaledzi met him in Accra, and Anthony Labruto narrates the story.
John Collins was already a musician in his British homeland when he moved and settled permanently in Ghana. But it wasn't his first trip to the African nation.
I came to Ghana as a child, not with any purpose, but then I came back to Ghana in 1969 to be with my dad, because my parents, my mum and dad had divorced, so I wanted to be with my father.
Today, he is a well-known figure in Ghana and West Africa, mainly for his work on popular and neo-traditional music, including highlife and Afrobeat.
I joined so many different bands, I formed so many bands. I went to Nigeria, I played with people like Victor Owaifu, and worked a lot with Fela Kuti, Anikulapo Kuti in Nigeria, worked with bands in Ghana, went on TV, I did so many things, but it was all a labor of love.
John Collins has also worked as a music journalist, writer, and historian. His academic publications on African popular and neo-traditional music are used in universities all over the world. But, he says, living in Ghana was not all that smooth for him.
Well, it's very tough, of course. I mean, I never in Britain experienced things like coups and curfews, shortages, and so on. Dumso, all these things.
Here, at the University of Ghana's music department, Collins helped structure a course in popular and traditional music and taught for many years. He inspired his former student, Eric Suno Do, to become a music lecturer in the department.
And what fascinated me about him was, like you're saying, that here is a foreigner, a white man, teaching us our music, whilst our people were teaching his kind of music. So I found that to be quite interesting, intriguing, and that is what drew me more closer to him.
Collins married a Ghanaian and has a son and a grandchild. He feels that it is the Ghanaian people who have made his stay in Africa memorable.
All I've been talking about is not about the climate, not about the food, the sunshine. Everything that's positive is ultimately people. It's people who create the world.
Collins has spent his career learning popular and traditional Ghanaian music and helped inspire young Ghanaian musicians like these ones who gather here at the University of Ghana every month to keep both genres alive. For Isaac Kaledzi in Accra, Ghana, this is Anthony Labruto, VOA News.
Popular Mexican actor Eugenio Derbez has made it in Hollywood. His bilingual comedy, Acapulco, on Apple TV is critically acclaimed and has put his work in front of new audiences. The show's star and producer spoke with Veronica Villafañe about his mission to create an authentic, family-friendly series that positively represents his home country.
It all started with a job at Las Colinas.
Bilingual comedy Acapulco, now in its third season, has become a global hit for Apple TV and its star.
Dad,
Mexican actor Eugenio Derbez, who is also the show's co-executive producer.
It was 1985.
Set against the backdrop of 1980's Acapulco, Mexico, it weaves between the past and present as Derbez, who plays multimillionaire Máximo Gallardo,
I can be tough when I...
narrates embellished memories of his rags to riches life. Along the way, he reflects on his younger self, played by Enrique Arrison, through stories full of humor, love, and life's lessons.
In Acapulco, it's like something fresh. You can watch Acapulco with your kids, with your abuelitas, with anyone, and you're going to enjoy it. What's up, Memo?
The series is about the importance of family, friendship, doing the right thing, and staying true to oneself. Its feel-good, nostalgic storyline resonates across cultures, says Acapulco co-creator and executive producer Austin Winsberg.
Young Maximo is someone who wants a better life for himself and his family. The stories that we're telling are workplace stories, romance stories, underdog stories. These are things that I think anybody can relate to globally.
Derbez says he was troubled by negative portrayals of Mexico in film and television and wanted to do something to change that narrative.
In Acapulco, you can see that Mexico is more than just violence and narcos.
Producers say having a predominantly Hispanic team of creatives, writers, cast, and on-location crew was crucial in building an authentic story that challenges negative stereotypes and provides more accurate representation.
Resources to keep evolving.
However, Derbez acknowledges there's a lot more work to be done. In the meantime, he revels in knowing that Acapulco continues to win hearts around the world through the power of great storytelling.
Buckle your seatbelt.
Veronica Villafaña for VOA News, Los Angeles.
South Africa reached their first ever Cricket World Cup final in June, marking a historic moment in the country's cricketing history since joining the international cricket community. The Proteas, South Africa's men's national cricket team, decided to temporarily relax their quota system for the tournament held across the United States and West Indies, much to the delight of their supporters. In Johannesburg, South Africa, Zahir Kasim takes a look at how cricket is shifting from focus on race to one centered on merit.
On this cricket field, the pitch requires a swift roll. For Sean Noble, a seasoned groundsman at Johannesburg's Rivoli Cricket Club, this moment is significant. Noble, a cricket enthusiast for almost 2 decades, had hoped that the Proteas, South Africa's men's national cricket team, would win their first international trophy at the 2024-2020 World Cup tournament hosted in the West Indies and the United States.
This final means to me that it's very important to our country and that this is the first time that we're not going to choke in the final.
South Africa had a promising start but faltered against India in the final stages, causing the cricket team to miss out on the trophy. This tournament also marked a relaxation from the quota system that had been enforced over the past decade, which required at least half the squad to compromise players of colour to ensure inclusive representation post-apartheid. Ashwin Desai, the author of a book on cricket looking at post-apartheid South Africa, explains how the excellence of players of colour has led to the call to drop the quota system.
Constantly the quota or targets were being questioned and re-engineered. But I think there's a solid body of evidence that quotas could be anti-black. Why are they anti-black? Because originally when they came into being, it was to deal with white gatekeeping. But most of the cricket unions are run by black people. The selection committee is overwhelmingly black. And so the idea that there could be racial gatekeeping starts to lose its resonance.
Noble shares Desai's sentiments.
You select a person on merit, not on name, color, or creed.
But Noble is not the only person who feels this way. Emotions were mixed among fans at the Johannesburg fan park.
There were a lot of people, there was a lot of controversy around it at the beginning because there were more white players in the team or more not a lot of players of color, So, but I feel like we should just get our best people, especially for a World Cup. We should have our best people in the lineup.
Despite the national team fielding only 3 players of colour, 1 short of the mandated quota, some fans rallied behind the Proteas, advocating for a merit-based system.
So we would like to see better representation. However, at the same time, we want to see the South African national team best represented in terms of abilities and in terms of who can get the job done.
I think it's not fair at all because you are forced to bring people who are not competent. You are forced to take some people who are more competitive than others and drop them just because of this issue of race and all those things.
Many cricket experts and fans expect a return to the traditional quota system, which has been in place since 1999. However, the 2024-2020 World Cup highlighted a desire among fans for on-field results, no matter who achieves them. Siri Kassim, VOA Africa, Johannesburg, South Africa.
Marjorie Goldberg is a wood sculptor and gallery owner in Washington, D.C., who has been heavily involved in the city's arts community for decades. She also runs a nonprofit that teaches D.C. residents woodworking skills. VOA's Jeff Swikod brings us the story.
My first sculpture class was in Rochester, New York, when I was 10 years old. It was at that moment that I knew who I was and what I was going to do. Art is it's kind of an expression of your soul, of your experiences. And I had been taking years of dance class before then, from the age of 4. So I really love dance and I really love sculpture. You know, I mean, what is sculpture but dance, you know, in a moment in time? When I came to Washington and GW, and it was really the revolution years, 68 to 72. I have always been a truth to power person. I have never been afraid to speak my mind loudly, where I got my nickname in college, which is Megaphone Margie. You know, I did art, I did dance. I was very interested in Eastern religion. I figured I'm going to spend my life in art, so I want a well-rounded degree. And your art is only as good as your life experiences. One of my clients was the National Association of Home Builders, and they put out a statistic that said within 5 years, 50% of all carpenters are going to be retiring. It is the most endangered trade in this country and in Europe. We wrote a grant to build a mobile wood shop.
If this is spinning this way.
And to train a new generation of carpenters.
Whoa, that's so good.
What we often do is teach young kids how to turn things on a lathe, which they just adore doing. But I just felt that most schools don't have wood shops anymore, and they need a trade. I mean, I know the percentage of kids that went to college from my high school, 98%. There isn't one school in the city that would even come close to that. Tonight there's classes here in our stationary wood shop. It was just something that I really had wanted to do and felt there was a need for the city. We really built something. Now we're helping a lot of students.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host, Sunday Shomari. For more new entertainment news, check us out on voaafrica.com, on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
on the Justice Court. The couple is back in court to establish the paternity of their 3 children.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Ijomo and Eunice versus Smart.
Thank you.
I don't want trouble because you want to disgrace me with my colleague. It's true. And that's okay. What will happen there is this. Me, I will not be called, God called me, that I will not follow to tradition. Because something can kill a man, either myself or my children. Please, if you know you wait with another man, just tell me so that I will send you to the village. They will do that thing for you there. But if you know that you don't go to sleep with other man, I have an ancestors. I will bring water. We will just wait. Then take the water, you drink it. Then finish. She said she cannot swear. That is how she packed her load and leave my house.
What happened is this. Actually, when I left, the cutlass, not twice, also 5 times. Even the big tiny table I bought, 120, he used cutlass to destroy it. That day, my children was crying. Before I left that day, the one that stayed with me, with my late sister daughter, he carried bottle and break it. The day I left, every time we run to the tenant house, I have not seen tenant enter my house one day for settlement.
So if at this point, what you are saying is you want us to be sure.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to
DNA test. I need
for
it.
DNA
It's true.
test
I need it.
of all the children.
Yes.
And when the
For
result
the 3
is
children.
out, back in court again. We want to know the result of the...
Yes.
Why did you even dispute the paternity in the first place? What made you think the children could not be yours?
It was because the way she was treating my life with death. So I'm afraid. If truly those children are my children.
What has that got to do with that?
Because she's threatening me of death. She will send the children to me to tell me that the owner of my house. Even there, you are the owner of your house. But you're supposed to let me die first. Calm down. I'm still the owner of the house. So those things that she's doing to me make me too afraid. That's why I say I should go on this DNA test.
You were threatening him. You were saying...
Something like that.
I hope the 2 of you have thoroughly considered the effect all this could have on the children. Have you?
Yes.
And you are convinced the children are...
Yeah.
100%?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw the children?
I think after we have come to court.
You've seen them after that?
Yeah, I see them. And they always call me. And I call them too.
It comes out, you go there to check them?
I go there.
No,
they call me.
Nothing like that. You don't come. Maybe the senior one will call him on phone.
The senior one.
That's school fees. And this school fees, now the senior one have not paid.
How old is the senior one?
16 years. He said that he's waiting for DNA. If we call the school, then I called me. That look at what the father said, that he's still waiting for they are on DNA. So they have to wait. Just for the senior one, I'm the one taking the 2. He said I should take the responsibility of the 2. The 2 kids that is with the senior. That's what he said.
Okay, Smart.
Yes, ma'am.
If the DNA results reveals that the 3 children are yours, what will you do differently from what you are doing now?
I will be happy to see that they're my children. I'll be happy.
And what will you do? You pay up the fees and everything? The outstanding school fees that she just spoke about, you will pay it?
Which I've been doing it before. So it's not the first time. I've been doing it.
Your Honor, ma.
When did it stop?
No.
When did you allege that it stopped?
Since I picked the children, I'm going to 3 years. I'm the one. It's only the first term when the senior one called in that there's no money that he paid for. He said that he would only choose the senior one. Just first term. The second term now they have not paid. The girl, not the other one. Even the other one, for now they don't pay no money to me. For the two small
Which
ones.
one of them have you paid for?
I just pay 90,000 for the child to write a senior WAEC. I just pay that. So I don't have enough cash with me. That's why I pleaded with them.
To give you time?
To give me time.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Not because you are waiting for the...
No, ma'am. No. Just for them to give me time because I don't have money for now.
So when will you pay now? If
when I see the DNA test.
You will get the DNA?
When I see the result.
Wait. I'm saying the result is there in the courtroom.
Okay.
We will all know what the result is very soon. If the result says they are all your children, when will you pay?
The moment the results come out now that they are all my children, when I get home now, I will call the secretary. Then by tomorrow, I will start to.
Tomorrow is Saturday. Tomorrow is Saturday.
Okay.
By
Monday. The Monday, ma.
So by Monday, you sort out everything.
Yes, ma.
Wait.
No, ma.
What do you have to say?
Not for only one, because
we're talking about children. We're not talking about one. I said if the result is out and the children, I said if they, he didn't say if one.
Okay.
He said if they are my children. That means any outstanding one, he will sort it out tomorrow. I will be so happy that you will forget that tomorrow is Saturday. You will forget tomorrow is Saturday. You will be eager to go and make the payments. Do you understand? And I'll say, well, tomorrow is Saturday. That means you wait till Monday to sort everything out. And you are not living together right now.
No, ma'am.
So if the result of the DNA test declares all the children to be yours, is there probability of the two of you reconciling?
No, ma'am.
You are no longer interested?
Yes, ma'am.
You too?
Yes.
No problem. You see, nobody can force either of you to stay with the other. Do you understand? If that is your decision.
It is because of the threatening that this woman is treating my life. My life is at stake in her hand.
That's why you.
So that is why you see, even she now have to bring the children to herself.
How? I don't understand what you mean by that statement.
She brought her children to herself. She give them, she brainwashed them to her own self. That when she will come and meet me, I will be afraid.
You know what I want to tell you?
Yes, ma'am.
We have the DNA results soon. And even without the DNA results, these are children that have known you all their life as their dad. These are children you've known all their lives as your children. So, up to this point, I know that you are that fatherly figure they know, that you relate with. If she's trying to turn them against you, you must have that opportunity to relate with them as well. And it's not right for either of you to be saying negative things about each other when it relates to them. Let's have the DNA test, please. The results.
Yes, Your Honor. Here's it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
DNA Diagnostic Center from Links DNA Laboratories did this test result certificate of analysis. This is to certify that the result of DNA test conducted for SMART-O Oshonofo and the child, Prince Oshonofo, has been perfectly analyzed and concisely summarized below. The child is female. That's Prince Oshonofo. Alleged father, SMART-O Oshonofo. The above result summary shows that SMART-O Oshonofo is the biological father of the tested female child. As plainly expressed on the DCC test result sheet overleaf. Now, this is your baby. Probability of paternity, 99.9999997%. That's for the first child. And I can take you for as a fact, because they are all conducted from the same place. The child female testimony Ashonofo, alleged father Smarto Ashonofo. Smarto Ashonofo is the biological father of the tested female child. The DNA analysis is positive. Then, paternity probability. This is even stronger than the first one. 99.9999999%. And the third child, Godwill Ashonofo. Alleged father, Smarto Ashonofo. Summary shows that Smarto Ashonofo is the biological father of the tested male child, Godwill Ashonofo. Probability of paternity, 99.9999998%. I think she deserved an apology from you. For the emotional torture. Please apologize to her.
I'm very sorry.
The plaintiff, Ijemwan Eunice, is deeply concerned that her husband is disputing the paternity of the children from their marriage. She affirms without a doubt that the defendant is the biological father of the 3 children. The defendant claims that the ease with which the plaintiff makes threats to his life makes him feel the children may not be his. He has put some bills payment on hold pending the outcome of the DNA test. But now that the DNA result has exonerated his wife, Judge Fumi waits into other matters pending resolution about the welfare of the children.
I want the two of you to have a forgiving spirit. You see, for a woman, it means a lot and goes a long way when your husband doubts the paternity of your children, despite everything. So, but in this instance, they are your biological children. So, do the needful on them, pertaining to the school fees, as you said earlier on. Now, apart from school fees, what else?
We don't have an apartment yet. We stay with my elder sister.
With apartments?
Yes.
You see, regarding, what do you have to say to the apartment?
We have,
Pardon?
We built a house together, which is 2 3-bedroom flats. 3-bedroom flats. It both fences out. All my sweats, they are all there.
What do you have to say to that?
That one, I deny it. Nothing like that.
The bottom line is they need accommodation. What do you have to say to that? That's my own.
The accommodation. After all, I didn't drive my children before. She left them with me. Right?
She left them with you?
Yeah, with me, right from time.
Are they still with him?
That was
no,
just for, it's not up to 5 months.
So the children are with you now?
Yes.
Look,
it was going to 3 years now.
Smart. The bottom line is where we are right now. Okay. Accommodation. Let me tell you, you take care of accommodation by yourself.
Okay.
Do you understand? Accommodation, and I'll give you reason why.
Okay.
When there's hostility between couples, there's always that chance that you might reconcile and you might never reconcile. I've asked the two of you now, when we have this kind of situation, you take care of your rent. If they have an accommodation, just maintenance, hospital for the children, I've told you, provide somewhere they can go. For when they have medical challenges, they go there, you pick the bill. Take care of the school fees. give her upkeep. I mean, maintenance rather. Give her maintenance over the children. That's all that is left. So for the maintenance for the children, what's the age of the children again?
The senior one is 16 years. Why the second one is 9 years. Why the small one is 7 years?
This ones are very young. So they have the custody with her. So you have to provide something for them so that for her to be taking care of them. So how much are you proposing?
My problem now is that I don't work, and because I have a medical problem.
You have what?
Medical problem. And BP is so high because of this very woman. Cause damage one of my hand, my leg. So, and plus the accident that happened to me. So nothing I'm doing. I'm just staying at home.
So if I can interpret what you are saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Because of all the reasons you just gave me now.
Yes, ma'am.
Your children should starve to death.
No. What we'll be doing there is for the both of us to be trying to take care of the issue. That's how I'm doing it.
She's going to take care of rent. For food and other welfare, I mean. Clothing, everything, she takes care of that. They need clothes, they need shoes, that is your responsibility.
Let's put it monthly.
Okay. Monthly.
Yes.
So, how much?
15,000. I've raised 15,000.
Everybody's laughing.
And because
you know what I want you to do?
Yes, ma'am.
There's no problem. She's right here. There are 3 children.
Yes, ma'am.
That's 5,000 per child per month. So 5,000 naira for 30 days and 3 meals. 3 times 30, 90 meals per child. So I want you to draw up a timetable of what you think she should buy with 5,000 naira 90 times. I don't want things to get worse.
Promise what I don't have.
No,
I'm not working.
No.
All my documents is at home, have expired. She's the cause of all those problems. So there's no other place I can see money now. You get me? No, just like feel for me. I'm a working class man that I don't like sit down in one place. But since how many years now I'm in one place?
Because of what?
After the accident that happened to me.
Because of what?
The accident.
Which accident?
I sent it on the email, Abi, to the they brought to me. I sent everything. I had no copy with me. So since then I've been suffering in one place, my document expired in abroad. I can't go abroad again. And I can't even work again.
Those people living in Nigeria, they are not any income.
But I'm not working here.
So how have you been surviving?
I'm not working. It's the house
I know dear. You talk about a house, the rent, I know everything.
It's from the house. I didn't
forget
sending
that.
money to them.
Huh?
Any amount that
From where?
From my house. When they pay me my rent.
They pay you rent. So you want to also go into how much you are being paid?
Let's go inside
How much are you being paid?
6,000 naira.
6,000 naira?
Yes. By a self-contained.
By
Self-contained, yes, ma'am.
It's a lie.
Where?
Where
is the place?
At Badagry.
It's not up to Badagry. I don't pay 6,000. That is pure lie. It's 250. 250 for a year.
Smart.
Ma.
Forget that.
Let's call one of my tenants.
Don't call anybody.
Let's call my tenant.
Did you hear what I said?
Let's
Don't
ask
make any
them.
call. I'm not interested in how much you
Oh my
earn.
gosh.
I'm not. Look.
This woman is just lying.
Look
That's
at
why
me.
I'm running from her.
Are you listening to me or you want to listen to
Listen
yourself?
to me.
15,000 naira cannot work with me.
I can already pay 200,000 in Badagry. Badagry is someone budget. Is it possible? You know, what the fuck we know what we are saying. Is it possible?
Forget that. How much are you ready to pay? Now you have to push it up. 15. 15 can fly with me. Definitely.
Ma, you tell me how much you want me to be paying.
You see, you know why I don't want to mention. If I mention, right, I have to balance it. If I say, okay, go and pay 300,000 naira per month, will you not scream?
I can't do it. I can't.
Exactly. So that's why I said, You can't leave it to me. You know that, as you said, even though you are not earning so much now, but these are your children. That's my own. So you should look at what you think is what deems fit to give them. Because you mentioned, I just look at it, 5,000 per month. You too, you know. We're talking about 5,000 naira per child per month, not per week. So what do you do about that?
In me, I know the money is not enough. I know how I take care of my children. But now I'm not working. That is the problem. I have a problem from everywhere on my body. So there's no work with me now. What I'm doing?
The two of you brought them into the world. Though.
Okay, let's make it 30,000. Let me try 30.
You know what I'll do?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make that 30,000 naira per child because that's 10,000 naira per child. That's average of 100 naira per meal. It's nothing. But I'll give you pay 30 this month. Do you understand?
We should remember that they are school fish. The school is go and put those children.
It's basic.
They are too
expensive.
expensive.
It's not just you. Go and watch it.
The school is too expensive.
It's the way it is for the men. The school, which school is expensive?
The school, you put them.
You put them in another school?
God.
Yes.
Where do you stay? Where was the school before? Which area? Badagry. Which area are they now?
Yanera. Yanera.
Where's Yanera?
It's far from Badagry. Before you get to Okoko, you're not there.
That's coming to Lagos.
Yes.
Not moving towards Cotonou.
No.
The more you come in, you know, the more expensive it becomes. I'm sure you know our capacity.
She has money more than me.
You are richer than him.
Thank God for that.
Really?
Yes, it's true.
You say so, thank God.
You do what?
If you say so, thank God.
No,
I
it's
claim
true.
it in Jesus' name.
It's true, man.
I claim it.
She's claiming it. She's claiming it in Jesus' name.
Because
if you are in the courtroom and you say yes, that is the position before the law. You know that you are claiming it. If it's yes, then that means you are to your front and you say yes.
Yes.
That means it's richer than you.
That's why I discussed with her. I said, okay, let us cooperate. Because let me have the senior one. I want to try out on university level. I discussed with her before.
The DNA test confirms that Smart is the biological father of the 3 children. Judge Funmi helped both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Funmi rules.
Okay, let me tell you what I'm going to do. And that's the way it's going to be. This month, you pay the 30,000 naira.
For their feeding?
For their feeding.
Yes.
Because that means from July, you start giving her 50,000 naira. Henceforth, for the feeding of the children. You have 3 months to gather yourself together and pull out how you'll be doing from July. That's from the 4th month. So the first 3 months, the court will assist the family. We give you 20, you give her 30. We give her 20 for the first 3 months. Then from July, you start paying the 50,000 naira. Do you understand? So comply with everything we have agreed on today. That's my I rise.
All rise.
I didn't hear thank you from the 2 of you.
Say thank you, ma.
Thank you, ma.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, a public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night, and then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, one Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we had not eaten, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny, like. So I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that? That Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you did go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go. So they go come carry you on tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, 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 like, upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information, and I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the 3rd day where we stopped was really looking like I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her and pay transit. They pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hilux. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hilux. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hilux. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was... So I remembered what the other guy said at the... where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere, you're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hillocks again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hillocks, and then the guys would sit around the hillocks. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hillocks again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hillocks and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I am asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home. And I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hillocks, the speed at which the hillocks was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hillocks and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them. And if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main hillocks box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room. And then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they will serve like 20 plates down, and then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not, the very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it, I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell, and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like, we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time, we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions, where are we going to, where are we going to, and all. So I did ask him, I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throat from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this boat that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine. For good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, now see they begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And you know, for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. I could hear myself crying, and I was just crying, as in, you know, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That, yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything, and I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we're in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya, and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen. Number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours. You won't be able to breathe. You can practically feel life leaving you. You're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in a connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere. That if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me. Because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching, maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though, that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. And then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier, the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life? Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she knew the work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I'd rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mashe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that, that is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her, that she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. Say you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to leave there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent 1 year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that 1 year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month. and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo. Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo.
Cholera is defined as an infectious disease that is caused by ingestion of food and water contaminated with the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. It usually occurs as diarrhea, dehydration, and may lead to death if left untreated. Cholera was first discovered in 1854 by an Italian physician, Philip Pacini, during an outbreak in Florence, Italy. Also, record shows that cholera was detected by Robert Koch, a physician and microbiologist in India in 1883. In Nigeria, since its first appearance in 1972, intermittent outbreaks have been occurring. The later part of 2010 was marked with a widespread in the northern part of Nigeria, spreading to the other parts, and involving approximately 3,000 cases and 781 deaths. Unlike many other infectious diseases, cholera persists as a huge public health problem worldwide, even where there are accessible and effective methods for its prevention and treatment. The main reasons for its persistence are socioeconomic, since cholera thrives in unhygienic conditions and environments with a reputation of already fragile sanitation, especially in overcrowded areas. The major symptoms of cholera are diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, dehydration, muscle cramps, and shock. To prevent being infected with cholera, you should provide safe water, basic sanitation, and maintain adequate hygiene practices. If infected, the first aid treatment to assist the sufferer, if medical professionals are not readily available, is to get oral rehydration solution to replace lost fluids and electrolytes. Without rehydration, approximately half of the people infected with cholera will die. Severe cases need rapid treatments with intravenous fluids and antibiotics, which are to be recommended and administered by medical experts. There is currently an increase of cholera outbreak in Nigeria, and the Lagos State government declared a cholera outbreak on the 9th of June 2024. 3 suspected cases of cholera have been reported respectively in neighboring Oyo and Ogun states. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, reported that as of 11th of June 2024, 1,141 suspected cholera cases had been recorded across 30 states in Nigeria, including Bayelsa, Lagos, Abia, Cross River, Delta, and Imo, with some situated further north, Katsina, Nasarawa, and Zamfara states. United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, says Nigeria must prevent spread in schools. With the intervention of all relevant bodies, individuals also have a relevant role to play. Prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Here are a few prevention tips. Drink and use safe water. Flush or bury poop. Wash and peel raw fruits with clean hands. Also, cook food thoroughly. Thoroughly clean toilets and surfaces contaminated with poop. Remember, health is wealth. Stay safe.
Have you ever considered what steps you would take if your vehicle were stolen or involved in an accident tomorrow? These are unpleasant situations to contemplate, and having a plan in place could mean the difference between simply filing a claim with your vehicle insurance or having to pay for repairs, replacement parts, or even a new vehicle out of your own pocket. Driving without a safety net of vehicle tracking or insurance could lead to a significant financial setback one day. So why take the risk? Now let's explore the impact of insurance and vehicle tracking on your vehicle security and your finances. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonia. All right, just before we get into the conversation for the day, to prevent widespread disruption from undersea cable outages, internet service providers have been tasked with exploring diverse routing paths for submarine cables and investing in independent data transmission pathways. This directive was issued by Gabriel Idahosa, the president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, during a conference on building resilience and the impact of recent West African subsea cable cuts in Lagos. Details now.
Science, Energy and Technology (SCT) Committee of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry (LCCI) has cited discussing ways to avoid a repeat of the March 10, 2024 undersea cable cut that disrupted internet connectivity across Nigeria and several neighboring African countries. The undersea cable outage near Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, plunged numerous nations into an internet blackout, crippling businesses, banks, and daily transactions. Speaking of the theme, building resilience, the impact of recent West Africa subsea cable cuts, LCCI President Gabriel Idahosa highlighted the urgent need to reassess and enhance the resiliency and efficiency of the region's technology infrastructure.
To address these challenges, we obviously need to invest much more in providing locally hosted switching and transmission digital infrastructure to cater to transactions within our country. We want to look at how we can work towards creating an enabling environment that can attract current technology giants like Mastercard and Visa and our local operators to establish a cloud switching infrastructure within Nigeria.
In his keynote address, Aminu Maida, the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, highlighted the significant impact of subsea cables on economic growth across West Africa.
The correlation between subsea cable connectivity and economic growth is well documented. According to a study by McKinsey Global Institute, every 10% increase in internet penetration can boost GDP growth by 1.3% in developing countries.
The panelists unanimously agreed that fostering resilience and collaboration among all stakeholders is crucial for developing more resilient telecommunications services in Nigeria.
So I think we need to begin to think about collaboration, cooperation, and start doing some health check on our emergency and disaster recovery when such happens. I would think we should do a lot more about terrestrial interconnection, particularly in taking traffic out of the country to other countries in the sub-region terrestrially.
We've got a lot of work to do. One thing we're doing by creating the right optics, the right reputation, by monetary policy, by meeting our international obligations, and a whole range of things to do. Improve the profile of a country to international investors, and that brings the foreign direct investment.
The consensus is that government should create an enabling environment that incentivizes cloud and data center companies to establish infrastructure within Nigeria. This will be a measure to mitigate unforeseen risk. Love Oyedeku, Plus TV News.
All right, welcome back from that report. Installing a GPS tracking device in your vehicle can provide valuable information about your vehicle's location and performance. This technology can help you monitor your driving habits, track maintenance needs, and even potentially reduce your insurance premiums. My guest, Ridwan Olarinwaju Moili, is a young business magnate from Lagos, Nigeria, and he founded a Rabmot Automobile Licensing Agency in 2021 to revolutionize vehicle documentation in Nigeria using technology. With a degree in business administration from Gateway Polytechnic, he aims to expand his company to other African countries and make a positive impact on society. Olarewaju is known for his creativity, innovation, and commitment to providing a hassle-free experience for car owners, establishing himself as a pioneer and leader in the industry. He joins me now to discuss further. Good morning to you, Ridwan. Thanks for joining us on Business Insights.
Good morning, Justin. How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. Nice to have you yet again. Been a minute.
Same here, yeah. It's been like quite some time now, but
yes,
I'm glad to be back here.
All right, fine. Let's just dive straight into it now. We'll try and get a little bit of a background so people might need to get more information in case some people might not really know the difference. What do we really need to know when we talk about insurance and car tracking?
Okay, so basically, when we're talking about insurance and car trackers or car tracking as a whole, they're more like safe guide, right? To guide your vehicle or to protect you from some unforeseen circumstances, right? And when we're talking about both, they actually stand different in the sense that what they actually do are different from each other, right? So I'm just going to elaborate what car trackers actually do and what insurance also do, right? So car tracker is that device that helps you to locate your vehicle or to monitor your vehicle in real-time location. So if you're having a car tracker installed in your vehicle, automatically you can determine, okay, this is the location my car is at this point in time. Let's say, for example, you have a car for car hailing and you give it to someone to be driving. You can be able to use, with the power of technology, using car tracker GPS, you can locate where this person is at this point in time or that. So it's easier for you to be anywhere in the whole world. From the comfort of your phone, you can be able to see where your car is located. And also, it's when it gets theft or stolen, right? It's easier to quickly locate and stop or start the car, right? So those are the advantage of using car tracker. But however, insurance policy on the other side also provide a kind of recovery for your vehicle as a car owner, in the sense that in the case of incident, theft, or some natural disaster, it's easy for you to recover or to repair your vehicle without spending a dime, right? Especially when you go for the comprehensive insurance, right? So it helps you, secure your vehicle and also save you money from your pocket at the time that the incident happened, right? Even if you come to a natural disaster that you can actually, completely, wrapped up, insurance company can actually replace that same car with the same value, right? So that's actually the difference. But what I'm going to really touch on is using the tool is actually a huge way, because you never can tell what will happen to you as a car owner. But having a comprehensive insurance, which I feel like is the most active insurance in place, is actually a goal. Because third party only prevent the other side, right? Not you, the insurer, right? So you have to, be able to fix yours while the insurance take care of the other person in the case of third party. But if it's comprehensive, obviously it covers you and the other party as well. So imagine having a comprehensive insurance and also having a car tracker. So you can even go back to bed and sleep and park your car on the road, right? Because you're safe. No matter what happens, insurance covers you, and also your car tracker can help you to locate your vehicle in real time.
Okay, speaking of this car tracker, so far you have said about some of the high points, some of the advantages one can get. And somehow, in my intro, I said somehow if you have a car tracking device in your vehicle, somehow it could actually sort of save you insurance premiums. I don't know how that works, if you might want to explain that to us. And is it really something that will cost you an arm and a leg? Is it really expensive? Is this something that anyone can just get, any car owner can just afford?
Yeah, I'm going to take it to one step. Basically, car tracker is not something that is actually going to tear your pocket. I think that people are looking in the sense of it's a technology that recover my car in real time and I can monitor. So they have that mindset already, right? So the image is in their head that this thing might be so costly, running this service. But the truth is, this car tracker we're even talking about doesn't really cost that much, right? It doesn't cost between the range of 100 to, let's say, 300, 350, right? And you get your car secured for life, right? Because as long as the device has been installed in your vehicle, it's until anything happens to the car, maybe some what's it called, technical issue. But basically, once you install, it's a one-time thing. Apart from the subscription that you have like yearly, right? Because definitely you're subscribing under an organization that help you monitors and all of that. And the advantage there is, and the reason why people might feel like it's going to save you some kind of premium is the fact that it helps you locate your car in real time, right? So you can be able to monitor your car. But however, it has a limit. Yeah, that's the word. It has a limit in the sense that it only monitor your car, right? It only monitor your car in real time, the location and all of that. What about if incidents happens? You understand? Or maybe there's what's called a natural disaster, like I mentioned earlier, happens. How do you want to cope with that? You have to, despite the fact that you have car tracker, you still have to fix your car, right? If you don't have an insurance cover, you still have to fix your car from your pocket, from your hard end. But in order to save yourself from that stress, it would have been better if you have the premium insurance policy coupled with the car tracker, so you know that yes, my car is safe. In case someone actually go away with my car right now, I can easily locate where the car is. And another additional feature for car tracker is you can basically stop the car from your device. Or even if, for example, there's someone I knew that actually had an incident like that, the thief came, they stole the car, they even stole his phone, right? So he couldn't even stop the vehicle because the phone is not with him. So he has to reach out to the car tracker company, and they did so from their back end. So you can see that's the advantage of having car tracker and all that. Even when it's beyond your reach, you always have a source to reach out to. And exactly it is in insurance policy as well. When things happens like that, you always have the insurance company to fall back on, like, oh, so things has happened. This is the proof for it and all of that. And they take action immediately as if nothing happened. So like I said earlier, both are actually very, very, important, right, to implement. Car tracker and insurance policies are actually a goal, if I may say.
Okay, so let me even try and understand better now. So if one has a car tracking device, does it really influence how much you pay as insurance premium? Does it really reduce your insurance premium, or how does it really work? I don't want to see the connection as per what you pay as per for your comprehensive or your third-party insurance if you have a car tracker and if you don't have a car tracker.
Okay, so if you have a car tracker, basically it doesn't, affect how much insurance, charge you, right? Because there are two different, organizations handling this, and they serve two different purposes. So it's basically the car owner that know what he or she wants, right? So if I want to, secure my car in this type of way, or I want some sort of cover, you go for it. You can basically do one of those without implementing it. But basically, if you're doing car tracker, automatically you have insurance policy, because it's actually one of the mandated paperwork that a car owner has to have, especially in Nigeria, right? So you just determine whether you're doing third party or comprehensive, but it doesn't affect the prices, right? They have their certain price for it. Comprehensive has what they charge you as far as you wanted to insure under a particular insurance company. You understand? So it doesn't, affect the prices of both, because they serve different purposes.
Okay, now, so the car tracking device, now you said it's not really so expensive now to install on one's device, and it's just a one-off cost, and that is subject to renewal. Is it every 6 months, every year, or how does it really work?
Yes, so for the first installation, which is, the installation and the other technical part of things, right? That's like the first time payments, right? Where you do, for example, like Rapid GPS tracker, it's actually when you pay for the first installation and first time payment and subscriptions, right? It lasts you for a year. right?
Okay.
So every year you get to renew your subscription under the organizations, right? So it's help us to monitor and also give you some certain kind of support, right, behind the scene. But obviously, this renewal subscription is not as much as the first time installations, right? And it's a one-time thing when you install. So it's not something that you install today, you get to install tomorrow, except something happened technically to the device, right? But this subscription base is just to keep you going every year, just like the way we have in car documentation, whereby you register your plate number with the kind of amount that based like this, and when you come to renewal, you just like this. So it serves the same purpose, like a yearly renewal, but it's not as much as the first time you register.
All right, that's really interesting to note now. So you talked about organizations. So is it like there are several organizations involved in car tracking, or is it something you can go and do online, or do you need to go to the same people who do car documentation, or how is it really done?
Okay, basically, car tracker is a device, right? That's owned by different organizations. Obviously, it's not under government agency. It's not under. And so we at Radmos, we offer that to our client, right? Because we know that obviously, it helps the client that we serve, right? It helps to help them prevent and all of that. But basically, not all car documentation company does that, right? We just see like it can, offer some kind of help to our car owners, and we want to implement that into our offering, right? So, but basically, the different organizations as car trackers, and you can do your due diligence and know the one that actually work best. What I would just tell people is make sure you do your due diligence before patronizing any company for car trackers, because it also has its own risks as well, right? So you have to make sure you're dealing with a company you're safe with, right, before going forward to make such move.
Okay, can we just get like statistics so far, if you may tell us, for instance, what the incidence rates have been like, as by how the car tracking devices have been able to, help in terms of car theft and the recovery rate over time?
Okay, so over time, right, I feel like before now, a whole lot of people doesn't really, have this the overview, like, okay, this is what this device does, right? But people find that some other, feedback from people that actually implement it at the early stage. And I make mention of, of one of our clients that actually had that issues in Ibadan, right? And, it's actually something that happened over the night, right? And his phone was gone with it. So he has contacts in the insurance company, be like, hey, the car tracker company, like, oh, guy, stop this vehicle, it has been stolen in my car and all of that. So you can see it's actually, up. And a whole lot of people right now, we have almost 50% of our clients, right, subscribing for, car tracker, because they now see the importance of it, right? And if we were going to look at the statistics as a whole right now, I can tell 30 to 40% of car owners right now know the importance, right? And they actually implementing car trackers in their, vehicles, especially people that are into car hailing, right? Because obviously you're putting yourself in the risk by giving your car to someone else to drive. Especially we see that in Uber vehicles oftentimes they even have the camera device that detects people in the car, that you can be able to see whatever that happens in the car, and that's an additional feature, right? That makes you understand what happens, this person got police and all of that. So that's the power of car tracking technology, right? That help people to basically, secure, not just themselves, not just the car, but also the people that that ever commute with the car, right? So I feel like it's raising, and we need more awareness to get it across to people, because a lot of people are still thinking in the sense that this thing might be costly, or this thing, am I safe to use car tracker in my vehicle and all of that. But I believe with a certain level of awareness, people can be able, and orientation as well, right, to change the image that people already have in their head, right, to let them see positivity of using car tracker in their vehicle.
All right, just before we round off right now, I just got a question someone is asking me, so let me just put it to you. Although we've talked about it, maybe person just started watching, He's asking them how much it costs to put a tracking device on a car, and do these devices differ in terms of the brands of cars that you have?
Okay, so basically it doesn't, have to do with the brand of car. It's actually, a standard fee, right? As long as it's a vehicle. You can even put tracker in your motorcycle or tricycle and all of that, right? As long as it's it's a vehicle, so it's at a standard price. It doesn't go with that. And I just put a brain to it because obviously, different organizations actually offer it, but it doesn't really beyond 100,000 to 350,000. Right? So that's actually the range that covers the car trackers. So it depends on whatever. Like I said, there are some car tracking that actually add additional features. I just make mention of the one with additional cameras that help you, capture what happens while you're even driving. And that's why you see some of the incident that you see online that they can tell you how it happens right from the inside of the car, right? So it's because the car tracker can be able to capture what is happening in real time, not just the location now. So all those things is like additional feature that might raise or reduce the price.
All right, thank you so much, Ridwan. There's so much benefits one can actually derive from using car trackers, and of course getting them insured as well, because both of them cannot be done without. I have been speaking with Ridwan Olaniwaju Muili. He's the CEO founder of Rapmot Automobile License Consultant Limited. We've been looking at the road transportation, difference between car insurance and of course trackers, and the benefits and how it can actually just save your life and save your car, and even of course save your expenses. Thank you so much, Ridwan, for your time this morning.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right, that's the size of the show for today. My name is Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for being a part of it. Bye for now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
From a very young age, we are asked what we would like to become when we grow up. And you're expected to have just one answer. Children deciding to be more than one diverse thing evokes frown lines on the faces of adults because the path to being a doctor is at odds with the path to being a musician. However, there are many people who are genuinely curious about so many things around them, and to choose just one thing out of their many curiosities and interests is unsettling. They soon discover that they are bored and want to pursue more things. Some people may refer to these people as confused. However, the term used to refer to such people is multi-potentialites or polymaths or the Renaissance man.
A multi-potentialite is someone with many interests and creative pursuits.
The idea of the Renaissance man or polymath came about during the Renaissance period, and is the idea that anyone who applies themselves can be exceptional at poetry, arts, science, mathematics, athletics, and any other field that catches their attention. Oyindamola studied human resources at the University of Lagos and graduated top 2 in her class. Since graduation, she has dabbled into music, acting, social media manager, digital marketing, content marketing, coding, freelance UX designer, and arts.
For me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe I can say once a week or on weekends.
I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. Once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. We have processes. So this structure helps me, keeps my life in focus. Everything, has a structure. And sometimes I don't like, I go with the flow as well. I can just wake up, I have my stylus pen here, and I'm just like, I feel like drawing on my phone. So this is always by my bedside table. And I can just spend like the first 2 hours after waking up just focusing on drawing. So sometimes I take the structured approach, and sometimes I just go with the flow.
The term might be new, but humanity has seen many Renaissance men, who include Leonardo da Vinci, who was active as a painter, draftsman, engineer, scientist, theorist, sculptor, and architect. While his fame initially rested on his achievements as a painter, he also became known for his notebooks, in which he made drawings and notes on a variety of subjects, including anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, and paleontology. Leon Battista Alberti, who was an Italian Renaissance humanist, author, artist, architect, poet, priest, linguist, philosopher, and cryptographer. Benjamin Franklin, who was an American polymath, was active as a writer, scientist, inventor, statesman, diplomat, printer, publisher, forger, and political philosopher. Thomas Jefferson, who was an American statesman, diplomat, lawyer, architect, philosopher, slaver, and founding father who served as the third president of the United States from 1801 to 1809. Confusion, uncertainty, and always being a beginner is one of the many problems the multi-potentialite faces.
I've always been confused all my life. Ever since I was a teenager. I remember there was one time we had a camp in church, and they were talking about career. Some people knew what they wanted to do, photography, this and that. I didn't know what I wanted to do because my course was chosen for me. What I was interested in didn't seem viable. I wanted to be an artist. I never had any formal training in arts, but I wasn't allowed to do that. So I've always been confused because I'm good at a lot of things. People tell me, oh, you're such a good singer. Oh, you can draw. Oh, you can write beautifully. I was writing poems, I was writing stories. So which one will I do? I asked all the older people around me. They all say the same thing. Focus on one thing. If you focus on one, but I'm not the kind of person that can still my mind and focus on one thing.
It's easy to see your multi-potentiality as a limitation or an affliction that you need to overcome. But what I've learned through speaking with people and writing about these ideas on my website is that there are some tremendous strengths to being this way.
In the modern world, where a common job might require someone to be a social media expert, public speaker, writer, and data analyst, the polymath wins, and the deep subject matter expert is relegated to a back corner to be used as a resource for others, explained Jake Chapman in Specialization, Polymaths, and the Pareto Principle in the Convergence Economy. Although specialization has certain economic advantages, in the era of technological convergence, well-educated generalists will be those who are the most valuable. Emily Wapnick explains the multi-potentialite superpowers in her TED Talk.
Fast Company magazine identified adaptability as the single most important skill to develop in order to thrive in the 21st century. The economic world is changing so quickly and unpredictably that it is the individuals and organizations that can pivot in order to meet the needs of the market that are really going to thrive. Idea synthesis, rapid learning, and adaptability. 3 skills that multi-potentialites are very adept at.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years, from the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products. It is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows, and for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had, to ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating, because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work, and the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially it was just in patches, and then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight, and I administered it for a year and a half. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed, and I became suicidal as well. So at some point I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015 when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet, and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video. You get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshodat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshodat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together, and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness, because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia and evil spirits, and they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there, what needs to be done concerning awareness?
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. Then the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is, it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least one, I would say some studies have shown that is one of top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if you talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has the problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get. And some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam, or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days, This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like, I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier, that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization, because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
reforms introduced and implemented by the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration are aimed at streamlining business development processes and building investors' confidence in the state's economy. And the Sanwo-Olu's government has been proactive in implementing business-friendly regulations and constantly reviewing ease of doing business policies to lessen challenges associated with new business registration and obtaining permits. The digitalization of services has equally eliminated bureaucratic bottlenecks while enhancing stability in the business environment, demonstrating a new push for an aggressive investment inflow to boost Lagos State's economic growth. This is a Greater Lagos vision. Lagos is indeed rising. I am Love Oyedoku. Welcome.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria. A city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a subnational in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
On this episode, Ease of Doing Business, Governor Sanwo-Olu meets investors, guarantees returns on investments. Unemployment, Governor Sanwo-Olu calls for collaboration with stakeholders to tackle trends. Health Insurance Plan, Sanwo-Olu launches Ilera Eco Standard JARA. Details of these and many more when we return. Please don't touch the dial. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has met with over 200 local and international investors at a pre-summit investors roundtable in anticipation of the 3rd African Social Impact Summit, ASIS 3.0. The event held in Victoria Island featured investment presentations, a question and answer session, interactive sessions, roundtable discussions, and deal rooms for prospective investors ready to sign memorandum of understanding and partnership agreements with the state government. Tagged Opportunity Made in Lagos, the event was aimed at highlighting investable projects in Lagos, particularly in health, arts, culture, creative economy, technology, agriculture, infrastructure, transportation, and telecommunications sector.
The event brought together a diverse array of stakeholders, including investors, policymakers, trade organizations, financial executives, industry leaders, and business experts. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu told the forum that the state is projecting a positive economic outlook driven by its growing population and the development of sustainable infrastructure to spur growth.
Anybody can do, as a leader, is not to improve whatever, environment it needs to be found himself in. So for us in Lagos, we've been a bit lucky. We've seen, consistent growth in our leadership profile, and the minimum we can do here is to ensure that we take that growth into a level that is enviable, and so we are completely committed at ensuring that we do not reverse the trajectory of the consistent and continuous growth that we've seen in the state. In the last 5 years, like we've said, we've seen our GDP grow by almost 50%, and so it is to make sure that we can continually, encourage, even in very difficult times, our investors to be able to have the conversations of de-risking, what could be their issues, what could be their concerns, and being able to give them that comfort, and that enabling, environment and assurance that whatever it is that they invest as a government will continue to play our own role and will ensure that, the investments are not only secured, but they can also be guaranteed of some, minimum return that would encourage and ensure that they stay around us. And doing this for us is not anything out of this. It's the minimum that we'll expect, that we should be guided with, or we should be gauged, about, and we will continue to do that. We know that Mr. President, he's equally committed. We can tell you that, clearly. He's equally committed, and we know that with everything that he has, he's pushing, to ensure that the country as a whole come out of whatever, economic woes we find ourselves right now. And the least we can do is for us to encourage him, is for us to work with him, and realize the countrywide, global growth strategy, that he has set for us. And so, that's what we're doing here, and that's what we're about.
The managing director of Sterling Bank, Abubakar Suleiman, said the summit meeting aimed to boost investor confidence in local markets and foster a business climate of greater trust.
The most critical thing for investing is that you have to be able to forecast what the future would look like. The moment you are no longer able to determine what the immediate future will look like, let alone the distant future, you are not going to invest. And that comes from, one, policies, right? You've got to have policy environment where there's predictability, there's clarity. And I think Lagos has done a pretty decent job of providing this policy environment. The other thing that then comes with that is, even if there's policy, will it be consistently applied? Would it be applied to every investor in the same way? Again, very important that you can estimate that the policy affects everyone in the same way. But ultimately, it comes down to there has to be a level of respect between government and the investor community. Because in the absence of respect, the communication that would lead to the building of trust will not exist. So I like that Lagos State continues to convene, continues to come in for events like the Africa Social Impact Summit, and of course bring in all the critical stakeholders, their commissioners, the head of agencies, and we have brought in the investors leading to this conversation. So yes, without respect, there is no trust. Without trust, there is no investment.
what I'm taking home is the fact that you can trust Lagos for continuity. So if you're investing in Lagos, there's a continuity plan. So in a lot of climes you invest, and much later when the particular government is over and done, policy somersault, there's no continuity. But if you're investing in Lagos, you're convinced that the continuity plan is already in place to ensure that even after this government is over and done, the policies that are in place can support your businesses and allow your businesses thrive. That's my take home from today. Continuity, trust. Lagos is building trust in the hearts of investors, and of course communication. Lagos is trying as much as it can to communicate the opportunities it has to the world, to Africa, to West Africa, and then bringing people together to review these opportunities directly from critical stakeholders, in the governor's cabinet. And Lagos, to a reasonable extent, on a scorecard of 100, Lagos is 80% secure, comparable to other states, other climes across West Africa. Lagos is one of the most secure cities, one of the most secure locations in West Africa and in Africa. So for a state that's as secure as Lagos, investment is safe. It's necessary for investors to come in. And then you look at connectivity. Some of the biggest technology companies in West Africa, some of the biggest technology companies in Africa are situated in Lagos. So if you're looking at connectivity, your businesses cannot thrive in a modern day world, in the 21st century, without proper connectivity, and Lagos has the right connectivity. Lagos has the biggest tech companies across West Africa located in here. Then for investments to thrive, you also look at an infrastructure. The infrastructure, road networks, rail networks, the governor spoke extensively about water transportation, our water networks, our road, our rails, electricity, our ports. Lagos has some of the biggest ports in West Africa and in Africa. They are all functional. They are all working. So these are some of the indices that people look at, investors look at, companies look at to put in money in any economy. And people talk about, the fluctuation in foreign exchange rates. That is a circumstance that's to a reasonable extent beyond the control of Lagos State. It's a global, I wouldn't say it's a global, I would say it's a countrywide, it's a nationwide problem. Even if you're not dealing with Nigeria, you're thinking about investing in other climes across West Africa, they also have their own challenges, which might not necessarily be, fluctuation in currency exchange rates, but there are other challenges that exist. So to a reasonable extent, Lagos has a lot of its challenges under control. And like we've always said, investors would always get their return on investment if they come to Lagos.
It's about time that we see a lot of philanthropic, long tenure development, investment in our environment. It's not about us today. It's about building for another 20, 30, 40 years. That should be part of a call that we have now. And it's only when you have this kind of committed investment that you can see that there will not be reversal, into the growth trajectory of your environment. And that's what we're doing.
Sanwo-Olu highlighted promising investment opportunities in transportation, tourism, health insurance, and waterways, affirming the state government's commitment to advancing ambitious development plans for these key sectors.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reaffirmed his administration's unwavering commitment to the Themes Plus development agenda, which aims to create an enabling environment for businesses to grow and thrive in Lagos State. The governor stated this in his keynote address at the 9th Lagos Corporate Assembly.
Gathered in this hall are members of Lagos State's business community, comprising chief executive officers, CEOs, captains of industry, and leaders of business membership organizations for the 9th edition of the annual BOS Meets Business Community event themed Unpacking Barriers to Ease of Doing Business, Accelerating Business Growth. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was represented by his deputy, Hamzat Obafemi. He commended the resilience of the business community despite the current global economic challenges confronting their operations.
The implementation of this agenda, we have initiated numerous policy reforms to facilitate business operations in Lagos. We are simplifying regulatory processes, improving infrastructure, and leveraging technology to streamline interaction between businesses and government agencies. Our goal, therefore, is to minimize bureaucratic blockages and create a seamless experience for all businesses operating in our state. A case in point was when the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative and Trade and Investment, in collaboration with the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC, worked to align the interests of a state agency with those of a platinum PEBEC member. I'm sure you know the company involved. This initiative facilitated a mutually benefiting working relationship by bringing both parties to the negotiating table in a spirit of fairness and equity. This collaborative approach is how we aim to continue working to foster partnership between states, ministries, departments, and agencies, and members of the organized private sectors as allies in progress. As a government, we see this assembly as a crucial platform for public-private dialogue, where we collectively identify challenges, discuss solutions, and chart a course for sustainable economic growth and development. This is because we understand and recognize the power of stakeholder engagement and the importance of providing a listening ear to the business communities. Our resolve is to make this assembly a formidable platform for public-private collaboration, ensuring that your voices are heard and your concerns are addressed promptly. We are determined to turn the feedback we receive from you into actionable policies that will further ease the business environment in the state. Dear guests, I must commend the resilience of the business community despite the numerous challenges earlier highlighted, including the current global economic downturns confronting the operations that have continued to innovate, adapt, and contribute significantly to the growth of our state. Your tenacity and entrepreneurial spirit are the bedrock upon which Lagos' economic success is built. So I assure you of our continued support as our administration is unreservedly committed to providing the necessary resources, infrastructure, and policies that will ensure your businesses not only survive but thrive. We will continue to engage with you, listen to your needs, and implement reform that will foster an environment necessary for your businesses to grow. Therefore, we assure you of our commitment to incorporating your feedback into our policy formulation and regulatory review, because this is the oil that wields our common and collective progress. So as we gather here together, let us all reaffirm our collective commitment to overcoming the barriers to ease doing business in our state.
Commissioner, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Folashade Ambrose Modibem, spoke on steps taken by the ministry to ensure a conducive environment is in place for businesses to thrive in Lagos State.
Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, MCCTI, is in the process of constituting an ease of doing business team that will be tasked with interfacing with stakeholders in the business community via a one-stop shop virtual interface. This will be technology-driven to meet the demand of the highly digitized local and global investors community. The virtual one-stop shop interface will be enabled with robust connectivity to strategic global business gateways and to enhance the state of the global business communities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the nation's commercial hub and economic powerhouse, we recognize that a wholesome operating environment is key to job creation, poverty eradication, and overall economic development. I, along with all my colleagues, am more than confident that the present administration, under the able leadership of Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Mr. Deputy Governor Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, will stop at nothing to sustain and further build on the current milestones achieved. We will continue to build on the major drivers of the state's economy, increasing the contributions of the manufacturing sector, road transportation, building construction, wholesale and retail, telecommunications, financial institutions, and real estate. As an implementing ministry, MCCTI will continue to interface with other ministries, departments, and agencies here in the state, across other states of the Federation and at the federal level, including relevant local, international institutions alike. We will continue to collaborate with bilateral and multilateral chambers of commerce and industry to achieve and sustain the objectives of having an enabling environment, where doing business in Lagos will be much more easier.
As in the tradition, participants had ample opportunity to get responses to some burning issues bugging their minds.
We tend to believe the governor promised that the 4th mainland bridge will commence February this year, this is July, is government telling us the truth?
The Fourth Mainland Bridge will be built through PPP, public-private partnership. So, and I don't know if you followed it, it was advertised internationally and locally. About, I think, 15 companies bidded. It was narrowed down to one. So the preferred bidder, of course, the secondary bidder. Now, that was not even done by Lagos State government for transparency. So our financial people, I think, was Mawick or something. Our lawyers were Lani Ajayi. So we got private sector to look at the sector. Okay, so the process is ongoing, but so they need to also raise finance.
The government's unwavering commitment to improving the ease of doing business in Lagos State was reaffirmed during the day's engagements, which reverberated as a clear message.
And in line with this administration's commitment to providing quality, affordable, and efficient healthcare services for Lagos residents, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has launched the Ilera Eco Standard Jara Health Insurance Scheme. The governor also commissioned 5 Ilera Eco virtual booths installed across the state to improve healthcare across for the informal sector, including market vendors, artisans, and other grassroots stakeholders. Speaking at the event, Governor Sanwo-Olu stated that these new initiatives mark a significant milestone in health insurance for Lagos State and Nigeria. He assured residents that his administration will continue to introduce policies and reforms to make healthcare more accessible and affordable. Governor Sanwo-Olu urged the informal sector, which makes up to 70% of Lagos State's population, to take advantage of the new Ilera Eco health initiatives and enroll. This, he said, will help the high out-of-pocket costs and medical bills that many residents face. Governor Sanwo-Olu recently signed an executive order to bolster the new health initiatives. He now encourages all Lagos residents to enroll in the Lagos State Health Scheme.
After, the commissioning, and you've heard all of the stories of what it's been doing in the various communities, these booths are designed to bring healthcare closer to the people and to expand the reach of Lashman's health insurance scheme, Ilera Eco, across the states. It is particularly useful for hardworking market men and women who usually find it difficult to leave their stores or their shops, to leave behind their wares, or to take, a long trip to our various hospitals or our primary health facilities, even when they're sick. They will now have this first-line health service in different informal businesses and clusters around. They will now have this next to them. I urge you to protect and maintain these facilities for the use of the community. I also want to call on other LGAs and LCD to support Lashman by facilitating the installation of more V-booths in these areas.
Oluwakemi Ogunyemi, the special advisor to the governor on health, commended the Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to health initiatives, emphasizing Lagos State's dedication to the lives and well-being of its citizens.
So we have included things like eye surgery. Cancer is now up to 5 million if you are under the scheme. We have increased the days of admission. We have added more diagnostic services and drugs. You will see that when we present today, it is a very, very robust plan, and it's still very affordable for the price that we are asking negotiants to pay. Even though we have the number, I think the pensioners are about 30,000 plus or thereabouts. We are currently in all the local governments, all 57 of them, registering them onto the scheme, and we are going to provide healthcare for them free of charge for 1 year. So the equity fund is going to serve the purpose.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision. on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. 5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred. We tell it like it is. I'll be looking at protecting minors from predators in this holiday season. Elijah will touch on leadership transitions, global diplomacy, and lessons from Freetown in Sierra Leone is Abdul Malik. He'll be speaking on enabling technology for Africa. Bola will be talking us through the lessons from protests and political dialogues. Inikbi will similarly be highlighting some of the lessons from the Senate President's derogatory remarks that sparked debate on gender respect across Nigeria. Elijah will lead the way right after this short break.
Leadership transitions, diversity, equity, inclusion, global diplomacy, and lessons. As long as poverty, injustice, and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest. And that's from Nelson Mandela, of course. We're in the Mandibas month in July. In a significant move, President Joe Biden has announced his intention to step down, signaling a responsible leadership transition. This decision contrasts sharply with the reluctance of some African leaders to relinquish power, underscoring the importance of democratic principles and leadership accountability. Concurrently, the emergence of Vice President Kamala Harris has invigorated discussions on diversity, equity, and inclusion (DEI) in leadership, setting a global example of progressive governance. In Nigeria, planned protests are stirring tensions with the presidency, accusing political opponents of fueling the unrest. These accusations suggest a fragile political climate where transparency and dialogue are critical to maintaining stability. Going back to global front, peace talks are gaining momentum with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visiting the US for discussions just about a month after the visit of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. These talks emphasize the need for diplomatic engagement and conflict resolution in maintaining global peace and security. Lessons from these: leadership transition, embrace democratic principles for smooth transitions. On diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in leadership and decision-making for a prosperous and sustainable national growth. On gender equality, ensure respectful treatment and equal opportunities for women in politics. Transparency, foster transparent and open continuous dialogue between the government and the masses and various stakeholders. On diplomatic engagement, the journey to global peace is very tasking and requires intentionality in prioritizing diplomacy for conflict resolution and peace building. Now, my fellow advocates, before we respond to this, let's observe a moment of silence in commiseration with the families of the victims of the plane crash that occurred on Wednesday, the 24th July, during the takeoff at the Kamandus Tribhuvan International Airport in Nepal, where over 18 persons lost their life. May the soul of the departed rest in peace. So I was going to talk about leadership and responsibility. You saw what happened. President Joe Biden, after due consultation, decided to step down. Okay, I'm not running again. Or even if some quarters were saying, if you are going to step down from contesting, then you should as well step down from being the well, let's leave that. But in Africa, we've seen situations where some persons have refused to relinquish power, and then the citizens are helpless. There's a question: how have this country fared? There's argument that some of these countries are better off, and there's still argument that they were not better off. So I want to hear your take on this. Let me start with you.
I was actually going to hope that Inikbi would come in at this point. No, but I think the most glaring one we have, the father of them all, is Paul Biya, a man who rules from Paris and all that. The point you would look at is who is supporting this man. They said when you see something dancing on the road, the people beating the drum for him are just, inside the forest and stuff like that. So Joe Biden, the last time we were together, when we talked about this, I said, when people saw that debate, they realized that something was off. And it didn't help that he goes back and comes down with COVID. a man that has integrity will always demonstrate leadership. Because there is no point, if you want to be president now here of this advocate group, and by the time two of us back out, she's willing to walk away, who are you going to be advocating for? So I think the man saw the handwriting on the wall. And the Democrats have always been a group of people who always believe in setting a precedent, in letting integrity grow. That's always been their watchword for a long time. And they like fair play. So if your donors are saying, we're not giving you any money, we're not going to stand by you, what are you going to do? You will leave. If the Republicans come out tomorrow and say, Trump is a convicted felon, 34 counts, we don't want to support him anymore, he's not going to have anybody to work with. So in Africa, we have had one of our former presidents, still living, who wanted to do third term, and people said you cannot. He didn't stay. We are privy to Babangida's speech of stepping aside. So when the people make enough noise, their opinions will rule the day. So Biden just had a listening ear. That's all. Nigeria now, we have enjoyed democracy since 1999, uninterrupted, and nobody has overstayed. When Goodluck Jonathan, they were like, should it be like this? Or the man said, I know, I like peace. I'm ready to give up. So I think Nigerian leaders, to a very fair extent, have actually done the right things in terms of passing the baton when the time comes for them. So I don't think we can really say, Nigeria. No, we're actually setting a precedent or an example for other African states. So Nigeria is a bit different. When you look about, if you say we have elderly leaders, that is another conversation. But Nigeria, no. Ghana, when the time for transition comes, they go. Yeah. So when you look at Paul Biya, you can look at Rwanda. But when you go to Rwanda, you find that the people actually like Kagame. So I really don't know.
That's sustainable for them. That's the question. They want Kagame. They like Kagame in power. He has been doing very well. But is it okay to have someone?
Well, he's there at the moment. Okay. And we're not Rwandans. Okay. This is what the Rwandese people want. So...
I think I'll basically just dwell on lessons from, President Biden's action. So I think, first of all, what global leaders, or you were asking about African leaders, can learn from this is, understanding and adhering to democratic principles and values. So if our leaders, this is beyond Nigeria now, Africa and, globally, understand adherence or understand democratic principles and values, it would be really, really essential. And then again, I think that from President Biden's action, we can see that he understands that leadership is a temporary service to the people. So it is not a personal, achievement, but a temporary service to the people. So yeah, those things are all.
So like you should always look at the end goal, not your personal ambition. Precisely. Leadership transition.
Okay, so my take is that African leaders should have the interest of the people at heart, not just their selfish interest, because I wouldn't want to say Africans are not ready for democracy yet, to understand the rule of law, to understand things, and to follow through. And so understanding that the interest of the people comes first is the first thing they should always consider. That's my take.
All right, thank you very much. So it's up to the people of America to decide who is their president based on what they think is good for them. Continue to advocate with us on our social media platforms, on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on X and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous brokers, go to plustvafrica.com/theadvocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Okay, Bola Yaya will be next after the break. Do stay with us.
Safety and respect, lessons from protest and political dialogues. It was a sad and bizarre sight in Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, where 2 women were half buried by gravel while protesting road construction, highlighting the dangers faced by protesters and the urgent need for safety measures during demonstrations. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, Senate President Akpabio's remarks to Senator Natasha Akpoti underscore the importance of maintaining respectful dialogue within legislative bodies. Lessons to draw from this. First, protesters' safety needs to be ensured, promote respectful dialogue, and address underlying issues in protests.
So protest is all about the issues, not the protest itself. If the protest cannot address the issue, then there is no need for protest.
You know, saying from the Indian perspective, you know, domestic violence is like prevalent in that country where women are being raped, abused. Just imagine they were having a protest, they ignored them, they did that on purpose and poured the gravel on them. They were half buried, and it was more like detrimental to their health because the women were fainting. They were trying to, they were reviving them and all that because it was all over the place on the internet.
This occurred last week actually. I don't know whether you followed the story. Yeah, so and it's gender-based violence.
Gender-based violence. So I would like to know our takes on this, like especially considering women's rights and women's place in the world.
I think India suffers from violence against women. It's prevalent because of how women are regarded, and this is not too far-fetched from how women are regarded in most places. Now, the backstory to this is that these women lease this land, and of course, subsistence farming, it's there in India. It's rampant because a lot of the people there are poor, so you just lease a land. So I think they had a problem with an area father or a family member who said, do not touch this land, it's our land. So whilst the mother and the daughter, or the family, because they have the same surname, were there protesting that they should not cut this road through the land, the guys with the tipper, the truck came. So what they were saying, no, they wanted to build a road across the land that they leased. So what the people said, pour the sand on them if they do not move. And this is what happens here a lot, because people don't have respect for women and for poor people. I can assure you that if this set of individuals were men and poor, the Dalit is a lower caste in India. They have 4, the Brahmin on top and the Dalit at the bottom. They're supposed to be the toilet cleaners and whatever. And in India, not slaves, in India, the caste that you're born under, you're not expected to rise above it. So just stay there. Wow. So I'm guessing these women are one of those, but they have to be. Pour sand on them and then let them go. One fainted while she was there because they were half buried in the sand, and then before the people raised the alarm and they called the police. Now, depending on who is supporting the police, justice may never come. What you need to go is, how are women faring under Narendra Modi's in the BJP? And you find that the BJP's party is all about humanity. And you ask yourself, what is the space for humanity under this? And Rewa, under something Pradesh, it's controlled by the BJP. So because this has gained such global momentum, we're going to see that they're probably going to come around. But I'm saying that even here in Igbo land, at least I know that for free, women are not even supposed to inherit land. So if in a family where they have only daughters, or a man dies and then there's land, you find that the men in that community or what will come and torture the woman to say, go, women do not own land in this place. So I'm happy that you said, drawing that example from India, I'm just trying to say that it is happening right here in Africa and in most places. So I think it's for the community and the government at large to make sure that the rights of women are protected. No matter the level where they are.
Yes, it's not like the party not practicing what they preach.
No, they are not.
Protecting women.
No, they are not.
Women are being abused and violated, even raped on trains in India.
Women are being abused and raped everywhere. There are people who will tell you, I will.
It's more rampant and common in India.
That is the same way they're going to say that about us.
Okay, let's just say because the media attention is on them. But let's go to this angle because you raised something aside from this issue of women protesters. You said something about caste. The fact that caste system still exists in India is a problem.
I want to tell you that we have caste system in Nigeria. Yes.
But then I'm saying it that is a problem.
It is a problem.
Humanity is more important than this.
Yes, and in the way which again alludes to the fact that, you know, this is primarily tilted against women. In a world where we have, as Nigerians, I'm saying at least standing on, you know, the law in Nigeria, we have two genders, male and female. Yes. You find that it's always the men who have the upper hand in most things. They say, who is talking? It's a woman. There's a cultural practice in Igbo land, in some parts of Igbo land, before Ohaneze will come after me. If 20 women are here from age 10 to 100, the woman will not be allowed to break the kola nut. They need to bring a 2-year-old boy to first touch it, and not, you know, before. So that's how to show you that women are not really expected to do a lot of things. Some things are just.
And it's common in other tribes in one way or another.
Yes, so that's
another issue
point.
I think we should not neglect is the issue of protest. Now, you were saying something that protest is about the message. Listening to the message is feedback. Now, we're in Nigeria where this, from August 1, people are clamoring that there should be protests. And some other persons, the presidency is saying, please, don't protest.
Sorry to cut you. There must be a reason to protest. People don't just wake up from their rooms.
My point is
to protest.
I think the Nigerian masses, the government, we are being distracted from what is the issue. It's not about protest or no protest. How about we focus on the issue? Is there a way the government can talk dialogue with different stakeholders about, okay, we acknowledge the hardship, but this is what we've been doing, and this is what we're trying to achieve. And then let's see how to go so as to reduce the rates of violent infiltration.
There is this slogan that when diplomacy fails, war ensues. That's what happens most times. The people have had it to this place that they are no longer having it. You see, things are just moving without regulation, no price regulation, nothing. Even if there are committees or parastatals set up for that, it's not functioning. We are not seeing it.
Is it not people that work in those parastatals? See, my problem with protests and all that, but I, again, having said I have a problem with the control of it. NSAS protest is rife in our memories, and I think when the government thinks about that, you know, and I was right in the midst of some of the protests, and I saw the looting that happened after the protesters, the official had gone, or when the Wahala started, the main protesters left. Now there's a saying that people go mad in herds, and they come back to their senses one by one. But not everybody. There are people who are disgruntled, fair enough. Things are terribly bad. I mean, sometimes when you sit back and you're almost doing rationing in your homes, you're like, how did we get here? But we know the corruption is there, the bad leadership is there, the lack of integrity, the flagrant abuse of power and looted wealth. We know a lot of people that government has sent to EFCC, blah, blah, blah. They just get a tap on the wrist and they go. And then you open the papers, you see somebody was sent to jail for stealing chicken. And you can direct their looting directly to hunger. But my point is, somebody owns that chicken that you stole. What is going to happen to that person? So if people want to protest, now we live in a country where people still depend on daily pay. I want to guarantee you that if we embark on this now, the people who earn their money daily, and we have a 10-day protest, how are they going to pay those people? Some people have not recovered from the looting. And again, protest is brief. I went to Unilag. So when you call Aluta majors, we are here, you know, and we had a reason, we had a purpose, and we were limited. We could talk to ourselves like, you know, don't destroy this, don't destroy that. When the buses were destroyed during NSAS, what happened after that? If you came out the next, you see people on the streets. Nobody to carry them. Nowhere. Shops were destroyed. How did those people replenish? Then when we finish destroying these things, we now say government, we need funds and resources to build these things back. Yes. So if we can have tactical ways of doing this.
Expressing.
Yes.
Those.
It's the looting that everybody is afraid of. Is we were talking of rape earlier. It's the looting, the raping, the maiming, the murder, the murder. How many policemen were killed? How many civilians were killed the last time? They are not coming back. We keep saying Kenya. Kenyans, a lot of Kenyan, they've died, and some people are regrouping and trying to follow up this protest in another way. We can even protest with integrity. Henceforth, when we are driving, we are going to drive on the right side of the road. We will not litter our environment.
That's the right kind of protection.
Yes, if we see a government official driving on the road the wrong way, we will march up and say, no. So we can actually do these things in a better way. My own is, it's that looting and that wanton destruction by people who feel yes. So if you are throwing stones or whatever at a military man or somebody with a gun, what is it going to do? So and at the end of that, more problems. So my own protest is, I did Aluta. I will not stop someone who's my age then not to do Aluta. But I can stand here and tell you, I did not destroy anything.
And you will not therefore encourage such. But you will rather encourage continuous dialogue. At this point, I think it's better than...
what's your take on it?
Okay, so just like, you know, you said so far, addressing the root cause. So Elijah talked about, you know, having a dialogue, right? So if, you know, our leaders and then can come out and, you know, be accountable, right? What are you doing to address this issue? Because just like you said, there is an issue. And that's why people are, you know, fed up. It has gotten to this place, and then they want to come out to express themselves. So if our government our leaders can address the root cause and then come out and let us know that, okay, this is what we're doing to address this. This is what we're doing to address that. I think it would help to, it would help to reduce. Is it reduce now, or it's help to address? To reduce how, you know, people feel or citizens feel reaction precisely. Yeah.
And this is the point where I was going to say that earlier this week, the Minister of Information, or last week, the Minister of Information and Culture, Minister of Information and National Orientation, that is Mohammed Idris, right? He was addressing the concern that the youth should not come out and saying those things. I've spoken with the president, he's assuring us. This is the time I'm going to.
You're assuring. This is
the time I'm going to call on.
This is beyond assurance.
Please no longer come out yourself and address the situation.
Yes.
Young men and young ladies, please calm down.
This is what we are doing. This is the actions we're putting into place to address this issue.
It's the case of the knee-jerk reaction. Oh, they are going to do this, and then this is what we're going to do. The government has their chance to do the right thing. I must say that I think the government is really trying. But the thing is about, is it medicine after death? Or medicine while whatever? I believe that if we give the government a peaceful environment, they will continue. You can see that, seriously, you can see that the man, look at the president. What else does he have to do other than leave a good name? No, what else? If Nigeria disintegrates under him, is this what his ambition was all about? No. So I think on his own, he has good intentions. But what he promised us was that he was going to have a cabinet or people around him that are going to be people of integrity. So I would ask him, sir, Are you looking at the people working with you? Can you stand up and say, I have put the right pegs in the right holes? So if they're just making mouth, just paying lip service to it, there's going to be a problem. People need to see that truly he's walking his talk. His policies look good, but we just want to see that translation from just talk to action. He promised us that he would deliver. So, Mr. President, we are waiting for the fruit the seed you've been planting to germinate and take root. We understand that he needs time, but I also want to call the leaders of this protest to make sure. We've had Gandhi conduct peaceful protests. We've had Martin Luther King Jr. conduct peaceful protests, and it worked. It worked. You will always continue to point at these men in history for leading peaceful protests and the results that came from it. So if the leaders of this protest will say, my people, don't burn, don't destroy anything. What we destroy, who are we affecting? It's us now. Those big boys up there, it doesn't touch them. They'll continue to speak English for us.
As much as possible that I like the fact that protest is part of fundamental right to labor, but in my own opinion, considering what has been happening, even what happened recently in Kenya, there's heavily, just like what the Nigerian intelligence and the law enforcement agency were saying, that there is a very high probability that this protest will be hijacked if it does happen for political gains and other reckless gains. I don't think, as much as possible, I'm not saying that I'm trying to tell people not to. Right? We can't decide for them, but we're saying that as much as possible, let's promote peace.
Peaceful protests.
Peace and dialogue first. Peace and dialogue. It's not about the protest. Protest or no protest, the issues will still be there. Let's promote dialogue and continuous engagement on how to solve this.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Am I supposed to? Okay. So with that peaceful dialogue, you're advocating for peaceful dialogue, and everyone's just saying that continuous engagement. And you were saying protest is not the byproducts like casualties and all that. Yes, it's true, because we've seen these things happen before, and it's not really very good. The outcomes really did not turn out to be what we expected.
Hunger, 10 days of people not going out,
those ones living by the day.
Most Nigerians are living by the day.
10 days of terror in some area where people will start going into people's houses.
And looting and even killing them for their properties, for food.
For food, basically.
To eat, basically. So, yes, we should think about dialogue, peaceful dialogue, and peaceful ways to resolve this issue. Next, we have Inikpi after the break. You stay tuned.
Senate President's derogatory remarks sparks debate on gender respect. Senate President Akpabio has apologized after making a controversial remark to Senator Natasha Akpoti during a legislative session, addressing her not to speak like she was in the nightclub. The comment has sparked widespread criticism, with many calling it disrespectful to women. Critics argue that such comments could normalize similar behavior in professional settings if not addressed. Gender equality advocates stress the importance of challenging such behavior to ensure respectful and harassment-free workplaces. Experts recommend that women assertively address inappropriate comments and that colleagues publicly support those targeted. Organizations are urged to implement policies and training to promote respectful communication and prevent gender discrimination. Senator Akpoti has received support from various quarters, with many calling for stronger measures to prevent such incidents in the future. The Senate President's apology has been acknowledged, but the call for greater respect and equality continues to resonate. So I'm very particular about this discussion, right? The respect or disrespect, of women, right? I think I was telling Elijah some days back that I had a similar experience, right, where it was in the workplace, and I'd just spoken with the boss or director, and then one of the male colleague came and said, why did you talk to the boss like? So he just seemed like, oh, you speak seductively to the boss, and I found that very inappropriate and disrespectful, very offensive, right? And so I understand people's point of view, or Nigerians' point of view, or people who also saw this, comment as very inappropriate and disrespectful as well. So I feel like if it is not addressed, if it is not cautioned, if it is not shunned, right, it would become normal, and people, it would happen in the workplace, in politics, everywhere in the surrounding, and people would just take it normally. And
there's something called gender-based remarks.
Okay.
People make
Gender bias.
People make these remarks sometimes innocently. You get? They tend to say things like, "Oh, because you be girl now." They actually most times do not say it out of like being spiteful or anything, but it's now engraved like in their subconscious. So you now, what I try to tell people is that educate yourself about remarks, because we now live in a sensitive era. You understand? People react easily. People react quickly. And you have to understand that things you say goes a long way in affecting how people think, how people view, how people react. I'm a feminist, you get. There are some things you cannot say in my presence. I will take action. I'll counter you. My mind processes things differently from the average person who is not a feminist. So you should consider that as, if you want to go far, if you want to understand processes, you need to educate yourself about remarks. So in light of what happened, was it this week or last week? Yeah. In the light of what happened, with such sensitive position as the Senate President, you should be able to understand and caution yourself.
Yeah, because the thing is, people look up to you. People look up to your position. So, the Senate President did it. Well, of course, what's there? Other people can just take it up from there.
Anyway, I have two stories to tell.
Okay.
Yeah, the first story is just very brief. Two brief stories. The first one is during the election, I think 2019 election, and I was in the vehicle and had the opportunity of interacting with some persons, fellow commuters. I was, what is the possibility of a woman being the president of Nigeria? And the men there in that group, including sadly a woman.
I think I have something to say.
Yeah, the woman said, how can a woman be president of Nigeria? What if she's pregnant? How should be? That was on that note. And the woman was like, oh, women, they don't think a woman can be president of Nigeria. Nigeria is too big for a woman. And then the second story is about Natasha Kuti. While she was running for 2019 election, she contested for governor, right?
Was it governor?
Yes, yeah, governor. Okay. She was contesting for governor, Kogi State.
Yeah.
The then governor at that time, who you call, some people call him the White Lion.
Is it White Lion?
Yes. White Lion. That's what some people. Because he was actually not very fair in handling her because of his political interest, but he stretched it further and started attacking her based on agenda. When they were making some certain comment, which I find it condescending to repeat on her personality, because she is a woman who has worked hard to aid whatever she needs to do.
Yeah.
So saying this thing, that was Senator Akpabio later listening to what people were saying, and he apologized. And I even have 4 daughters, and I want my daughters to grow and emerge into big women. But beyond Senator Akpabio, this is not about Senator Akpabio, it's about the society at large.
Precisely.
Can we be more intentional, women? I'm talking to myself and other men out there.
And even women.
And even women too. Can we be more intentional? Everyone, then please respect everyone, irrespective of the agenda. Respect their office. If you must address someone, say it properly, respect them. Don't use sexy slow.
Precisely. I find that very condescending. And I think that organizations should also create policies that promote respect to both gender, women and men. I don't know if you understand me.
Gender equality.
Yes,
gender equality.
Yes. So I'm grateful for the organization where I work. They respect both male and female. I work with the UN, so yeah.
So Chile, do you want to chip in something?
I don't look. Like I said, this matter has been so overflogged that at some point, I'm not even sure a lot of people who are raising up their hands even understand what happened or the backstory to this thing. Now, I'm of the opinion that I'm not even aware if Senator Natasha came out to say, I don't like what he said to me. So this has become a situation of manufactured outrages. Oh, this feminist group is calling for this thing. And then he gives a very manicured response. I said, was this what they wanted to hear? All this trouble that we're all clamoring for the man's head. I'm not a fan of any politician, but I'll call this one as he said it. He never said, you are not in a nightclub. He said, we are not in a nightclub. What happens in a nightclub? Everybody is screaming and shouting at the top of their voice. So it was if she had come out to say, do you know what, sir? I'm not comfortable with the things that you said. I would say, okay, Senate President, please apologize to this woman. Are we trying to say that Natasha Akpoti does not have agency to say this is not right? When I heard this, I thought maybe she was dressed. I mean, she's a beautiful, beautiful woman, and she's covered totally and all that. But my interest beyond all this outrage was the prayer she was asking. Inland waterway transportation, all these people screaming, and the man knocked it down. Even Senator Kingibe's own was the fire that happened in Abuja. And the way he just casually said, like, this is not our responsibility. That is what I wanted the outrage to be about. This is where we're supposed to call, okay, if Tinubu is our father, right? The vice president is what? Our stepfather or what? What's his name? Akpabio is our uncle. Is the national uncle. For him to say, oh, the nays have it. For me, that was my outrage. What these two women were saying was something that is so important to our lives. How would women who have just lost everything, or people, and the senator is saying, we need to help these people. You just say, no, that is not our whatever. And we know how much they are using to buy their cars. We know how much they are using to live their lives. It's our communal, it's our commonwealth that is keeping most of them there. They just say the nays have it and whatever. So my own is, what was she saying? And all of that has been lost to this noise while we are looking for apology. So what did he say? If I said we're not in a marketplace, say, oh, she says a market woman. If you say you're not in your kid, they'll say it's this. For me, that is not relevant. And like I said, Senator Natasha did not come out to say, I'm outraged. But for those who manufactured this outrage, I hope his manicured response was okay for them.
Okay, so
although the issue is not about Natasha.
It's not about precisely.
It's beyond that.
It is being able to identify that, okay, this is a disrespectful statement.
Exactly.
It is actually an appropriate statement and needs to be cautioned. So it is beyond. She doesn't. I think it's good that women or other men can also come out to recognize that, okay, this is a disrespectful act or statement and it needs to be addressed. So
we live in a patriarchal society and everyone is aware of this, and people are sensitive to these remarks.
Precisely.
And they feel that most of these are to cut you. Most of these remarks are deliberately being pushed to women, to downgrade them despite their place in life, despite how much they've achieved.
Right, just like the experience I had, and I was like, I have heard whatever response I'm able to get, right? Just like you said, right? I'm able to give suggestions. I'm able to, they've seen me deliver. So if my director or my boss is, welcomes my idea, it's because they've seen it, not because I am a woman, or not because I am a lady or a female, or not because I spoke to them exactly. For God's sake,
what is a feminine way of speaking?
Oh, that's what the colleague was trying to say. I'm just trying to
exactly.
That's part. No, but I get no men that have very sexy voices.
Exactly.
They do. See, look, do not let us cry wolf. Women also look at men in a sexist way. We do. You can say, this man, is it not men? That's how men behave. We say that every day. We say that every day. So do not let one party claim complete innocence.
Yes.
So that means that all of us should now draw up.
Caution ourselves.
Pocketbook for talking.
It's just not for women.
It's not just for women.
It's for men.
Yes, but I know it's tilted more again. But where colleagues can no longer banter about things, and we carry ours. Okay, let us look at all that he said and see which statement we can beat to death. That's what I'm saying. That my personal opinion is that whatever they are doing there, they obviously have a very decent interaction or relationship, as colleagues and all of that. My point is, where we are going to take umbrage, let us have some sense of quality attached to it. Let him revisit those prayers she had that we need. Yes, we needed, or we still need, our waterways to be developed for transportation. We need it. We need that those women in Abuja, where that fight, we actually need that there should be a response, yes, to support these people, because women are almost always whatever. What people have failed to recognize with Uncle Akpabio now is that as they were going on their holiday and they've approved the 70,000, you say, okay, now, and I think again, that statement is tilted towards whatever. If you just had a baby and you employ a housemaid, it's 70,000. No? If you have small tailoring outfit, it's 70,000. No? It's only government. So are we going to now sleep and say, okay, women are the ones that carry babies. Women are mostly tailors. But I'm just saying that you have just refused to help support a bill that will help women rebuild their businesses, or people rebuild their businesses. And then so if the person starts to have a little tailor machine by the side, you say, oh, the person must pay 70,000 naira. Why would you now say such a thing? For me, such statements are the ones we should catch him on. Not, okay, if Senator Akpoti is upset by that statement that time, fine, his apology. But for me, is that an apology? That's just another statement that he made. Okay, if that's what people want. Okay, if that's what people want. Okay. But I believe that Senator Natasha Akpoti has agency to say, this I didn't like, and this I like, or this one, I do not even want to dignify this statement. We paid this statement too much attention, and he ran with it. That's my own. Like I said, it is the meat of her gist that was more important to me. That her bill, we should say, take her seriously. That's it.
All right. But then, let's just be intentional about doing things right.
Yeah. Oh, certainly, I agree. Our words matter.
Including people and respecting people, including people living with disability. Those ones too. Some persons all tend to look down on them in some area. You see someone, you don't even provide social amenities or support or facilities to support them. These guys are part of the society. Their input will still drive the economy and development. So everyone should be respected.
Chinedu will be next after the break. Just stay tuned.
There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. Nelson Mandela. Holiday vigilance, protecting minors from predators. It's holiday time, but there is no rest for the wicked. Schools are closed and children are excited to be home to enjoy the unstructured time away from teachers, assignment, and academic rigor. But as children relax, it is time for parents and guardians to be on alert for the dangers lurking around. Predators are on the loose and are smirking at their potential victims. These victims are your children, boys, and mostly girls. And most of the perpetrators are familiar to them. Uncles, cousins, lesson teachers, domestic staff, pastors or imams delivering children from stubborn spirits, and in some bizarre cases, their fathers. Defilement of minors occurs in your homes, churches, summer schools, and uncompleted buildings, especially for child hawkers. UNICEF says 6 out of every 10 children in Nigeria experience emotional, physical, or sexual abuse before the age of 18, with half experiencing physical violence. Dear parents, be extra vigilant. Due diligence is required when outsourcing the care, entertainment of your children and words during the holidays. One of the most important skills your children need to learn this holiday is self-defense against the minors, against the monsters in our midst. So how do we protect our minors from the menace of rape and sexual assaults, child labor, and the incidents of rape? Now, every day when I open the newspapers, the pictures abound. 14-year-old girl molested, 2-year-old molested by somebody. It goes on, and boys are even part of it. A research was carried out, informal research, and found that a lot of children are molested in their homes. Nigerian children, their foretaste of sexual violence or sexual assault happened right in their homes by people, relatives who are living in their house. And now that it's holiday time, as children, parents won't stop work. So when they go off and all that, they leave their children. And some send their children to churches. If a child is being a child, you say, oh, this child has some stubborn spirit. You need to go and, you know.
According to the WHO, 1.7 billion children are being molested, abused globally. And from these statistics, 1 out of 5 females have been abused and 1 out of 13 males. Yeah. You see the disparity that women, children, female children are more vulnerable.
Yeah.
So who are these abusers? We ask ourselves. They are within us, you get, within our spaces. I'm sorry to use
familiar
uncles,
spaces,
uncles,
lesson
teachers,
even fathers.
Yes.
Fathers, you know. So, and in some rare cases, mothers. Yes.
Mothers.
And
you cannot rule out anyone. Everyone's a suspect in this case. So how do we now protect these children? Well, first, we have to educate them about their bodies. You understand? Educate them about their bodies. We educate them about, we give them sexual orientation. We run away from sexual orientation too much. You see, there is someone, a friend, I think her child is like 6-7 years. I was just telling her, I was advising her that start giving this child sexual orientation. No, she's too young. She was shying. There's this thing we shy away from talking to children about their bodies, about their private parts, about telling them no one has access to your privates. You are a child, yes, but no one has access. I am mommy. Most times I have, because I clean you up. I'm more like your major caregiver. So anyone else out of that box is not allowed. You should know, you should voice out. Now, most of these children, they are being told by these abusers that they will kill them, they will harm them. You must not tell mom, you must not tell daddy, I will harm you. It is your duty as a parent or a caregiver to tell these children that you can confide in me. No one is going to hear. No third party. You create this safe space.
Psychological space.
Safety. You have to create this psychological safety net for them.
Another issue I'm interested in what you said, the issue of poverty and child labor.
Yes.
Now you've talked about child abuse, sexual abuse of children. Now coming to the angle of other form of abuse of children. God gave you children, but let me come from the religious perspective. You got married, you prayed to God for fruit of the womb, and you got it. Now you got it, rather than investing in this human that God gave to you to grow to become someone great and responsible in the future, to grow, have a legacy or something, or perhaps call it your legacy. You rather see them as cash cow. You know, I have 5 children, I'll send them on the children. I carry this on your head and go and sell. And these people are, for God's sake, under 10, under 5.
Do you know that
there was an interview on the internet?
You see your children are cash cow at that young innocent age, rather than impacting in them and securing them.
I saw that clip on the internet where the young girl at 17, 16, she was already providing for the family.
There was a clip trending, you can tell them.
And she's not educated, like she's not in school.
She's not. She was saying, what are you doing? My boyfriend says
the family.
Can you imagine?
Just imagine that.
See, that is a failure of the society. And I'll tell you why. One of the saddest days for a mother is the day you carry a tray of oranges and put on your child's head and say, go out
there.
But
these women don't know this. Is there a way we can educate?
No. See, you are not, you didn't hear what I said. I said one of the saddest days for a woman is the day you put your tray of oranges on your child's head and say, okay, go out and hawk. Because you know the dangers. Maybe you also born into poverty, and this is the only way. Growing up, we encourage children. You see, Oyibo kids, they have lemonade stand, you know, they're selling lemonade, they're making small. We're encouraging entrepreneurship for the children. My point is, there are times that children will have to help their parents because things are difficult. You cannot have a house full of children, maybe 10 to 15, 16, and then every day you go out and you come back home with 1 naira. My point is there a way, back to the government now, government intervention to support families? So you hear, oh, they are giving 5,000 naira or 30,000 naira, and you're asking yourself, a tuber of yam is 8,000 naira. How? Beans and whatever, 8,000 naira for this and that. So my point is, how do we, child labor, by the way, is a crime.
Yeah,
it's a crime, you know.
But the government has decided to look away like this.
Because the government is wondering, if we carry them, where are we going to keep them? How are we going to feed them? You know, so even so you hear, oh, people went for some sporting program, they'll come back, they give them $10,000, blah, blah, blah. You'll say even this one, you can have places where these families can go. And again, I'm happy that we're having the local government being empowered. So local governments now, you can go to them for support, or they can create these safe spaces where you know, oh, a woman has to work. There are some offices now, they have daycare, they support holiday program for children, because an unsettled mother is an unsettled staff.
Sure. I remember this story. I met a woman recently, I think early this month of July or late last June. Within that time, a woman, she had a daughter. She was working with her daughter in the night, begging for alms and food to eat. And I was looking at assessing this woman. I know she has hands and legs that can walk. She's not mad. She's not mentally.
What work would she be doing?
Like whatever. But I asked.
No, you cannot. Whatever it is.
She can actually do things. What I mean, she seems healthy. Whatever work she wants to do. So I asked her, Madam, why are you in this situation? And she told me, okay, the place I was staying, they actually drove us out. They want to demolish the building because they want to sell it or something. And then she was going to do other things, but I think she lost money in the process. So her business was gone down. So she and her daughter was not, I think I asked how old is your daughter? She said the daughter was about under 17. She was not up to 18. So what is the plan? She said, I asked her, okay, can you go, do you have a chief? She's a Muslim. Have you seen your imam? Your cleric. You go to a mosque. Can they help you? The community there, the Muslim community, maybe set you up. She said, unfortunately, she went to the imam so that the imam could be of help. Guess what the imam was telling her? The imam is interested in the girl after having 2 wives. She said, like, I want to marry you. So now the issue is, she said she doesn't want her daughter to marry the man because she believes her daughter has a future.
That's a good one.
She said that she's hungry, but even if the man denies them food or shelter, she believes that she wants her daughter to go to school. And I said, okay, can you go to the local government? At least try. We have welfare services in the local government. So this is a very big problem.
It is, and you know, as you're taking it to religion, I'm saying that a lot of the churches have responsibility to the society. Churches and mosques, they have. But again, I don't like this where people abdicate their responsibilities and their senses to the man of God without you knowing. So when you have, this week or last week was reported, a pastor was raping a girl. He's been raping her since she was 10. This matter came to light when she turned 14. She had had 3 abortions for him. Yes, she's had 3 abortions for him. You know, and because the mother took this girl to stay with the pastor because she was stubborn or whatever, you know. So it's not even about I put the child in church. That is no longer good enough. It's just to make sure that you are very, very vigilant. You know, parents will now have their own parents brigade, that anywhere you have a cluster of kids, there will be a parent monitoring. Technology is helping, CCTV and all of that, but we know that the man who raped a 2-year-old girl, he knew where the CCTVs were, and he moved away from it so that, you know, he will not be seen. So I'm just saying that sometimes you don't have to have it all. You can't have everything. If you choose to have children, you should be able to take care of them. Some of these children that are abused are not indigent children. They are not. Their mothers or their fathers would be able to say, okay, let me take a different kind of job that I'll be more available, or let me take other hours. Thank God now for remote jobs. But even inside those homes, you find women who don't have time for their children.
You're talking about intentional
You have
parenting.
fathers, you have fathers that the children cannot even talk to. Their fathers are still like Samanja inside the house.
Yes.
You cannot, they are not approachable. They just want children where they would demonstrate during graduation, we wear cloth and come, ceremonial parenting, you know. So I'm just saying, but for those ones who really are interested, teach your children self-defense. That would be the first line of protection that they have.
I think schools should also, you know, incorporate the self-defense.
Schools can, but parents can. It's your child. It's your child.
Of what use was 13 years old?
You will know where to bite them. No, you know where to bite them.
Whose children are taking those what they call
self-defense, taekwondo
and all that.
I understand that.
Their skills improved. Like the woman was like, one day the child, it's more like this reflex action. And the child was so strong. She can't even imagine that. He's a 10-year-old.
No, it's good.
It's not going to protect all children. It can't protect a 2-year-old or a 6-month-old who has just been defiled. But I'm saying largely, if you take your 10-year-old child for deliverance in the church, and the pastor wants to come and deliver her in a special kind of way, she can do something to him.
In fact, sorry to question. There's also something I want to say, right? The deliverance with clergy, men of God. I feel like I'm of the opinion that parents should, I don't know if there are times when
how do you leave your underage
exactly that's what I want to say.
They are talking with the Holy Spirit, so it's just one-on-one.
You can speak with the Holy Spirit with me being with my child.
No, the Holy Spirit wants privacy.
No, so I think the parents should also
Holy Spirit doesn't work like that.
Stop saying this man as God.
I think the pastors themselves, if they are responsible, they know the right thing to do.
They are charlatans. They are charlatans that have opened churches.
If the pastors or imams or religious leaders are responsible people and sincere, men of integrity or women of integrity, they know the right thing to do that will not be questionable.
And there are babalawos too, that people take their children to, and then they give them ogunfe. Instead of doing the right thing, they give them ogunfe, and the girls start to follow them. So it happens. So it happened. My lecturer told me the experience, love charm, yes. Bottom line, the holidays here, it's a time for fun, it's a time for the children to run free. But please, parents, all I'm begging is that do not let them be afraid. Do not let fear interfere with the pleasure and the fun of the holiday. Be vigilant, monitor everybody, and please take care of your children. That's it. Happy holidays, kids.
Alright, so with that being said, the end always seems to come too soon on The Advocate. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #The Advocate NG, or on X and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on Plus TV Africa DSTV, channel 408. Let's keep advocating for a better society. Bye.
This week on The Inside Story, U.S. President Joe Biden calls it quits as he announces he will no longer seek a second term in the White House. The head of the Secret Service resigns one day after a bipartisan beating in Congress over the failed assassination attempt on former President Trump. Plus, a global computer outage, and Russia jails 2 American journalists in a trial widely viewed as a sham. Now, on The Inside Story, Biden ends his re-election bid.
Hi, I'm VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell. It's hard to overstate the political importance of the last 2 weeks in American politics. Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt on Saturday, July 13th. Less than 10 days later, President Joe Biden announced he would not run for re-election. Biden instead endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, to be the Democratic Party's candidate to face Trump in November. Biden discussed his decision and his hopes for the future of the party and the country in an address to the nation on Wednesday. U.S. President Joe Biden made the stunning decision to exit the presidential race from behind a screen, choosing to drop the news online. 3 days later, in an Oval Office speech that was at times hopeful, at times determined, and at times wistful, he explained why. Biden spoke of his 5 decades in public office, touted his presidential record of domestic and political achievements, but then called for energetic new leadership to face tomorrow's challenges.
But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition. So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation. You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. But there's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices. And that time and place is now.
Biden also thanked Vice President Kamala Harris, who was taken to the campaign trail with his endorsement and enough delegate pledges to net the nomination. He described her as experienced, tough, and capable, but added, "The choice is up to you." He did not name-check the Republican in the race, but analysts say Biden's stark warnings all point to one man.
He talked about polarization, he talked about violence and political violence. Those are all things that harken back to Donald Trump and his presidency. He talked about the threats facing the nation when he first took office, January 2021. And so that was certainly about Donald Trump. But yeah, this wasn't a place for him to talk about Donald Trump. It wasn't a place for him to give a campaign speech.
The president said his job will now focus on domestic challenges like civil rights and voter freedom, gun safety reforms, the quest to end cancer, and Supreme Court reform. He also cited myriad challenges the U.S. faces abroad, with wars raging in Gaza and Ukraine, and China becoming more emboldened in the Indo-Pacific. These foreign fires, analysts say, are likely to burn in the minds of concerned voters.
That's really the concern I think people will have, is how does a lame duck president deal with foreign policy crises?
But for the final act of this presidency, Biden remains the protagonist on America's biggest stage.
He's like an athlete that is going to make the Hall of Fame and is retiring and, gets the cheers from the crowds finally, for a long 50-year tremendous career.
Biden clearly understood that this address would be a dramatic peak. So he used his final words to break the fourth wall with a message as old as America.
The great thing about America is here, kings and dictators do not rule, the people do. History is in your hands. The power is in your hands. The idea of America lies in your hands.
After Biden's announcement on Sunday, there were some discussions among pundits and Democratic leaders about who would replace him. But Biden quickly endorsed his vice president, Harris. and many heavy hitters in the Democratic Party fell in line and endorsed her too. VOA's Carolyn Presutti has more about the life of Kamala Harris, who's already made history as the first Black and Asian vice president, as well as the first woman to hold the office, and who now could become America's first female president.
Please raise your right hand and repeat.
A history-making moment in the United States in 2021.
So help me God.
As former Senator Kamala Harris became the nation's first female vice president.
It is my honor to be here, to stand on the shoulders of those who came before.
Harris is also the first Black American and Indian American to serve in the nation's second highest job.
She's broken so many glass ceilings for so many women.
The daughter of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, Harris was born in Oakland, California. A mural of her appears at the school she was bused to as a child, as part of racial integration efforts. A graduate of Howard University, Harris became the first female district attorney in San Francisco in 2004. And then in 2011, the first Black woman to serve as California's Attorney General. During her years as vice president, Harris has been vocal about the U.S. Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade, a 1973 decision that had made abortion legal nationwide. During his term, former President Donald Trump appointed 3 conservative justices to the High Court.
He uses the word proudly, takes credit for overturning Roe. So make no mistake, if Trump gets the chance, he will sign a national abortion ban to outlaw abortion in every single state.
The vice president also applauds continuation of the Affordable Care Act and the reduced price of insulin achieved by the Biden administration.
Raise your hand if you have a family member with diabetes.
Early on, she was tapped to lead the administration's efforts at the border. But the Biden campaign ended up on defense, with immigration a key issue in the 2024 election.
Now, undocumented spouses of American citizens who have been in the country for 10 or more years can stay in the country while they apply for a green card.
Speaking to pro-immigrant groups like the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders, she quickly turns the focus to Donald Trump's words.
That someone who vilifies immigrants, who promotes xenophobia, someone who stokes hate, should never again have the chance to stand behind a microphone and the seal of the President of the United States.
Harris has become more present at rallies like these on the campaign trail after President Joe Biden's stumbling performance in the June debate with former President Donald Trump.
We beat Trump once, and we're going to beat him again, period.
With President Biden's withdrawal from the race on Sunday, if Harris is nominated, she would again make history as the first Black and Indian American woman to run for the nation's highest office.
God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Carolyn Presutti, VOA News.
Political pundits for weeks predicted Biden's historic withdrawal from the race. But beyond TV's selection of partisan talking heads, what do voters think? VOA correspondent Scott Stearns reports on reactions to the shifting political landscape.
In Joe Biden's hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania, voter Eric Boylan says Democrats had little choice but to push Biden out.
I think he was a very good leader, but I do kind of also agree that his time has come and it's time to step aside and let somebody rise up within those ranks.
Voter Christine Stoll says if Biden is unfit to be a candidate, he should step down as president.
He should have dropped out a long time ago. He never should. He should leave the White House. He is not mentally stable enough to run this country.
Making Vice President Kamala Harris the nominee improves the party's chances against Republican candidate Donald Trump, says voter Daniel Brennan.
Harris polls well against Trump, so I think she has a real shot at winning. And I think he's doing the right thing right now, despite some people being so nervous and saying it's disastrous.
On a visit to Washington, Pennsylvania voter Bill Mills says Harris shares responsibility for Biden's economic failures.
We're noticing an increase in the price of groceries and fuel and the price of living, and our lives are worse now. And Vice President Harris is riding on those coattails. So it's going to be very hard to shake that opinion when we have all witnessed an economic downturn in all of our lives.
In Michigan, voter Jason Potts says the switch gives the Democratic Party a chance to connect with younger voters.
I always thought we're just biding time until someone a little more tenacious comes along, and we'll see if that's Kamala. She's got more fire, definitely. And
as Vice President Harris worked on controlling illegal immigration, Florida voter Christopher Rangill says her failure at the border makes her unqualified to be president.
Kamala's garbage. She's worse than Joe. Or they on the same page. They're about the same. But I don't think anybody's going to vote for Kamala. No one wants to back her. She had one job. That was handling the border.
In Washington, voter Alicia Jefferson hopes people do not see the vice president only as a woman of color, but look to her accomplishments.
And I hope they can look past anything else and look at that. But the world we live in, that some people will and some won't. And I hope it's not enough people that stand away or use that as an obstacle for her to get in office.
New Yorker Andrew Varshavsky says it will be tough for anyone to beat Trump.
Even if Biden were to stay in the race, or whoever we have right now as a Democrat, that it's Trump's race to lose. So I'm a Democrat, I think it's going to be hard for us to win this race, no matter what happens now.
Harris appears to have enough commitments from party delegates to be the nominee, but it will take next month's Democratic National Convention in Chicago to make her the party's official candidate to challenge Trump. Scott Stearns, VOA News.
And on Wednesday in Washington, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed a joint meeting at the United States Congress. Presiding over the visit was Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson and Democratic Senator Ben Cardin from Maryland, stepping in for Vice President Harris as she worked the campaign trail. Cardin, an Orthodox Jew, has long been a staunch congressional ally of Israel, but his party's base seems to be shifting away from blind support, considering Israel's ongoing assault on Palestinian territories. And some lawmakers even skipped the event.
For the first time since the October 7th Hamas attack that left 1,200 Israelis dead and some 240 hostages captured, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed U.S. lawmakers in person Wednesday.
It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together.
Calling anti-Semitism the world's oldest hatred, Netanyahu spoke directly to protesters.
When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
Gaza's health ministry, which does not distinguish civilians from combatants, says more than 39,000 Palestinians have died since the beginning of hostilities. Netanyahu addressed the International Criminal Court's allegations of Israeli war crimes.
Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense.
Several high-profile Democrats, including Vice President Kamala Harris and former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, did not attend the speech. Senator Jack Reed, who serves on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, explained his reasons for boycotting on Tuesday.
Netanyahu's made common cause with far-right extremists who pursue their own agendas at the expense of Israel's security. These extremists have been elevated to some of the highest cabinet positions in the government and have encouraged Netanyahu's most misguided policies.
Netanyahu was welcomed by congressional Democratic and Republican leadership Wednesday.
This is a very important time. Our bipartisan congressional leadership recognized it as such and invited him here because our dear ally Israel is in an existential fight for its very existence, and that fight extends to every one of its borders.
Some families of Israeli hostages protested the speech, calling on Netanyahu to agree to a U.S. proposed ceasefire. He outlined his own vision for a post-war Middle East.
The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza can emerge. My vision for that day is of a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Israel does not seek to resettle Gaza, but for the foreseeable future, we must retain overriding security control there.
Netanyahu's address is key to maintaining U.S. support for Israel, but comes at a time when domestic American politics is taking center stage.
He is going to be trying to at least halt an erosion in support among Democrats and try to build credit with Republicans who he assesses are much more likely to be in power after the November elections.
Netanyahu is set to meet with U.S. President Joe Biden and Vice President Harris, as well as former President Donald Trump, later this week. Catherine Gibson, VOA News.
U.S. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle has announced her decision to step down following this month's failed assassination attempt on former president and leading Republican candidate Donald Trump. Before her decision, she went in front of the Senate and faced a day of withering criticism. We go back to VOA's congressional correspondent Catherine Gibson, who has more on security concerns during the upcoming election season.
9 days after the assassination attempt that shook the nation, there are few answers on how the shooter got so close to Trump. The head of the United States Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, answering lawmakers' questions about the shooting for the first time, was blunt.
We failed.
Cheadle said a full report on the agency's failure to protect the former president would be released within 90 days. Lawmakers said that was unacceptable during an election season that has already proved to be contentious. Some called on her to resign.
The Secret Service has a zero-fail mission, but it failed on July 13th and in the days leading up to the rally. The Secret Service has thousands of employees and a significant budget, but it has now become the face of incompetence.
Cheadle told lawmakers Trump's Secret Service detail was aware of a suspicious person before the former president spoke at the rally.
If the detail had been past information that there was a threat, the detail would never have brought the former president out onto stage.
One analyst told VOA the early warnings about the shooter raised serious questions.
Most definitely there was a failure here to neutralize the threat when it was immediately observed. And quite frankly, it would have been legitimate to shoot that young man once he was on the roof. It would have been a legitimate shooting, a legal shooting. So I don't know why there was hesitation.
Congressional Democrats called for changes to gun laws in the United States, saying it was unfortunate that former President Trump is now one of many victims of gun violence.
We almost lost a presidential candidate the other day. A 20-year-old had access to his father's AR-15 and got on top of a roof within 500 yards or feet of the podium. And I'm asking you, did the availability of that AR-15, which is replicated all across America, make your job harder or easier? And you're not willing to answer that question?
The Federal Bureau of Investigation has still not determined a motive for the actions of Thomas Matthew Crooks, the suspected shooter. Catherine Gibson, VOA News.
Experts say last week's global disruption of computer operating systems highlights the vulnerability of a digital world dependent on just a few providers for key computing services. At the center is cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike, a computer services firm that provides security to nearly 25% of the world's companies. A single glitchy line of code crashed any Windows-based machine that downloaded the update. The company caught the problem and issued a fix, but not before the bad code had affected millions of Windows users. A significant number of the millions of computers that crashed on Friday are back in operation, but not all of them. From hospitals to airports, banks, businesses, and even news outlets. To understand what happened, we spoke to computer expert Vahid Bejadan, an assistant professor of computer science at the University of New Haven.
It appears that many of the organizations that were affected did not have the means or the strategy to test out the update as it was being rolled out. Typically, when a new software patch or the software update comes in, at least in critical infrastructure, it's the policy of the IT department or the IT staff to first test out the update on an isolated machine. If everything goes according to the plan, they roll it out to other machines. If not, they contain the update to that one machine and wait for further updates or instructions from the vendor. That doesn't seem to be what's happened in many of the organizations that were affected by this faulty update.
In separate hearings Friday, July 19th, Russia convicted 2 American journalists in cases widely viewed as sham trials. Here's VOA Press Freedom editor Jessica Jarit, who's been closely monitoring events.
Thanks, Anita. 2 closed-door trials hundreds of kilometers apart and one outcome. Russia has convicted 2 American journalists, Evan Gershkovich of the Wall Street Journal and Alsu Kamasheva, who works for our sister network, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. In Gershkovich's case, it marks the first time that Russia has convicted a journalist of espionage since the Cold War. The US and media watchdogs have condemned the actions as politically motivated and a sham. In a closed-door trial Friday, Alsu Kamasheva received a 6.5-year sentence for spreading what the Kremlin says is false information about the Russian army. The verdict appears linked to a book Kamasheva helped edit about Russians opposed to the war in Ukraine. It is unclear if other charges are still pending against the journalist for VOA's sister network, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. RFERL President Stephen Capus called the trial a, quote, mockery of justice. Media groups are condemning Russia's actions.
But this just shows again how these trials against these 2 American journalists, this one a Russian-American journalist in Russia, are obviously completely manipulated by Russian authorities.
Kamasheva's verdict came the same day Russia convicted Evan Gershkovich. The Wall Street Journal reporter was sentenced to 16 years in prison on espionage charges that he denies. The US is demanding both Americans be released.
We remain focused on the case of Alsu Kamasheva. She's a dedicated journalist who is being targeted by Russian authorities for her uncompromising commitment to speaking the truth and her principled reporting.
The convictions mark a rapid decline in media freedoms in Russia. The country ranks near the bottom of the World Press Freedom Index. And Moscow is detaining at least 22 journalists, more than half of whom are foreign nationals, says the Committee to Protect Journalists. RFERL External Affairs Chief Diane Zeleny says Kamasheva's unjust detention and the risks for its journalists are a daily concern.
It is the new normal. It's sad to say. This is sort of the state of the world right now. Journalists are not safe anymore in many places, and the ways to help them are minimal, actually, and they are being targeted by authoritarian governments.
Kamasheva's family in Prague says her detention hits at a personal level.
It would be one thing if she was only away from me for so long, but to know that she's in an unsafe place and that she's in danger and she's not comfortable, that's something that really makes me sad.
The Russian embassy did not respond to VOA's requests for comment. But in the case of Gershkovich, the Kremlin has indicated it would be open to a prisoner swap. With Liam Scott in Prague and Christina Caseda-Smith in Washington, Jessica Jarit, VOA News.
That's all for now. Thanks for watching. For the latest news, you can log on to voanews.com. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. For the latest news, follow me on X at 6ArmsPowell. Also, catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA+. I'm VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell. We'll see you next week for The Inside Story.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be like, really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be like in terms of like the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books with just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Hello, welcome to this edition of our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a broadcast producer, broadcaster. He is also a pastor now. And then he's an avid sports lover, avid football fan. He is one of the backbones of the Superstars Fans Club. That's Fans of Stationaries Stores Football Club. Ime James is a producer, broadcaster, journalist, writer, and sports lover. He is one of the backbones of the Superstars Fans Club. He was formerly with the Nigerian Television Authority. He studied drama at the University of Ife. After leaving NTA, Ime started his independent production company. He produced the first fashion and beauty show on Nigerian television called New Trends. It was an overnight hit. Ime James credits Eddie Iron and Soji Oyinsan for his grounding in television production. This background was pivotal in his decision to go solo and found his independent production company. Please welcome with me Eliashib Ime James. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
I didn't put the title pastor.
It's okay.
Because normally now it's Ime, Lekon between us. So putting titles kind of distances you.
That's right.
Right. Now, I recall that in those days, you were a producer on NTA, ex-NTA. So what was that like for you?
Well, it was a beautiful life. I had always wanted to become a journalist when I was in primary school because I started writing for the then Crystalib.
Okay.
As a child journalist for the
What primary school was that?
I went to Tinu Primary School, Surulere.
Okay.
Very close to the old Kalakuta Republic.
Okay, okay.
So you see my affinity with the shrine.
Okay.
So I had always wanted to become a journalist. So from my childhood, I would go to the newspaper stand and I would read Punch, read newspaper. As a child, even before the war, I was reading Drum magazine.
Okay.
That's to tell you how far I had, and that shaped my opinion and my mindset. I was able to follow what was happening around. So when I grew up, I did a few courses in Ife. We were doing training in dramatic arts. And, okay, so we had this drama group at the National Museum that was called Gongon Cultural Artists.
Okay, that's where you and Tunde Election Lawyer connected.
Yes. I was Tunde's director.
Yes.
You know, we used to call him Spin Round.
Yes.
You know, so Soji Oyinsan and Eddie Iro came to the museum to look for, I think to ease themselves out. And this was 1979. And they met me directing my people. And it was so professional the way I was doing it.
Yeah.
I had read about the director's cigar. You know, the director's cigar was on film. Okay, but I brought it down to the stage. So
the stage, yes.
I will look for cigar, not cigarette. I look for cigar, light it, and as I'm puffing, I'm telling no, move it this way, move it. So they came and they saw me and they were so impressed about this young man that is doing. So they invited me to NTA. I got employed. And it was a beautiful thing because I got involved in so many training. It was at NTA that I went to Times Institute of Journalism.
Okay.
You know, so this was a beautiful time with me.
But you know, in those days, production was a lot more hands-on.
Yeah.
Equipment were minimal.
Yes.
Right. A great deal of
a great deal of your intellect.
Yes, intellect, intuition, and all that.
Yes.
These days, do you still get involved with production?
Not so much these days because my hands are really, really full.
Yeah.
However, as the media communication head of Christ Embassy some years back,
yes,
I had the honor of establishing the newsroom, the news agency. So I was involved in production. But even at that time, between that time and now, production facilities has also evolved.
Yes.
Tremendously. Again, of course, when it comes to the technicalities, directing and all that, of course, I'm hands-on. I know what to tell you, I know what to do. But in terms of technically handling the cameras, in those days I could handle any camera.
Yeah.
I could edit on any platform, you know. But today, many platforms are there. And because of my pastoral responsibilities, I do not have time to do all that now.
Okay, pastoral responsibility. Was that why you left NTA?
No, I was actually retrenched.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
Okay.
I was in 1985. I got caught up in the power tussle between my bosses. So when my boss went to the Guardians, he went to the Guardian to start the Guardian with them. Retrenchment came, and those who didn't like my boss, I am a loyalist. And they saw that this man has been loyal to Ediro. No. I was loyal to Ediro. I was loyal to Soji Onyison. Okay. Those are my bosses.
Soji Onyison is in Canada.
Yes, he's in Canada.
Yes,
he's in Canada.
Yeah.
Great man.
Yes,
when I was retrenched and I left NTA, it was Soji Onyison who made it possible for me to start my independent production company.
Good.
I used his cameras. I used his editing facilities, free of charge. Free of charge. And he nurtured me, and I will never forget.
Yes.
He nurtured me, and I would never. So I started my independent production. I invented the first television fashion and beauty program on television.
What do you mean by invent?
Well, before then, there was no program there was no program on fashion and beauty on a weekly basis.
Locally produced?
Yes, locally produced.
Okay.
Now, yes, in Nigeria.
Yeah.
On Nigeria television, yes.
Okay.
And so I had watched a few programs abroad, and I told myself, no, I can do this. So I began the program. It was called New Trends.
Yeah, New
and
Trends.
It became an overnight hit. Okay. And you know the Nigerian culture. The moment some people saw it, everybody began to do the same thing. You know? Everybody was, but it's on record that I was the first to start that.
Okay.
And I was airing on what I call staggered network.
Yes.
Okay. I was showing on Destiny TV in Kano. I was showing on NTA Abuja. I was showing on Clapperboard Television. I was showing on DBN, and I was showing on NTA2.
NTA2.
Yes.
That's quite an array.
Yes.
Yeah. And you were making money. Well, it's normal.
No. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say that I made money. I wouldn't say that I made money because those who came after me made a lot of money. Now, while they were using VHS for their own production, I refused to use VHS because those who taught me production
taught me
Umatic and taught me quality, taught me film production.
Yeah.
And so when I look at the qualities of what the film will give to you and what the Umatic will give to you, I even refused to use a low band. You know, there was low band and high band.
High band, yeah, sure.
I refused to use low band. And those who had high band camera were very expensive. So every money I made went into trying to make, and then I began to edit with Solar.
Yeah.
You know, Solar was the
was the high end.
Was the high end production outfit. I just wanted to be at the right place.
Yes.
You know, So I would say I made money. Yes, I made money. I was able to keep my family together and all that.
Yeah, but that's making money.
Yes.
Once your family is okay,
I also tried to apply for a TV license when it was deregulated, but I never got the license.
Yeah, that's the story of all of us. I mean, we did this. We tried this, we tried that, but it didn't happen. Now, let's look at the production terrain, even TV broadcast generally now. Technology has really stepped up and demystified a lot of
things.
Yes.
A lot of stress that we used to have before. These children do not have that anymore.
Yeah, but you mean the younger generation?
Yes.
They will fight you if you call them
But
children.
they're children now.
Yeah, well, there's
They're
the
my
younger
children.
generation. They are our children,
Yes.
but then they are also our colleagues.
You know, they are our colleagues. Yes,
Uh-huh,
I agree.
I
agree.
Yeah, so they don't have such. Again, what do you think that has done for creativity within the industry?
In terms of thinking through, I watch some television programs and I'm asking, do they have somebody vetting their programs before it goes on air? I listen to a broadcaster. I mean, you were on television. You were broadcasting.
Yes.
Even with your diction there, some of us will still quarrel and say, yeah, you didn't say and move on. And then hype it with all kinds of mannerisms, slangs, as we were growing up, we learned English.
Yes.
And pronouncement of
pronunciation
of words.
Yes.
Listening to radio and listening to them on television.
Yes.
I'm not sure that children learn from TV or radio these days because they are not. Most of them are not thinking through. But there are stations where you find a lot of people, a lot of the staff doing well, and that station where you have people who had gone through the meals. I'm constantly on your channel.
Yeah.
Once there's a problem, you see, I call you.
Yeah, you do.
I want. My wife said, "Why are you always calling?" I hope he doesn't get angry. I said, "No, he's a professional. He's not going to get angry."
Sure.
He knows
that's
that,
like a carryover of what we grew up on.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but I can't say that to younger managing directors of other stations. They will get offended.
They may.
Yes.
They may. Get offended.
Okay. They may get offended. Yes. So, so the new technology, I would say, has made a few of them lazy. A few of them, not all of them, because there are still a lot of creative people on there.
Yes.
A lot of creative.
So it's like technology has made it easier to produce.
Yes.
Technically high quality.
Yes.
Materials, maybe not necessarily so much depth, but there's also been a lot of depth.
In our time, you do not, if you want your pictures to come out well, you work on your camera. Today, whether your camera is working very well or not, you can enhance your picture quality.
Oh yes.
When you are editing.
Even your phones these days
your phone
will shoot high def.
High definition. So the technology has upped the ante, and it's a good thing. My children are into production.
Yeah.
My daughter does a lot of production with her phone and little laptop.
Yes. A lot of them. Yes. One of my daughters too.
Yes.
Is heavily into production.
Yes. So she produced. I think about a few days ago, she had a client abroad who wanted. I said, why are they not doing that? She said, that is very expensive for her to do it there. So she's doing it with me.
We do it locally.
So production, the new invention in technology here has made it easy for a lot of them to work better.
Now let's look at the impact of new technology on new media, social media, and all the platforms through which they gain expression. In those days, there was nothing like that.
So you walk
But
through.
now there's so much freedom
Yes.
and access. Do you think social media needs to be curtailed?
Absolutely.
Or regulated?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
So why? How then does society deal with it?
Let me say this to you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even abroad, they used to regulate the media a lot.
Mhm.
After a while, they couldn't do that anymore because as things evolved, it became difficult for them to even monitor it. How many millions are you going to monitor online? So, what we could do is to put restrictions to the kind of language that you use on public media.
Yeah.
The kind of pictures that you show on public
You can
media
share.
that you can share. You can put a rule and say, if you must do nude or whatever, then it must be a closed circuit.
Yeah, but then sorry to butt in, but then there are laws, defamation laws. There are other laws that guide the sharing of information and all that. Why should there be new regulation? Shouldn't just there be enforcement of that? Of the existing laws?
Who is going to enforce the law?
Whoever is aggrieved should go to court.
This word again.
It's happened.
This word again.
Yeah.
No, my point is this: if people go beyond the limits,
yes,
there are consequences. There are laws that you have said, but those who are supposed to implement those laws are lawbreakers. Who you prosecute and how you prosecute them.
Yeah, there's a point in that.
And again, and I think that there's undue interference with the visual media and the audio media. Because the newspapers are writing, social media is awash with all kinds of stories. Okay? All kinds of stories. And some true, some not true. And thank God that there are platforms that helps you to know which story is true or which story is not true. Because once you subject it to those platforms, it just tells you it's fake. So, but not everybody knows that now.
That's it.
Yes, but once government start pushing, let me tell you, one of the ways to curtail the offensive things that happen on social media especially is for government to begin to promote such platforms that helps you to know if a story is a lie or the truth. A fact-checking.
A fact-checking.
A fact-checking platform. And I think I have 3 or 4 of them. Once I see a story, I just click. And I know it's a lie. Okay. So government can push that while they are also trying to prosecute those who are not, But my problem is they are choosing who to do that with and when to do it.
Okay, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with my guest, Ime James, who will share more ideas about using the media, social media, mainstream media, effectively in the course of developing the nation. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is Ime James. He introduced Eliashib to us when he became a pastor. I will ask him about that later. But Ime will continue with his ideas on how to use or engage social media, the media generally, in developing our nation, in managing the excesses, especially of social media. It seems mainstream media is already streamlined and controlled, but social media, everybody's everywhere. The development of citizen journalism makes it possible for Leko to be going on the road. He sees something that just quickly snaps photographs or records the video, and then he posts, right? And within hours, the same thing is repeated, saying, happening right now in Lagos. And that's like about 6 hours after.
Yes.
So how do you curb that?
Let me start first by saying that many of the people that began to set the agenda for the regulation of television came from the traditional, not even mainstream, but traditional media, the NTA block, where you must, they didn't allow you to,
it was rigid.
Very rigid. I remember when LTVA started, LTVA became very creative, started doing creative things, and we would go to meetings and NTA and say, look, are you not seeing this thing? We can't be doing this. They said, no, they can't. I said, we can't be. We had to quarrel at production meeting all the time because we wanted to do something more creative, not hemmed in. And so these people from NTA now peopled the NBC. And that created a lot of problems. If you look at the NBC regulation, there's a need for regulation. But what you see there is an overkill. And that has given vent to social media. So while you are trying to regulate one bit, it breaks away into another bit, and you can't stop that. The social media is a global.
It's a global phenomenon.
Yes, and so it's going to be difficult for you to. I hear they want to ban Twitter. They want to do. But when you abandon Twitter, people we were on Twitter doing what they were doing. Because there's always a way to break it.
Sure.
Okay. So what should we do? Let's go back to brass tacks. Say, look, allow the traditional media some more space. Okay, I'm going to talk about a station that was recently fined, and I think that was overdone. Okay, because the gentleman in question kept trying to caution the person. That was enough for you not to put that. Now, imagine that young man gets angry and his boss fires him. He goes on social media. He has a followership already.
Sure.
You can't stop him. You can't stop him. So what should we do?
Yes.
Let's be a little bit not careful in wielding the stick.
Yeah.
Okay? And then for the social media, put up rules and say, no, you can't go beyond this. You can't go you must not produce if you put things that engender national unity and cohesion. Beautiful. Okay? And then you reward people who do that. So there should be a reward system where you reward such people, and they are able to, once others see that they are getting rewards.
Yes.
For promoting national unity, for promoting responsible act on their media.
Yeah.
They will start gravitating towards that, because everybody, yes, we want to make name, but we also want to make money.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
And you want to also have some measure of recognition. So can we introduce a reward system? Okay.
For compliance.
For compliance. So this punitive measure, it has not worked. I always tell people that I am Okono by Jesus. Now, what that means in English, simply a tout that accepted Christ. So, what happened? My mother was tough. Tough.
Yes.
I leave that for later. But, and the tougher she was with me, the tougher I became. So I think, seriously, that if you put the reward system, it will help the people. It will help. If I get certification and all that for what I did, government gives me certification, Lagos State government gives me certification, whatever state government gives me, where I am giving certification for doing this, for doing that. And I am posting all my certificates everywhere. First, my buyers online want to come to me because they see that I have a name.
Yes.
Because your buyers are not buying you, they are buying your name.
It's the name.
They are buying your reach.
Yeah.
So if they are giving me certification every time, my reach will increase.
Certainly.
So can we try?
Okay.
Can we try a reward system?
Okay.
Rather than this punitive,
just
slam them.
Punitive. Let's also have
yes.
some manner of
yes.
engagement.
I'm not saying throw away punitive measure because some people can go overboard sometimes.
There's a need for discipline.
There's a need for discipline. Yeah. But then, can we play it down and play up the reward system?
Okay. Fair enough. Now, when you look at the situation in the country, someone like you, I know you grew up in Lagos.
Yes. I was born in Ibadan. I grew up in Mushin.
Okay.
I'm a guru.
So you grew up, in fact, let's put it straight. You were born in Yoruba land, you grew up in Yoruba land.
Yes.
And part of your past activities included you running for councillorship.
Yes, under the Unity Party of Nigeria.
And then you were a member
I formed the youth wing of the Unity Party of Nigeria in Bariga, in the whole of Bariga, Shomolu area. Okay. And I didn't make myself the head. I was the founder, but I made myself secretary of the youth wing.
Yes. Well, you were smart now.
Yes.
It's the secretary that controls the...
And so every last Friday of the month, we went to Park Lane, Baba Awolowo's place, where he was talking to us and teaching us how Nigeria can be re-engineered. Every time I talk about Awolowo, we have messed up this country. How Nigerians can allow Awolowo die without ruling Nigeria? It hurts so much because I know I have met him as a young man. I've listened to him. If Awolowo were to rule Nigeria for 1 year, 1 year, it would have been, Nigeria would not be where we are.
Probably that was why even Emeka Ojukwu called him the best president Nigeria
because
never
he knew what we were. See, with all the shenanigans of the old political order, Awolowo going to jail, it was all because they were scared of him. They knew he was going to change the status quo. They knew he would not allow many of them. I'm not afraid to say it. The northern oligarchy, the status quo in the south, just didn't want to leave their feasting on the cake. And so they deprived the light that God sent to Nigeria. That's why I keep telling people. They say anybody who becomes government, president, is the making of God. I say, no, that's not true. That is not true.
But that's a contradiction of what your faith teaches.
No. The Bible says that all powers are of God. Yes, God can know about the power.
Okay.
But God may not approve the power.
Well, but if he doesn't approve, where is the person in power?
Listen, let me give you an example.
I'd like to.
Samuel was supposed to rule Israel under a theocratic government. Israel rejected him. God said, leave them. Was that God? It gave them what they wanted.
Without playing on semantics, from your answer, it was God. Because you said
it's not semantics.
No, you said God said
because God
leave
is,
them.
let me tell you, God is an impartial God. After what happened with Lucifer, God allowed man to start thinking and reasoning for himself. And it was in his process of not wanting to gag. We were talking about gag before.
Gag, yes.
Angels were gagged.
Yeah.
Angels were like soldiers, zombies. Worship, war, worship. But it didn't work. So God decided not to be over protective. Man still failed.
Yeah.
Are you getting what I'm trying to say?
I'm following you.
So man, and I always tell people that man is the architect of his trouble.
True.
So when people say, God, Ọlọ́run gbà wá, I say, Ọlọ́run ti gbà yín, ẹ̀yin kẹ́ gbára yín. God has saved you. You are the one that must save yourself.
Yeah.
Okay? So God allowed Saul to take over. Not because that was God's desire.
Yeah.
Okay? So Saul was a permissible will. Not the perfect will of God. Are you following what I'm trying to say?
Fully.
Good.
Fully.
So I say this, that all powers that come are not necessarily of God.
Okay.
See, let me give you an example. If somebody were to kill everybody, shoot down everybody, create problem everywhere, and became the president of Nigeria, you know he did all that.
Yeah.
You know the person rigged the election. You know the person displaced things. And he won.
Yeah.
Is God involved in deceit?
Well,
Is God involved in deceit?
I think we will have to set another time to go fully in this, because there is some level of contradiction. Okay, would anything happen without God's knowledge?
No, nothing.
So
He
how
knows
can we now say he doesn't know of it?
God knows the beginning from the end,
Yeah.
and the end from the beginning.
Yes.
But God has also given man the power and the authority
Yes.
to choose.
So at what point then
Deuteronomy chapter 30.
do we absolve God of that knowledge and permission?
No. Adam blamed God. God decided, okay, you make what I do as I want. Listen, Adam blamed God and said, God, the wife that you gave to me. Okay?
Said the woman.
Yes, the woman that you gave to me, okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, God can be absolved from this because we wanted our own choices. And so God allowed us to have our choices.
In other words, whatever choices we made, we must be ready to
Bear the
own up to
consequences.
it and bear the consequences.
That's right.
Okay, so now, politically, aren't we bearing the consequences of our choices? For instance, you talked of the Unity Party of Nigeria.
Yes.
I recall that in those days, all members of the party contributed
We were contributing money.
to the running of the party.
Yes.
Or for the running of the party.
Yes.
These days, all the political parties don't have a verifiable source of funding.
You don't draw me back to,
I have to.
I went into a mood when we started talking about our
Don't worry, we'll get out of it again.
Yes. Now, the point is,
Yes.
I said that a man came before his time. There was no party that was doing that. Even the Talakawa party led by Aminu Kano, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay? a few people were putting money together to give to Aminu Kano to run the party. Awolowo said, you are one of the founders of this party. Okay? We were paying weekly, our ward meetings were weekly.
Yes.
We were paying weekly meetings. And my money.
Money, yes, contributing money.
I remember in those days, I had to go convert all the prostitutes in all those areas because I saw that policemen were always harassing them. So I told them, oh yeah, come to party, you are a member of UPN. My strategy to bring in members into the group. And they got their cards and all that. So anytime police come to harass them, to take them away, you are prostitute. I go to the federal police and say, you must release them. This is political harassment. And they release them. And because of that, those people were paying money. So the party had money to run. And during the councillorship primaries, for instance, the winner was not, I won. But the winner was not because he had money. And at the time I was talking to you, I was still in NTA. Not because I had money, but because my strategy brought in a lot of people. Okay? So the point I'm making is that this man made it easy for us to run a political party devoid of money bags who capture the soul of the party and decides what becomes of the party.
So today, how do we apply such a strategy towards freeing the party from the overarching influence of money bags?
We are almost too far gone.
Does that mean we will leave it like that?
No. I said we are almost. I used the word almost.
Yes.
We are almost too far gone. Poverty is a weapon to deal with. Listen, poverty is a weapon to deal with the poor.
I also read that it is a state of mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a state of mind. Yes. But those who weaponize poverty know that poverty is a state of mind. One man of God said that the poor is wicked. Okay? Why is he wicked? Because he wants to get. So he does anything to get what he wants. Once you make it difficult for people to have, you can't tell them to come contribute to party purse. Because there are people who will tell them, don't worry, I will pay for you. And we have become used to people giving us.
Giving.
That's why I said we are
too
almost
far
too far gone.
Okay.
So, but it can be changed. The rules can change it.
Yeah.
Just like the beavers was expected to be a game changer. Indeed, a game changer. It did. We will improve on it. Okay? Litigations and all that will make us improve on it.
Yes.
Because let's not throw away the baby and the bathwater.
The bathwater, yeah.
It was a great initiative.
Okay.
But man, in his wicked craftiness, will always, especially politicians. When I see people commenting about beavers and the political thing on TV, and I will be laughing. My wife says, why are we always laughing? I say, because these people are they don't know politicians. They don't know the way they think. They don't know the way they reason. The moment you are putting something in place, under 1 week, they know what to do to circumvent it.
They're always looking for the point of least resistance.
Yeah, but you see, let me tell you why.
Sometimes unseen.
Let me tell you why that happens. Because those who fashion those things are not politicians. They are academicians.
Yeah.
They are technical people. They are members of the academia. Listen, you need a crooked mind to stop a crooked.
You mean a cunning mind?
Well, a cunning mind, yes.
Yes.
Let me explain to you. Somebody said something one day, and I don't want to mention the name of the state.
No, there's no name.
Yes. But the person, that governor came to that state. and change the way the IGR comes in. Because he himself, he knows what to do.
Yeah.
So he came in there and changed it. And so the IGR of that state improved. It improved. And it's still improving.
Yeah.
Okay? So, going forward, get straight-minded politicians who know the crooked ways and to tell you what to do with the beavers. I know what to do with these beavers and it will work.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll take another break on the program. When we're back, Ime James continues sharing his ideas with us, and we'll be going to his childhood in Lagos and the situation we're facing now in the country. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still our program, Timeless Conversations. Ime James is still my guest, and let's return to our discussion. You grew up in Lagos. You went to school, primary, secondary, and all that here in Lagos. You were born in Ibadan. What was that like?
Beautiful life. Beautiful life. I would all had vision. And so it was easy for us to start primary school. I was not yet 6 when I started. They had taught me how to do the thing at home.
To loop your head, your hand over your
exactly.
head. Yes.
So, and you know, in those days, we went to school. In the morning, we drank cocoa, hot, steamy cocoa. And then with there was this biscuit then, not Oxford, but you just give two with butter. You know, that in Ibadan.
Yeah.
And then they will now, in the afternoon when we go for the main break.
Midday break.
Yes. We either eat asaro with those meats, 2 lumps of meat.
Yes.
Very well dried.
Yes.
And then when you eat it, it fills your mouth.
Tinko.
You know, every time I remember, and that was an economy that did not have oil.
Yes.
And this man ran the Western region better than any of the other regions. This man paid better salary
than even the federal government.
Yeah. This man gave us free education, free books for those in primary school. In some school, free uniform.
Yeah.
Then the war happened.
Yeah.
And we went home.
Home being where?
We went for Akwa Ibom, my state.
That was the old East Central State.
No.
Yes.
It was East Central. No,
it wasn't state then.
No, it was not state.
It was not state.
It was not state. You know, it was part of the Eastern region.
It was part of the Eastern region.
Yes. But we came back in 1970 to Lagos. And before the war, we had relocated to Lagos. Okay. Because my stepfather was the provost marshal of the Federation.
Okay.
And who was the one trying the coup plotters. He was the one trying the coup plotters in Zogo and all that. Major Ibangai Kanem.
Okay.
And he was going to give the report to Gowon at the Dome Barrack, and he was shot at the old Kata Bridge. Okay, that was why we had to go home.
Okay.
Not because of the war.
Yeah.
We had to take him home for burial. And then the war cut us off. But before then, I started sneaking away to Jabako Cinema.
Welcome home.
Rainbow Cinema, Idera,
yes.
you know, and I started getting involved in all kinds of funny lifestyle, and my mom was tough. The tougher she was,
the harder you became.
The harder I became. So I knew all the things, played all the things. So I mean, the war hardened us also.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time we came back to Lagos, I went back. Because before the war, I had gotten to primary. I was going to go to primary 5. But after the war, I came back to primary 3.
Okay.
And I went to Tinu Primary School. That was close to Fela's house at Moshalashi.
Yeah, Moshalashi, yes.
Okay. And it was a beautiful thing. I would go to those days, I will go sell bread to people at Domalong and close to Fela's place.
You sold bread too?
Oh, yeah, I sold bread.
I did too.
Okay.
I sold old newspapers as well.
Okay. I will finish that because I used to leave home at about 5. Before you know what's happening, I'm through at Domalong. My bread is finished. I'll put the money in my pocket and I'll go to Idiro and jump on it. I was a conductor. And then I'll be...
Oh, you did that too?
Oh, yes.
I did as well.
Okay, wonderful. From Idiro, those days, at that time, there was no bridge. The bridge was just being built.
Yeah.
And, you hear in Idiro, Jegunle, we would go straight to Jegunle, until one day my mother caught me. I will quickly come back. Once it is 7, I've run home, put on my uniform, and I'm in school. And I have extra money.
Yes.
So one day my mom was going out very early. She was going to see her junior sister who lived in Ajegunle. And here was the song.
Jegunle.
When I saw my mom, I quickly ran the driver because the driver knew my mom also.
Yeah.
My mom didn't say anything. She didn't say a word. She just entered. The driver greeted my mom. My mom didn't answer her. I couldn't ask my mom for money. I froze. I couldn't ask my mom. I didn't know what to do. I stuttered until we got to Ajegunle. When my mom got down, when she wanted to go down, I ran down. And then she just went to the window and threw the money at the driver and left.
They were saying those days, Yaje,
Sonoba. My mom waited for me. I went to school. She first dealt with me at home when I came back from school. But she now went to primary school. There was one teacher we used to call S.O. Ojo. Hey, Ojoso. Hey. The man flogs like this. They dealt with me. Did he stop me? He didn't.
So what changed you?
Life? I became very toughened. But at a point, I just told myself, I didn't like the life of police pursuing you up and down. Anyway, things I did that I can't say. I can't talk about on police. I didn't like the life of police pushing me. So my mom took me to the Old Bende State. Instead of me going for secondary school here. My mom took me to Bende State and I got there. I had been a boxer here in Lagos.
Okay.
At Idiro. There was one guy who, I don't want to mention it. Okay, he was called Mighty Joe.
I know Mighty Joe now.
Yeah.
I lived in Washington.
Yeah, so we have started boxing. We have started boxing there, How much Jagba? You know.
Yeah, we know them.
Our year. You know, and we take it, you run.
Yes.
So when I got to secondary school, I continued, and that's how I became a boxer. I started boxing seriously until my mom saw me again. You know, we used to have the Ghana, Nigerian friendly at Roe Park.
Yes.
My mom came to Roe Park to watch me, saw me beat up the man's blue-black. Said, hey, when you get old, that's the way they will start beating you. And she stopped me from boxing. Yeah. That's how I stopped boxing. Wow. So, but I had told myself I didn't want to live a rough life.
Okay, so was that what now pushed you to become a football fan? Or
No. Since my days in Mushin, I've been a Store supporter.
What's wrong with all of you Store supporter? And I asked that intentionally.
Yes.
Because at least I know about 4 very close friends, yourself inclusive,
yes,
right, who go like that.
Yes.
About stores. What's about stores?
Stores is a religion.
How?
Emma forte bound to Darajeo. Emma forte bound to Darajeo. Gbogbo wa lọ̀rẹ́ Adébájò.
Yes.
Gbogbo wa lọ̀rẹ́ Adébájò.
Yes.
Emma forte o. You know why?
Yes.
Because we didn't have money.
Okay.
And they were dealing with us. And we didn't have money and the supporters will contribute money. And I can't forget, I think it was Muda Lawal that came to play for us one day from shooting. And they collected the car to give to him.
They collected the car?
Yeah, the shooting give to him.
Yes.
And we told him, don't bother yourself. Mr. Anonymous came the next with a brand new vehicle. We buy fans for them, buy TV for them, but people will just buy things for the players. That was Stores. And that's still the way we think. It has affected me.
How?
If I become close to you now, and I come to your house regularly, and I do not see certain things in your house, I'll just buy it as a gift and give to you.
Okay.
So
it's like a culture that has grown.
I don't want to use the word cult. Okay.
Well, there's cult in culture.
Yeah. Okay. So, but I don't know how. I can't support any other Nigerian football team. It is not possible.
Talking about that, the Nigerian football scene seems to be gathering some
what?
Some growth now.
Until government, especially Lagos State government, helps us to come back to, you won't see the
presence of
fans. You won't see the fire that you are seeking.
Really?
Yes. Our global president, Adebayo Oluwaki.
Yes, he's one of them.
Yes. Helped to re-engineer us, and we came back in 2013.
Yeah.
Stores came back in 2013 on the first day of our match after we have been off the radar for about 13 years. First day of the match at Onikon, 7,000 supporters. 7,000.
Yes.
They have never seen that.
I always wonder, I'll say, kilo shower people.
Yes.
What's wrong with these people?
Yes. 7,000. Because we played beautiful football. We beat Flamingos.
Yes.
In Lagos.
Yeah.
It's stationary stores. Popular wear.
But I gave plenty more.
I would do. Especially that goal roll.
Yes. When it's about
ending, we must score.
That's just a tradition.
We must score. I don't know how it happens. When you start hearing goal roll, you see our players, they'll be playing as if they were injected with something. Before you know what's happening, the goal is in there.
So now, having established this.
Sorry, I was getting a bit.
No, it's okay.
A bit animated.
We'll be going soon. So having established that level of followership.
Yes.
How do you think football, sports development, but football especially, can be brought back to be a sport that people locally look forward to watching?
The first thing is to change our strategy.
Okay.
In Lagos, for instance, we have 37 CDAs, isn't it?
37, yes. Yeah, 37 and 20 local governments, yes.
A new law domesticates football clubs in the local governments. So the local government has a club and is funded by the local government.
Okay.
Allow the local government.
Sorry, but you talk about the need for government to be outside of sports administration.
You need to first help the situation before it becomes a culture. By the time it's established, no businessman wants to go into a venture that he cannot make money from. So government must initiate that first.
Okay.
At least for the first 10 years, and then ease out.
Okay.
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 Now, once that happens, so Ikeja United or
Island Boys,
Campus United,
yes,
you know, okay, Agege United.
Yes.
Before you know what's happening, the TV rights is there, advertising is there. They will not be competing. People will not be competing. That does not say that people in Agege may not support somebody, a club in Lagos Island.
Across
yes.
across the local government.
Well, but if that happens, there are also going to be other clubs who are not local government based, like stationery stores. Let me tell you, if I have £1 billion, I will sink 500 million naira in stores.
Okay. Well, you just met him. Eliashib Ime James, die-hard stores supporter. I think we'll need to set up another recording for us to explore the possibilities of footballing, of following, of being a fan, and then talk about other areas. It's been nice having you on this program.
Thank you so very much.
Yes, it's
Thank
really
you.
been nice.
Sorry, I became a bit animated when we were talking about stores.
No, that was why I kept it towards the end, because I knew you'd be too animated.
Thank you.
Well, it's been Ime James as our guest today on Timeless Conversation. Very soon we'll bring you yet another guest. Thanks for watching. I'm Likon Ogunbanwo. Take care.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library,
where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk or on the table as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in a, they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down, because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible. Even services you might not think of, like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you, and if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media, and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's
Good morning, you're welcome to the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rome Paulson. It's Monday the 29th of July 2024. In some countries it's known as National Manufacturing Week. So having to put those things into play, having to manufacture amazing goods, having to just look for products that helps revenue. That's what people are celebrating, Manufacturing Week. Anyways, on today's breakfast show, we have a lot in store for you. We'll be talking about the protests, safety and security concerns for protesters, and the IGP has issued guidelines. Much later on the show, we'll be discussing the World Hepatitis Day 2024, and we'll be addressing the global health issues. We'll also be taking global stories making headlines in our national dailies, as well as some top trending stories. But first, let's check out our quote of the day. Obstacles are those frightful things you see when you take your eyes off the goal. And that is why Henry Ford is the founder of Ford Motor Company. He was an American entrepreneur and an engineer. Of course, that was how he founded the Ford Motor Company. But this morning, he's telling us obstacles are those frightful things you see when you take your eyes off the goal. So the important thing is to always focus. Do not take your eyes off the goal. When you take your eyes off the goals, there's so many distractions that could just sway you out, and then you forget what you were even trying to do in the first place. If you're always going to fixate on the things that are going wrong, then you'll never see the things that are going right. You will never be able to accomplish those goals. So this morning, as it's Mindset Monday, we're just trying to let you know that you need to focus. You need to have your eyes on the prize, on your goal. Forget about everything that is happening around you. And even if they are happening, all you have to do is ensure that you turn them over so you can accomplish those goals. So if you're doing something wrong and it just poses as a challenge or as an obstacle, all you have to do is look for a better way to do it again so you can finally accomplish those goals. So obstacles are those frightful things you see when you take your eyes off the goal. But if you put your eyes on the prize, if you ensure that your focus is on that goal, you will just get everything that you want. All right, that's it for our quote of the day. We'll move over to some top trending stories. This first one says, Serap sues CBN over unaccounted 100 billion naira dirty notes. SERAP has filed a lawsuit against the CBN over the failure to account for 100 billion naira in dirty and bad notes and other large sums of cash held by the CBN since 2017. The suit also demands an explanation for missing funds, including 7.2 billion naira intended for the CBN Duse branch construction and 4.8 billion naira for the renovation of the Abeokuta branch. SERAP seeks details on outstanding loans, including 1.2 billion naira granted to Enugu State in 2015 and 1.9 billion naira granted to Anambra State between 2015 and 2016. The lawsuit argues that transparency in accounting for these funds is crucial for public trust and aligns with legal obligations under Nigerian and international anti-corruption standards. SERAP emphasizes that these allegations reflect significant violation of public trust and statutory responsibilities, urging the courts to enforce accountability and recover any missing funds. I remember having a conversation with Kolawole Oluwadare, who was the deputy director, or rather who he is the deputy director for SERAP. And, you know, we had an extensive conversation on this, and something that he really highlighted was transparency and accountability. And that is what SERAP and so many other CSOs are doing, ensuring that we bring these people, we let them know that we need them to be accountable. If we're not going to demand for what is rightfully ours, then they will just keep playing us or keep doing whatever they want to do, knowing that we really do not care. But when we let them know that we care, of course, we need to demand what is rightfully ours. And that's one thing SERAP is trying to do. They've written to them, they've asked them to, you know, bring out the books, let us know how you spent the money, account for it. And I know something I asked him at that time was, what if nobody responds? What if the government doesn't respond? And of course, they said we're going to take legal action, and this is where we are now. Now, I don't know what the court is going to do. Of course, they've written to them, and I'm just hoping that, well, the Nigerian government will just surprise us and say, you know what, this is how we spent the money. And if we're saying that we're trying to fight corruption, and there is no way we can fight corruption without accountability. When you're accountable, you know that people are really looking at you, people are looking at what you're doing, and so you would not want to steal money, you would not want to be corrupt, you would not want to turn a blind eye even when someone else is being corrupt. It is important that we're able to build that trust. There is a trust deficit between the Nigerian people and the Nigerian government. And what better way to start to build the trust than having to be accountable, especially when it comes to things like this. If we're asking for 100 billion naira in bad notes, where did that money go to? And it's so funny that even when you still go to the bank, you still see bad notes there. So if you're saying we took out all of that money, then why can't you account for it? I think it's as simple as just saying this is what we use the money for. You're seeing renovations of several branches. How was the money spent? You cannot say, oh, I am a leader and I'm not willing to be accountable. No, that is just, you're just trying to be you're just trying to, you know, just use your authority in ways that benefit you or ways that pleases you. But if you're leading people, you need to carry them along. And in carrying them along, you have to be transparent. You have to be accountable. Those are certain qualities. You have to have integrity, because integrity is even what makes you accountable and transparent in the first place. Those are certain qualities a leader must have. And we're expecting that the Nigerian government would also possess these qualities. Because why do we have people who are not willing to be accountable in any way, in any shape, in any form, and they just want us to be quiet? No, we are demanding for these things. We want to know it, and I'm hoping that, you know, the court will uphold the law, because of course it is a law. You need to let us know what you use this monies for. So hopefully we'll get to find out more of that much later as the story progresses. Another top trending story this morning says desperate homes, businesses bypass meters in massive electricity theft. Rising electricity tariffs in Nigeria are driving many households and businesses to use illicit methods and to manage their utility bills. In Lagos, businesses like fabric shops are reported to bypass their prepaid meters by connecting directly to power sources, resulting in substantial cost savings but significant revenue losses for the electricity providers. Some individuals openly discuss meter bypassing and negotiate with officials to resolve issues or avoid penalties, often resorting to bribery. An investigation revealed the process of illegally tapping into power, including hiring electricians to modify connections and bypass meters. Residents using illegal connections are often aware of the risk, but feel compelled by high tariffs to avoid official billing. Routine inspections by electricity providers sometimes fail to detect these illegal connections if residents are cautious and manipulate their setups. The issue of energy theft is prevalent, with significant losses for utility companies and persistent efforts by officials to combat the problem. First, theft is a wrong thing. It is illegal to actually steal. But, let me play devil's advocate a little bit. You have a high tariff, something that used to be about 68 naira per kilowatt, especially for band A customers, which I am one of. So let me talk about myself. You have a tariff that was about 68 naira, and then it's been moved up to over 200 naira per kilowatt. That is almost about 300% increase on your electricity tariff. And so, of course, you cannot use electricity the way you used to. If you were having maybe 2 or 3 ACs, you probably have to just turn on one when it's necessary, which I understand that. I understand the need to look at your consumption and only consume what you need at the time. But as of right now, when we look at the makeup of Nigeria's economy as a whole, and we know that there isn't a lot of funds coming in, businesses are struggling, people are struggling. People can even barely put food on their table. Talk more about buy electricity that would maybe cool them or make sure that their fridges and freezers are turned on. And so